Chapter 769. In the morning, Jean Ku was the first to wake up. It had snowed heavily last night and had just stopped at dawn. There was a row of neatly hung icicles under the eaves, and the empty space in the inn's back courtyard was covered in a layer of white. When he stepped in, it went over his shoe. He couldn't help but be glad that his foster father had foresight. They couldn't travel in this kind of weather. They would have to stay in this small town for a few days and wait for the snow to melt before leaving. He glanced at the closed door across from him and stepped into the kitchen. He boiled water and washed the rice, preparing to cook a pot of porridge for breakfast. Zhao Xiaozhu walked in with a yawn and put down the teapot and basin. He wrapped his clothes tightly around himself and complained to Jean Ku, "It was so cold last night that I almost peed on the bed." Did Godfather also wake up? He woke up earlier than me. Jean Ku pretended to casually ask, "Did you hear anything last night?" Zhao Xiaozhu rubbed the corners of his eyes and said in a daze, "I didn't hear anything. What's wrong?" Jean Ku waved his hand. "It was the wind. I was afraid that I would disturb Godfather's rest. It's fine if you didn't hear anything." "Oh." Zhao Xiaozhu took 2 steps towards the door and stuck her head out to look around for a while. Then she retreated to Jean Ku's side and muttered, "Eldest brother, foster father told me last night that Miss You might not be coming with us. Second brother must be very sad, I'm sure he hates us to death. If it wasn't for Godfather using Miss You to force that Zhu fellow to change his sword, he wouldn't have ended up in a situation where he had to run for his life with us." Hearing this, Jean Ku slapped the back of his head. "You're talking nonsense again. Hurry and bring some hot water to help Godfather wash up." Zhao Xiaozhu cried out but didn't dare to talk back. He quickly poured half a basin of hot water. Jean Ku warned him worriedly, "Don't talk nonsense in front of Godfather." I know. Also, don't disturb your second brother and Miss You's rest. Let them sleep a bit longer." Okay. Zhao Xiaozhu didn't hear anything wrong with his words and left with the basin of water. In the guest room on the east side, the white snow reflected off the window. A faded mosquito net hung on the head of the simple wooden bed, and 2 pairs of boots were stacked under the bed. Yushu curled up in Shui Rui's arms. The quilt behind her was tightly tucked by him. It was so warm that she didn't want to open her eyes. Shui Rui used one of his arms as a cushion behind her head, and his fingers formed into a comb as he combed through her messy hair from time to time. He hadn't slept the entire night, but it wasn't that he didn't feel tired. It was just that he wanted to cherish this short period of time too much. With her by his side, how could he bear to fall asleep? "Is it dawn yet?" Yushu asked softly. "It's still early. Let's sleep a little longer." Yushu opened her eyes and slightly raised her head. She could see the stubble on his chin and rubbed her forehead against it. It was prickly and itchy, and she couldn't help but think back to last night's affair. Her cheeks were slightly hot, and she leaned back against his chest. She lazily narrowed her eyes and said, "I'm not going to sleep. Why don't you talk to me?" "All right." At this moment, not to mention that she wanted to talk, even if she wanted the moon and stars, he would do his best to get them for her. "You said that the case of Ning Wang has been investigated to the end. Does Lu Hao have a chance to turn things around?" It was Yushu's first time. She wanted to be pretentious for a while and act spoiled to him, but with the impending separation, she didn't have time to talk about love. While Shui Rui was still here, she needed him to sort out the situation in Jing for her. It would be best if he could give her a few moves in preparation for the future. "Whether or not Ning Wang can turn things around depends on whether or not my grandfather is willing to go all out." Shui Rui didn't beat around a bush with her, and he went straight to the point. "Since the Grand Mention exposed my origins, it shows that he was prepared to deal with my grandfather, Shui Lingnan, since long ago. Once he makes a move, he'll surely uproot the Shui clan. And my grandfather probably already knows that my foster father was harmed by him and holds a grudge. If he is willing to go all out, he will definitely take the initiative and use the emperor's illness to help the new emperor ascend the throne. If the new emperor ascended the throne, there naturally wouldn't be anything to do with Ning Wang." Shui was silent for a moment before carefully instructing, "After you go back, you have to be careful. It depends on who can monopolize power in the court. That person is the one with ulterior motives who is trying to usurp the throne. That person is also the mastermind behind Jing Chen's danger and the murder in Taisher Library. Maybe it is my grandfather, or maybe it is someone else. No matter who it is, you have to stay far away from them. Protect your little life and wait for me to return." After a pause, he continued, "Now, only the great Tiandi can protect you, and only he won't harm you. You can feign civility with him, but don't get into conflict with him. Do you understand?" Hearing this, Yushu's chest was extremely stuffy. She said unhappily, "The Grand Tutor caused the death of your foster father. I hate that I can't take revenge for you. He actually wants me to go back and curry favor with him. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist stabbing him in the back." After last night, she and Shui Rue had consummated their marriage. They should be husband and wife and be united against a common enemy. She originally didn't have any resentment towards the Grand Tutor, but after he personally revealed the truth of Shui Fu's self-mutilation, the more she respected Shui Fu's chivalry, the more she hated the Grand Tutor's ruthlessness. Shui Rue rubbed her furry head. "No matter how great the hatred, it isn't as important as your life. Listen to me and don't make me worry." Not wanting him to worry, Yushu held her breath and agreed. After Yushu asked what she needed to ask, it was Shui Rue's turn. "After you go back, the Grand Tutor will force you and Jing Chun to get married and have children. Do you know what to do?" As soon as he said this, the delicate body in his arms suddenly stiffened. He sighed softly and hugged her tightly. He put his chin on top of her head and whispered, "If he forces you again, just say yes to him." Yushu was anxious and wanted to raise her head to speak, but he held her firmly in his arms and didn't let her raise her head. "Don't panic. Listen to me first," Shui Rue said calmly. "I asked you to say yes to him only as an expedient measure. The Grand Tutor is unscrupulous. I'm afraid that he will use your family to threaten you and force you to give in. Why don't you pretend to please him and let them prepare for the wedding first? You can think of a way to delay the wedding for 3 months. At most 3 months, I promise that the Grand Tutor will give up on letting you and Jing Chun conceive the Destiny Grandbone." Yushu was pleasantly surprised. "What do you think of?" "Yes." Shui Rue stroked her hair. "Shu, do you trust me?" "I don't trust you. Who else can I trust?" Yushu said in a muffled voice. "Then don't ask. Wait for my good news." Yushu only thought that he was afraid that she knew too much and couldn't hide it from the Grand Tutor when they went back, so she smartly didn't ask anymore. But because of this glimmer of hope, her heart lit up again. She and Shui Rue had skin contact, so naturally, she couldn't marry Jing Chun again. But if the Grand Tutor threatened her with the lives of her family, she could only surrender. If she really married Jing Chun, not only would she feel sorry for Shui Rue, but she would also feel sorry for Jing Chun. With Shui Rue's promise, Yushu felt as if she had been pardoned because he had never let her down. There was a period of silence between the two of them. When Shui Rue heard the commotion coming and going in the courtyard, he knew that he couldn't continue lying down like this. Otherwise, when someone came to knock on the door, it would make Yushu feel awkward. What's more, she came to find him wrapped in a quilt last night, and her coat was in the next room. "I'll go to your room to get your clothes first. Lie down and don't get up." After Shui Rue said this, he carefully lifted a corner of the quilt and got up, not letting the cold air blow on her. Yushu saw that he wasn't afraid of the cold as he sat on the edge of the bed and put on his clothes. There were suspicious red marks on his thin waist, which were clearly the marks she made last night. She couldn't help but blush. She wanted to bury her head in the quilt, but she couldn't bear to look at him. Shui Rue quickly dressed himself neatly, and when he turned around and saw Yushu's eyes were tightly closed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he bent over to kiss her rosy cheeks, and he didn't say anything as he covered the bed curtain properly before leaving. Shui Rue quietly went to Yushu's room and took out her clothes. He wrapped her up tightly and sent her back through the back window. Then he returned to his room through the back window and uncovered the quilt on his bed. He found a blob of blood that was in the shape of a plum blossom on the mattress and used the dagger he always carried with him to cut it off. He carefully folded it and kept it in his pocket. Breakfast was a pot of salty porridge made by Jean Ku. The white rice soup and boiled dried meat were salty and smooth. Zhao Xiaozhu ran all over town and found a steamed bun shop. He bought 2 baskets of vegetarian steamed buns, which actually tasted pretty good. In the kitchen, Shui Rui ladled a bowl of hot lean meat porridge for Yushu and put 2 large steamed buns on a plate. He brought them into her room without a change in expression. Zhao Xiaozhu curled her lips and rolled her eyes behind him. She was hit by Jin Ku's iron palm again. What's with that look? Didn't you hear your second brother say that Miss you caught a cold? Zhao Xiaozhu muttered unhappily. Godfather also caught a cold. Why don't I see him being filial and only caring about women? You don't know shit. Jin Ku scolded him verbally, but he sighed inwardly. He didn't think highly of Shui Rui and Yu Shu as a couple. At this time, they were inseparable. Once they went their separate ways, it would fade away after a long time. In the end, it was just a one-night marriage. After Yu Shu finished her breakfast, she leaned against the headboard and chatted with Shui Rui for a while. Then, she began to feel sleepy. Shui Rui watched over her until she fell asleep. He quietly left the room, closed the door, and went to find Yinhua. Yinhua was sitting on the bed with her clothes on. She was holding a map drawn on sheepskin in her hand and frowning. When she saw Shui Rui walk in, the worry on her face disappeared. She raised her head and smiled at him. She asked amiably, "Have you eaten breakfast?" Shui Rui nodded and walked over. "You came at the right time. Look at this map. We are going to Rome City next, but the river is frozen. It's risky to take a shortcut. If we take a detour, we won't be able to rest for half a month. How do you think we should go?" Shui Rui pushed away the map he handed over and said, "We won't go to Rome City. We will continue to the north. We will go to the northeast to seek refuge with the king of Dongjing." Yinhua's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. She raised her eyebrows and waited for his explanation. Shui Rui said slowly, "The king of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying, and I are sworn brothers. 3 years ago, when I was traveling, I coincidentally saved his life. Later, His Majesty summoned the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to the capital and detained them. He used this to force Jiang Huaying to send troops to Dongying and make him cut off his own wings. I was also the one who arranged for the mother and daughter of the Jiang family to escape. Jiang Huaying is righteous and dissatisfied with the imperial court. He will rebel sooner or later. This time, I will take you to seek refuge with him. He will definitely welcome us with open arms." Yinhua looked at him with a complicated expression. He asked tentatively, "Are you going to help the king of Dongjing rebel by taking this path?" Shui Rui sneered and replied, "Do you think I have another path to take? You used a fake book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens to deceive all of us and deceive the great tipping point in exchange for my life. How can I let down your painstaking efforts?" Yinhua was speechless. He probably did not expect that his meticulous arrangements would be mercilessly exposed by Shui Rui. That's right. From the beginning, he did not tell the truth to Yu Shu and Shui Rui. He let them think that he carried the real book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens with him. He first tricked Yu Shu out of the city and then lured Zhu Muzhao here. It was not to exchange for the Chunjun sword, but for Shui Rui. He had long guessed that Zhu Muzhao might have known about Shui Rui's background. Because he was afraid of the great insight technique, he did not dare to rashly recognize Shui Rui. After lying dormant for many years, he finally waited for Jing Chun to come to the capital and the person who broke his life to show up. Only then did he have the opportunity to meet Shui Rui. Coincidentally, the Shui family committed a crime. Shui Rui left the capital to handle a case. He asked Jin Ku to kidnap Shui Rui, but he could not persuade Shui Rui to leave with him. In the end, he let them return to the capital. Because Shui Rui could not let go of the Shui family who had raised him, and he could not let go of his sweetheart, Yu Shu. Therefore, Yinhua set up a series of plans. He used a mysterious crystal book that he spent 10 years to forge to deceive them. With Zhu Muzhao's help, he forced Shui Rui to let go of everything and leave with him. "How did you find out?" Yinhua asked. He could not figure out where he had exposed himself. After all, even Zhu Muzhao was fooled and thought that he had obtained the real book of Mystery Fairy. Shui Rui laughed at himself. "From the moment you were willing to exchange the book of Mystery Fairy for my life, I guessed that the book was most likely fake. Titian was fooled because he mistakenly thought that in your heart, the life of my son would be more important than the book of Mystery Fairy, but I did not think so. Later on, when we were fleeing for our lives, I looked on coldly. I didn't see you gloomy. It didn't seem like you were worried about the consequences of the book of Xian Nyu falling into the hands of Titian. Jin Ku and Zhao Xiaozhu also looked indifferent. This made me even more suspicious. After thinking about it, the real book of Xian Nyu should still be in your hands, so you were fearless. Yin Hua smiled bitterly. He was more ashamed than proud to have such a smart son. Shuirui did not care about his expression and continued to speak. What I can't figure out is why you took such a risk and did not do it for the Chunjun sword, but to force me to leave the capital city. What exactly is your scheme? Could it be that you knew about my relationship with Jiang Huaying, so you planned to bring you to him and help him rebel? Yinhua opened his mouth and wanted to speak, but because his throat was dry, it was difficult for him to speak. Seeing this, Shuirui turned the map around and placed it beside his hand, indicating for him to use his finger to write on the blank space. Yinhua wrote, stroke by stroke, "You guessed half of it correctly." Shuirui asked, "What about the other half?" "I did not know that you and Prince of Dongjing were old friends, but I predicted the general situation of the world. Looking at the stars at night, there will be war in the north, and the winner will be the king, and the loser will be the villain. With the appearance of the star of the left, it can help the trapped flood dragon to ascend to the dragon." Shuirui stared at the tip of his finger, and his eyebrows twitched. He thought, the trapped flood dragon is undoubtedly referring to Prince of Dongjing. Then who is this star of the left? "You mean, I am the star of the left who can help Jiang Huaying seize the world?" Yinhua nodded. Just like Zhu Muzhao's art of great insight, he also had a unique skill in physiognomy, which was also cultivated to perfection. He once saw Jiang Huaying from afar, and he indeed had the features of the 9-5. Looking at Shuirui's physiognomy again, it was not difficult to conclude that he was the person appointed by the king of the Northeast. Shuirui was shocked, but he became suspicious again. "Your goal is not to destroy the Book of Mystery Fairy, but to overthrow the imperial court?" Yinhua only wrote 4 words. Different paths lead to the same destination. The reason why the Duan dynasty could continue for 300 years was because of the Book of Mystery Fairy. It was a set of destiny, and everything was in the palm of its hand. On the surface, it was to promote the study of E, but in the dark, it was to manipulate the hearts of the people. The people of the world blindly believed in the theory of destiny, and they were foolish and did not think about making progress. The emperor of the Duan dynasty was mediocre and incompetent, and he was stuck in his ways. The officials in the imperial court were apathetic, and there were few who worked for the country and the people, but there were many who sought personal benefits. The Taoists ran amok, and under the cover of peace and prosperity, there was a country that was riddled with holes. As the saying goes, one lives in suffering and dies in peace and happiness. If the Book of Mystery Fairy was lost, how could the country not perish? Shuirui stared at the blank space of Yunhua's finger. From his every stroke, it was as if he could see the ambitious Yunhua rushing to the capital city 20 years ago. He suddenly understood that the reason he stole the Book of Mystery Fairy was not only to carry out his master's orders, but also to look down on the world from a height that was beyond the reach of mortals, and to feel pity for the common people in the world. Shuirui's heart trembled, and his blood surged. He knew that it was resonance. There can be no construction without destruction. Hearing this, Yinhua's eyes suddenly showed joy. He grabbed Shuirui's palm and shook it excitedly. It was rare to have a confidant, not to mention that this was his biological son. Looking at Yinhua like this, Shuirui's great resentment disappeared. Perhaps it was the nature of a father and son. The more he understood Yinhua, the less he could hate him. The barrier between the two of them disappeared unconsciously. Yinhua's expression became much brighter, and he wrote again, "Does Miss you know that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake?" Shuirui shook his head and said, "I didn't tell her." Yunhua carefully looked at his expression and asked, "Why didn't you tell her?" Shui Rui said with a cold face, "The great teacher is very sensitive. Didn't you also go through a lot of trouble to deceive him? Ashu's cultivation is still shallow. If she knows that the Book of Mystery Fairy is fake, it will inevitably be discovered by the great teacher. I'm afraid that he will vent his anger on her. It's better to let him have a few more days of sweet dreams so that the marriage between Jing Chun and Ashu can be eased." Yunhua sighed at his good intentions, but at the same time, he cared about his other son. Jing Chun is your younger brother after all. You two brothers must not turn against each other because of a woman. Shui Rui's eyes flickered, but he didn't express his opinion. Yunhua knew that he and Jing Chun didn't have much brotherly affection, so he couldn't force things. He sighed secretly and no longer tried to persuade him, lest he overreached himself and aroused his rebellious heart. After a deep conversation between the father and son, they determined their destination. Then, it was time to go their separate ways. When Yushu woke up, she saw Shui Rui sitting by her bed and looking at her quietly for a long time. She smiled at him, but her chest ached faintly. "Ashu, we're in Ningdong City to seek refuge with King Dongjing. We will set off tomorrow morning. Let's separate here." As for why it wasn't the border town, but the northeast, how could she not understand him because their minds were connected? "Okay, I have two properties in the capital that don't belong to the Shui family. One is the Wangji Tower, and the other is the Namlin lumber store in the west of the city. I'll leave them to you, along with a group of loyal servants." Shui Rui took off the purple jade bat that never left his side and carefully warned her. "This is a token. After you return to the capital, go to the Namlin lumber store to find Gueda and explain the situation to him. He will do his best to help you. In addition, I've buried 50,000 taels of gold under the cellar of the Wangji Tower. It's my private property. Except for Lin Fu, no one else knows about it. You can take it as you wish." Yushu exclaimed, "Where did you get so much gold?" 50,000 taels of gold was equivalent to more than 500,000 taels of silver. Such a large sum of cash made people dizzy just by listening to it. When I was traveling outside, I happened to find a local corrupt official digging a gold mine in the Liaodong area. It was at that time that I met Jiang Huaying and saved him. After he escaped from danger, he led his troops to seize the mine. In order to thank me, he gave me the gold he obtained from the corrupt official's property. The Jiang family was a vassal king. The gold found in his fief naturally belonged to him. As long as it was reported to the imperial court and the annual tax and harvest were paid, it would be considered a clear path. Shui Rui put the purple jade bat in her palm and said seriously, "This is my betrothal gift. Since you've accepted it, you can't go back on your word." The jade was cold, but Yushu felt that her palm was hot. She sat up from the bed and stretched out her arms to hug his neck. Her eyes were red as she said, "You've given me everything, but I have nothing to give you." Shui Rui chuckled and pulled the quilt over her shoulders. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You've given me the best." He was not only referring to the fallen red, but the fact that she had wholeheartedly given him her body, which was the most precious thing. Before dawn, Jean Ku had already set up the carriage. He checked the water pouch and dry food before letting Zhao Xiaozhu help Yunhua out. Shui Rui stood outside Yushu's room for a long time. Jean Ku couldn't stand it anymore. He walked behind him and patted his shoulder. He whispered, "Why don't we leave later? You should at least say goodbye to Miss You." Shui Rui took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He cleared his heart of reluctance and turned around. "No need. Let's go." After Yunhua and the others left, Yushu stayed in the inn alone for 2 days. She waited until the snow melted and the sky cleared up. She hired a mule cart in town to send her to a nearby county town. She found an escort agency and rode on the carriage that carried the escort back to the capital. It had just passed the 15th Lantern Festival. Anling City was decorated with festive lanterns and streamers. The spirit of the new year had yet to fade. After entering the city, Yushu quietly left the escort team. She didn't return to the estate dejectedly. Instead, she first went to the Namlin timber shop and met Shui Rui's confidant, Gueda. When Guade saw the purple jade bat in her hand, he didn't say anything and invited her upstairs. He served her hot tea and hot water and called a young maidservant to help her freshen up and change into a clean set of clothes. After Yushu finished tidying up and rested for a while, she told Guade about Shui Rui's whereabouts. Brother Shui and his biological father left the capital. In order to avoid the imperial court's assassination order, they went to another place to take refuge. Before he left, he entrusted his business in the capital to me and asked me to find you to take care of it. Because Yushu had the purple jade bat in her hand, Guade didn't doubt her words. He only asked worriedly, "Then isn't my young master in danger now?" Hearing this, Yushu felt that this old servant was indeed loyal. She comforted him, "Don't worry. He went to a very safe place, but he won't be back for a while." She paused and asked Guade, "In the days that we left the capital, were there any unusual movements in the capital?" She and Shui Rui had both disappeared for 7 or 8 days. The Tidian would definitely think of a way to cover up for them. Her family was easy to fool, but it couldn't be hidden from the Shui family. She was afraid that the Tidian and Prime Minister Shui had already shed all pretense of cordiality. Guade's expression wasn't good. He told the truth. Young master disappeared on the 10th night of the new year. The next day, the Prime Minister of the Fu sent someone to Ning Wang Fu to ask for young master. He said that someone saw Ning Wang's bodyguards take young master away. Yushu frowned. Shui Lingnan was astute. How could he not know why Shui Rui disappeared? Just as Shui Rui expected, Shui Lingnan sensed that Shui Rui's identity was exposed. He didn't wait for the Tidian to make things difficult for him and made a preemptive move. Then what happened? Guade inquired clearly. Ning Wang was still imprisoned by the Minister of Justice. The Wang Fu was in a mess and couldn't hand over the person. The Prime Minister went to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for him. Of course, Ning Wang couldn't hand over the person. This gave Shui Lingnan an excuse to act up. He grabbed Ning Wang and wanted to go with him to Huajin Garden to see the Emperor. At this time, the Tidian could only come forward to stop them. He announced that the Emperor was recuperating and wouldn't see foreign officials. Chapter 770. The Qing Emperor had been ill from before the year to after. It was said that he had gone to Huajin Garden to recuperate, but anyone with a clear mind could see that the Emperor was not going to last much longer. Many people had been uneasy when Ning Wang was in charge of the country. They were afraid that Emperor Zhao Qing would suddenly die and Ning Wang would naturally become the next emperor. Thus, when the great advisor announced that Ning Wang would be in charge of the country, there were many objections. Who would have thought that Ning Wang would be exposed as having something to do with the 10th princess's sudden death? He was charged with murdering his own brother. After a few days of glory, he stumbled and lost the throne that had been at his fingertips. Thus, there was a situation of a group of dragons without a head in court. The remaining princes were restless, and a fight between factions was on the verge of breaking out. At this critical juncture, it was revealed that the eldest son of the Shui family had been captured by the people of Ning Wang Fu. Shui Lingnan went to the Directorate of Astronomy to ask for Ning Wang, but failed. He wanted to drag Ning Wang to see the Emperor, but was stopped by the Grand Advisor who said, "The Emperor will not see foreign officials while he is recuperating." This time, it was like poking a hornet's nest. The country could not go a day without a ruler. Since the Emperor did not care, then they should quickly appoint a crown prince. The calls for a neutral crown prince in court grew louder by the day. As the assistant ministers appointed by Emperor Zhao Qing before he left the capital, the great advisor, Prime Minister Yin, and Duke Jing's manners were almost trampled to the point of breaking. The great advisor, who had veto power over the appointment of the crown prince, was in a terrible fix by people and could not put up with it. One afternoon, Zhu Muzhao had just persuaded a few old officials who had come with him to leave when he heard a servant report that a spy had seen Yushu return to the manor. Zhu Muzhao's brows relaxed. He smiled at Ren Qiming, who was sitting below him. Fortunately, she didn't make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me. Ren Qiming rose to pour more tea for him. Since she's back, let's arrange the marriage as soon as possible. If we delay any longer, Who knows what trouble it will cause? That's right. Zhu Muzhao turned and sent someone to invite Yu Shu over for a chat. When Yu Shu returned to the mansion on Baochong Street, she found out that the night before she disappeared, Madame Tiao sent someone to deliver a letter. Her family only thought that she went on a business trip. When she came back, Zhao Hui complained, "You are so tired as a female official. You can't have a peaceful New Year." Yu Shu didn't explain. Zhao Hui felt sorry for her, so she didn't ask more. She prepared food and drinks for her and asked her to go back to her room to lie down. After 1556, He Fangji's clinic reopened. Yu Xiaoxiu followed him to learn how to fill prescriptions during the day. After a while, when he heard that Yu Shu was back, he couldn't sit still. He asked for leave from He Fangji and ran home. Yu Shu's room was on fire. She just came out of the bath. Wearing a thin, cotton-padded jacket, she lay on the Luohan couch and thought about things with her eyes half closed. And Bei Kuei stood quietly behind her and dried her hair. When Yu Xiaoxiu arrived outside, a maidservant who was guarding the door reported, "Miss, the young master is here." "Xiaoxiu, come in." Yu Shu changed her expression and smiled at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had just entered the door. She pointed to the chair next to her and asked him to sit down. Yu Xiaoxiu had been studying medicine these days and knew a little. Seeing that Yu Shu didn't look well, he knew that she didn't have a good rest in the past few days when she was away from home. She looked a little exhausted. "Sister, I think you're tired this time. Rest at home for a few days. Let Godfather write a prescription for you. I will make medicine for you." Yu Shu shook her head and said, "There is no need to drink medicine if I am not sick. My body is good. I will be fine after a few days of rest." Yu Xiaoxiu pursed his lips and said, "Don't try to coax me. Godfather said that because we are young, we need to pay special attention to taking care of our bodies. Otherwise, when we get older, we will have a body full of illnesses that can't be cured. Especially you women, you can't bear to be tired. If you don't listen to me now, you will regret it in the future." Yu Shu stretched out her hand and poked his forehead. "You have only learned medicine for a few days, and you are already lecturing me. You know that I don't have the patience to drink medicine. Later on, eat a few good meals and make up for it." When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't listen to his advice, he dejectedly drooped his head. He thought that in the end, it was because he was young and unreliable, and because he hadn't studied medicine yet, that Yu Shu didn't take his words seriously. He decided that one day, he would become a godly doctor like his grandmaster and make his sister listen to him. The siblings chatted for a while, and someone came outside to report that it was the Celestial Commissioner. He said that the Commissioner was looking for her. Yu Shu's face became gloomy. She knew why the Commissioner was looking for her in such a hurry, but she couldn't disobey. Seeing this, Yu Xiaoxiu worriedly asked, "Sister, what happened?" Yu Shu shook her head and sat up. "I have to go out for a while. You guys eat dinner first, don't wait for me." After saying that, she asked Bei Kuei to go into the room and take out Kim Bao from the bamboo cage. The little thing accompanied her to escape from death, but this time, it didn't show its magic at the critical moment. At least it didn't get lost on the way to escape. She gave it to Yu Xiaoxiu and sent him away. Then, she combed her hair and changed her clothes. She sat in front of the dressing table and asked the maid to light the lamp. She put a thin layer of powder on her face, brushed a little rouge on her cheekbones, and put some lipstick on her lips to make her look better. Yu Xiaoxiu's words reminded her. Even he could see that she didn't have enough blood in Qi, let alone the Commissioner who was proficient in all kinds of disguise techniques. If he found out that she was no longer a virgin, she might not be able to live for 3 months. After dressing up, Yu Shu carefully looked at herself in the mirror. After confirming that there were no flaws in her face, she changed into the regular clothes of a female imperial official and went out with only Kuei-zi. Seeing the Commissioner again, Yu Shu's mood was like a pot of hot oil. It looked calm on the surface, but as long as a drop of water fell into it, it would explode with a crackling sound. Zhu Muzhao first looked at her for a while. Because she was wearing the 7 stars ring, he didn't see anything wrong. He smiled and said, "Since you know that you are back, you must have agreed to the marriage with Jing Chun, right?" Yu Shu sarcastically raised the corner of her mouth. "What can I do if I don't agree? My family has more than a dozen lives. I'm afraid that if you don't agree, they will all be gone. More than a decade ago, when he just became the commissioner of the Celestial Commissioner, he dared to kill Shuizhou, who was the legitimate head of the Prime Minister's mansion, let alone her family. Zhu Muzhao didn't care about her bad attitude. He even comforted her. As long as you know your place, I can guarantee that your family will enjoy endless wealth. Hearing his promise, Yushu did not feel happy at all. She kept a straight face and said in a lukewarm tone, I agree to marry Jingchun, but the 3 letters and 6 rights must be accepted for good luck. Not a single one of them can be omitted. If I want to marry in a grand manner. Don't worry, Jingchun is the Daozi of Da and a relative of the emperor. He won't let you suffer any grievances in the marriage. As long as Zhu Muzhao was willing to agree, everything was negotiable. Moreover, the great bone of destiny was an object of creation. Yushu and Jingchun had to formally become husband and wife and add a stroke on the book of marriage. Only then could it be conceived. Hearing this, Yushu knew that he already had a plan in mind. She asked, Has the wedding date been set? Zhu Muzhao said, Your 8 characters were personally chosen by me. It is a match made in heaven, a good marriage with many children and grandchildren. The wedding date will be on the 6th of the 3rd month. What do you think? Yushu sneered in her heart. Her 8 characters did not match her fate. How could he lie with his eyes open? Many children and grandchildren? In her opinion, it was more like having no descendants. Let's do it. She cleverly didn't immediately propose to postpone the wedding date. She was too impatient, and the great Tiao saw that her goal was to postpone the wedding and had no intention of getting married. There was still more than a month until the 6th of the 3rd month. It was much better than what she had expected. After discussing the wedding, Yushu boldly asked him a question. You have the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens, but it will take at least a year for the Great Bone of Destiny to appear. If something happens to the Emperor during this time, what will you do? The Emperor and the Great Tiao both insisted on using the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens to choose a successor, so they were slow to appoint a crown prince. However, Emperor Zhao Qing's body was getting worse. It was a problem whether he could live to see the Great Bone of Destiny appear. Zhu Muzhao was calm and composed. Looking at Yushu's youthful face, he surprisingly confessed, There is no harm in telling you. His Majesty said that if he can't wait until then, I will support a prince to ascend the throne. When the Great Bone of Destiny is in my hands, I will ask about this matter. If I choose the right person, it will naturally save a lot of trouble. If not, he only said this before stopping. Yushu could imagine what he was going to say next. She was shocked and felt that Emperor Zhao Qing and the Great Tiao were both crazy to make such a decision. How could the ruler of a country be changed so easily? Crazy, simply crazy. Yushu panicked and said, You are telling me such a big thing. Aren't you afraid that I will leak it? You already know too much. It is not a big deal. Zhu Muzhao looked as if he was very confident about her. Yushu pursed her lips, bowed to him, and retreated. Zhu Muzhao did not stop her. He watched her leave coldly. Then he sent someone to the princess's residence to inform Jingchun. Yushu left the Celestial Commissioner with a heavy heart. On the way home, she suddenly understood one thing. Yunhua's insistence on destroying the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens was not only because she obeyed her master's orders, but also because she wanted to take revenge and vent her anger. The existence of the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens allowed the Celestial Commissioner to be ranked above the 6 ministries. The power in the Great Tiao's hands was superior to the civil and military officials. Even the imperial power was restricted by it. Even the power to appoint a crown prince was lost. This was a kind of abnormality. Imagine, after the previous emperors ascended the throne and found out the truth of their succession, would they be willing to be manipulated by the Celestial Commissioner? Yushu felt that they must be unwilling, but no matter how unwilling they were, what could they do? This kind of abnormality had been going on for hundreds of years. Why didn't any of the emperors protest? Presumably, they had no choice, because removing the Great Tiao was equivalent to denying the legitimacy of their succession to the throne. Therefore, These emperors who were elected by the book of Mystery Woman's 6 Wrens had no choice but to submit. And with such amazing power, the Celestial Commissioner promoted the E-School, supported the aristocratic families, and colluded with their interests. Gradually, she gained an unshakable position. Therefore, the emperors became more and more unable to act independently. One day, they would become puppets. Chapter 771. Catching Insects. Yushu decided to visit Jing Chen yesterday. The next afternoon, she left the Chamber of Commerce and went directly to the plum forest in the east of the city. The plum forest was between Wanxiang Street and Changmenpu Street, so it was not a long walk. The plum flowers on the riverbank had already withered, and the trees were bearing small yellow-green fruits, which was very pleasing. Because in April, most people went to admire the apricots, and the plum flowers were neglected, so there were not many people on the riverbank. Yushu walked around the forest twice, but did not see Jing Chun. She secretly guessed that he had left, and could not help but feel a little disappointed. It was not easy to get to know such a powerful Taoist, but before she could find out anything about Longhu Mountain, he disappeared, and he did not even say goodbye. She regretted it so much. Yushu swung a branch that she had picked up from the ground in frustration. She lowered her head and walked back from the bridge. She didn't notice a white shadow flitting across the river. A few dragonflies skimmed over the water and disappeared into the forest behind her from the other side of the river. Little Yushu's footsteps staggered, and the wind blew over. She thought she was hallucinating, so she turned her head and saw an elegant white figure standing at the end of the bridge that she had just walked past. He was looking at her with his arms folded. Who else could it be but Jing Chun? Yushu was happy, and threw away the branch and trotted over. Hero Jing Chun, who didn't leave? Jing Chun shook his head. I haven't finished my business, so I can't leave. Did you come to find me? Yushu nodded. Yes, I came to see you. She added in her heart, to see if you were hungry. Jing Chen's brows furrowed, then relaxed. He smiled faintly, weakening the spring breeze on the river. Why does a man like him have such a beautiful smile? Yushu complained in her heart, but she also grinned at him. Her eyes wandered around his body and then stopped. If she remembered correctly, she saw him a few times a month ago. He was wearing the same white robe, and he was still wearing the same robe. Other than the color being a little gray, there was nothing different about it. Don't tell me he hasn't changed his clothes for so long. These are my sex Taoist robes. I have 3, but they're all dirty. Hearing Jing Chen's serious answer, Yushu was embarrassed to realize that she had just asked the last sentence in her heart. She hurriedly pretended to be stupid and tried to make up for it. You still have clothes. I've never seen you carry a bag, so I thought you Taoist priests don't need to change clothes. Jing Chun said, there are servants at the mountain gate who wash the clothes. They have to be changed every other day. But it's inconvenient to go out, so I can only make do. He was a clean person, but he had no choice but to change his clothes when he was outside. Every night, he could only go to the river outside the city and soak his body in cold water so that he wouldn't get dusty. Yushu could hear the hidden helplessness in his words, so she blurted out, why don't I help you wash them? After saying that, she wanted to slap him. How could a girl propose to wash a man's clothes, even if he was a Taoist priest? She could only look at Jing Chun, waiting for him to refuse. All right, follow me. Jing Chun turned around. He walked into the forest, so he missed Yushu's stiff expression. It turned out that a hero was also a human, and a Taoist priest was not an immortal. Jing Chun flew up and took a bag from the tree. He took out 3 gray robes and gave them to Yushu, saying, thank you. Yushu laughed dryly and took them. This time, she was not in the mood to yell at his qigong, so she rolled the 2 robes in her hands. Fortunately, although the clothes were gray, they didn't have a strange smell. Otherwise, she was afraid that her face would turn black. Then I'll bring them back when I'm done washing them. Well, no hurry. Jing Chun looked down at himself. I can still wear this for a few days. Yushu looked up and down, and her eyes fell on his slightly damp boots. She didn't want to continue this topic, afraid that she would be the first to take his shoes back to wash. So she changed the topic. Ah, have you eaten today? Jing Chun turned to look at the dusk sky and said, "Not yet." Yu Shu said, "Do you still have the money for the bead last time?" Jing Chun shook his head, took out an empty money bag from his sleeve, and squeezed it no. Sure enough, she couldn't put too much hope on this little white guy. He was just wearing a layer of hero's skin, so he didn't eat anything. 20 taels of silver would be gone in a month. If it wasn't for his luck that saved her, he would have starved to death sooner or later. "Do you still have the bead?" Yu Shu asked. If not, she still had 2 taels of silver on her. She could lend it to him first. When Jing Chun heard this, he thought for a moment, then reached behind his back and pulled out the sword with a schwa sound. The green light was piercingly cold, and Yu Shu was so shocked that she took a step back before she could stabilize her footing. She stood with 1 foot forward and 1 foot back, staring at the sword as if she was facing a great enemy. It was not that she was timid, but that she cherished her life too much. Now that she had been reborn, anything that could threaten her life would make her feel uncomfortable all over. Jing Chen's eyes slid over her body, and he lowered his head with a silent smile. He spun the sword in his hand, half a circle, and the blade pointed towards himself. The security alarm was lifted, and Yu Shu stood up straight. She watched as Jing Chen's fingers nimbly untied a sword tassel hanging from the hilt of the sword. She didn't notice it before, but looking again today, Jing Chen's long sword with a black hilt and golden scabbard had an oblate carved jade pendant hanging on it. "I'll have to trouble you to make a trip for me." He wanted her to exchange it for money. Yu Shu took the sword tassel and turned it over and over to look at the jade pendant hanging in the middle. She knew it was unusual, so she hesitated and said, "Such a precious thing, it would be a pity to pawn it." "It's okay." Jing Chen's tone was light, as if it was not a piece of jade, but a stone. Yu Shu suggested, "Why not make it a living contract and redeem it when you have money in the future?" Jing Chen was puzzled. "What is a living contract?" Yu Shu patiently explained. "The place where people exchange things for money is called a pawn shop. Pawn things are divided into a living contract and a dead contract. A living contract is less money, but you can redeem it with money in the future. A dead contract is more money, but if the thing is pawned, the boss can sell it to someone else. Even if you have money in the future, you may not be able to find it." Jing Chan was very interested in worldly affairs, so he listened to her carefully and then said, "It doesn't matter. You can do as you see fit." This person really knew how to be lazy and save trouble. Yu Shu cursed silently. Then let him be a living deed. This piece of jade seemed to be worth a lot of money, and there would be a lot of living deeds. It would be enough for him to use for another month or 2. Yu Shu did not pay attention to the person in front of her, as she thought. Jing Chun quietly looked at her for a while, and suddenly said, "Do you still have the yellow frost stone that I gave you last time?" Yes. If you have nothing to do, rub it on your palm a few times." "Oh, okay." Yu Shu nodded. She was holding a pile of dirty clothes, so she did not have the interest to ask Jing Chun about the scenery on Mount Longhu. She had nothing to say, and Jing Chun was not good at talking, so the atmosphere became cold. A cold wind blew. Yu Shu felt uncomfortable, so she had to say goodbye. "Then I will go back first." Jing Chun did not want to stay. "Go." Yu Shu turned around and walked for a while. When she got off the bridge, she suddenly remembered that Jing Chun had no money, so she had nowhere to eat dinner. She hurried back and wanted to give him the money she had left. But in the forest where he was just a moment ago, he was nowhere to be seen. She shouted a few times, but no one responded. She muttered a few words in confusion, and then hurried home after the sun went down. At night, the sky was clear. The master and the apprentice sat in a small courtyard and watched the stars. One was lying comfortably on a wrought tan chair, and the other was struggling to raise his head. See. Above the Big Dipper, the 7th star is called Pajuan. It is said that when King Zhou of the Shang dynasty died, this star became dark. It is a big killing star, responsible for the lives of husband and wife, children, and servants. It is the same as the 7 murders and the greedy wolf stars. On the contrary, if it is in the middle of the day, you will be promoted. If it is a woman's life, it will bring prosperity to the husband and children. Qing Zheng did not speak fast, so Yushu listened carefully. She would ask him again if she missed something, so she did not deliberately write it down on paper. Moreover, the night sky was very beautiful, and the silver lake was full of stars. The posture was charming, as if there was a charming beauty in front of him. How could he be distracted? Everything is related to the stars. In the world, there are few people who are accompanied by the stars, and they will have great achievements in the future. Qing Zheng patted his knee and glanced at Yushu, who was rubbing her neck, and said, "For example, the fourth miss of the Ji family. It is said that when she was born, the sky was full of stars, and the summer cicadas were silent." The whole Yang city was shocked. Until now, more than 11 years have passed. She is indeed outstanding and extraordinary. When Yushu heard the title of the fourth miss of the Ji family, her ears twitched. She asked curiously, "Shifu, have you seen her?" Qing Zheng said, "A few years ago, when I was in and out of the Ji family, I stayed in the Jingshi Hall. The Ji family wanted me to give pointers to the Xingxuan girl, so I deliberately took advantage of one of her mistakes and punished her to come to the Jingshi Hall to reflect. I saw that her aptitude was excellent, so I gave her pointers for a period of time. She did well and passed the Great Yin examination next year." When he mentioned it, Yushu suddenly remembered that when she had just met Qing Zheng, this old man had said Xingxuan girl several times. In other words, he was disdainful of her inferiority. Come to think of it, this GC was one of the main culprits who harmed her life. A jade pendant killed a person. With such a preconceived notion, based on the principle of narrow-mindedness, how could Yushu have any good impression of this outstanding Xingxuan girl that Qing Zheng spoke of? But Qing Zheng didn't agree with her. He sighed again. Xingxuan girl is smart, gentle, and considerate. She is intelligent and perceptive, and she often buys wine to show her filial piety to your Shifu. If it weren't for your Shifu picking on you, how could I have accepted a disobedient, stinky girl like you? Yushu used all her strength to roll her eyes, but her face didn't turn black. She was already an adult, so how could she not understand that the old man was deliberately making fun of her? Didn't she just pluck a few strands of his beard the day before yesterday? 2 nights later, he was still holding a grudge, calling him stingy and refusing to admit it. Only she could get along with him. A stingy Shifu and a narrow-minded disciple. Was there anything more compatible than this? Alas! Hearing his heavy sigh, Yushu held back her laughter. In order to satisfy his vanity, she had to pretend to be jealous and said, "Don't sigh. It's just some wine. In the future, when I become rich, I will make a wine pool for you and let you swim in it." Didn't you just talk about King Zhou? That guy has a wine pool, and he also has a meat forest. Do you want it? The small courtyard was quiet for a moment, and then a curse burst out, mixed with a few muffled laughs. The stars in the sky looked down at the master and disciple bickering on the ground, blinking happily. Chapter 772. On the second morning after Yushu returned to the capital, Jing Chun came looking for her. She didn't have to go to the Imperial Astronomer's office to take attendance for 2 days. She didn't go anywhere but stayed at home, waiting for Jing Chun to come because she owed him an explanation. In less than 10 days, Jing Chun had actually lost a lot of weight. It was as if he was seriously ill. Even the slightly thicker clothes on his body could not hold him up. Yushu felt guilty. After the two of them met, she kindly led him to the small study room in the north wing and closed the door to talk. As soon as Jing Chun sat down, he lowered his voice and asked her, "Did my father and Shui Rue escape?" When she heard him ask this question, Yushu knew that he was more concerned about Yunhua and Shui Rue than he was about his resentment. So, she told him with certainty, they have already escaped far away. Even if Shui Rue sent people to chase after them, they would not be able to catch up with them. Shui Rue, is he really my elder brother? Jing Chen's words were cryptic. He was hesitant, but he did not question it. It was obvious that he did not find it difficult to accept this fact. Yunhua ran away with Shui Rue, leaving behind this mess. Yushu had to clean it up for her. She had no choice but to bite the bullet and tell him the truth. When Yunhua went to the capital to take the imperial examination, there was already a first wife, Han, in my hometown. Brother Shui is Madame Han's son. He is 1 year older than you. Because Yunhua was attacked in the capital, mother and son were chased after. Madame Han was unfortunately killed. Brother Shui was lucky to escape and was saved by Uncle Shui, who was sent to Suzhou to be an official. In order to deceive people, he raised him as his own son. She took a breath and did not want the two brothers to be enemies, so she exonerated Shui Rui. Brother Shui and I only learned that he and Yunhua are father and son not long ago. It is our fault to hide such a big thing from you. Brother Shui originally planned to tell you personally after we destroyed the book of Mystery Fairy's 6 Rens. However, the plan could not keep up with the changes. We were all deceived by Yunhua. We did not expect that Shui Rui had already found out his identity, forcing them to flee in a hurry. They did not have time to tell you the truth. After listening to the cause and effect, Jing Chun slowly furrowed his eyebrows and said self-deprecatingly, "It turns out that my father not only let my mother down. Yushu opened her mouth and wanted to defend Yunhua, but she found that she had nothing to say. Although it was Princess Liyue who snatched his love away, and Yunhua was forced to be a heartless man, this did not mean that he was not wrong. After all, in the beginning, he knew that Princess Liyue disguised herself as a man to get close to him, but he did not keep a distance from her. In the end, it led to an ill-fated relationship. Jing Chun was indeed a little disappointed in Yunhua, but his temperament was indifferent. Whether he was happy or angry would not last long. Now that he knew the truth, the knot in his heart was solved, and he was no longer entangled in this. Moreover, he was more concerned about another matter at the moment. "Tell me, Shui Rui, you promised to marry me. Is it true?" Yushu nodded and said, "Yes, I promised him." Jing Chun did not feel surprised at all. Instead, he showed a bitter smile and said with slight bitterness, "The person you once said is Brother Shui, right? I can see that he has deep feelings for you. No wonder you are willing to entrust your life to him." In Rising Cloud Temple, when Shui Rui and Yunhua were at loggerheads, Shui Rui personally said that he wanted to live and die together with Yushu. At that time, Jing Chun realized that the two of them were not just siblings. This time, Yushu did not think of continuing to hide it from him. After he pointed it out, she admitted it calmly. "Yes, the person I was talking about is him." "Then why did you come back?" Jing Chun still had a glimmer of hope, so he asked cautiously. Yushu sighed secretly. She got up and walked to the window. With her back facing him, she said resolutely, "I came back because my family is here. I can't leave them alone. I promised Shui Rui to marry you because I had no other choice, not because I changed my mind and wanted to marry you. Jing Chun, I still say the same thing. You should give up. Don't end up like Princess Liyue." Her experience was so similar to Yunhua's. She was also forced to marry someone else. At this time, she could understand what Yunhua said about having no other choice. However, she did not want Jing Chun to follow in Princess Liyue's footsteps. He could not get what he wanted and would hate it for the rest of his life. Jing Chun was gloomy. Looking at her back, he sat for a while and then left. Not long after he left, someone came to the door. It was Prime Minister Shui, who sent someone to invite Yu Shu to the mansion for questioning. Yu Shu was a little hesitant about whether to see Shui Lingnan or not. On one hand, she suspected that Shui Lingnan was the traitor who wanted to kill the Lifebreaker. She did not want to contact him in private. On the other hand, she felt that she should give an explanation to the Shui family for Shui Rui's disappearance. At least, she should let them know that Shui Rui was safe. She thought about it. She could hide for the first time, but she could not hide forever. So, she packed up and went to the Shui mansion. Thinking about it, Yushu had seen Shui Lingnan several times. No matter if it was at court or at the Land and Water Conference, she did not feel as uncomfortable as when she faced him. When she came in, Shui Lingnan politely let her sit down. Then he picked up the teacup and examined her without concealment. His eyes were steady and carried a bit of sharpness. At first, she could still force herself to be calm. Gradually, she felt uncomfortable, as if she had become a criminal and was being tried in court. This old man does not want to beat around the bush with you. Tell me the truth. Where is Changbai now? Yushu took a breath and said tentatively, Didn't you say that he was captured by Ning Wang's people? You know it in your heart. Why ask me? When Xue Lingnan found out that Xue Rui had disappeared, the first thing he did was put the blame on Ning Wang. He used this matter to make a big fuss and incite people's hearts in order to force the emperor to appoint a crown prince so that he could support Liu Tan to take the throne. How much weight did Xue Rui's life and safety matter at his heart? Xue Lingnan was dissatisfied with her ambiguous answer. His face instantly darkened. The Xue family raised him for 20 years. It's better to raise a dog. Hearing this, Yushu knew that he didn't have much affection for Xue Rui. She didn't pretend to be obedient and retorted. Even if you raise a dog, you can't just throw it away. The owner has to shed a few tears. If they don't feel sad, then that person is not even comparable to a dog. The father and son of the Xue family had also raised Xue Rui. Xue Rui's chivalrous heart made people respect him, but Xue Lingnan's coercion made people's hearts turn cold. She didn't have a good impression of Xue Lingnan. Based on his raising a dog attitude towards Xue Rui, there was no need for her to tell him that she was safe and sound. Xue Lingnan had never been talked back to like this by Junior. His eyes became more and more gloomy as he looked at her. He didn't show any anger. You're too arrogant. Do you think that I can't touch you just because you have a backer? Xue Rui's disappearance is related to you. If you don't tell me everything, don't think about leaving here. Yushu had always been amenable to coaxing, but not coercion. She sneered and said, What backer can I have? My backer is myself. If I was afraid of you, I wouldn't have dared to come here today. If you want to punish me, it's useless no matter what I say. That night at the Ascending Cloud Temple, the Grand Tipping Monk had put on such a grand show, so Xue Lingnan must have known that something had happened. He was as cunning as the Grand Tipping Monk. It would be a lie to say that he was concerned about Xue Rui's whereabouts, but the truth was that he wanted to pry information from her. No matter what he wanted to find out, she wouldn't say a word. Xue Lingnan frowned. He probably didn't expect Yushu to have such a bad temper. He couldn't bluff her, and he couldn't put down his face to say soft words. He gave up and warned her with a stern face. Looking at your expression, that unfilial son must be safe and sound. I'll say this first. In the future, no matter who asks about his whereabouts, you must say that you don't know. If I hear that you make irresponsible remarks to others, I won't forgive you. After saying this, he flicked his sleeves and silently asked her to leave. Yushu was eager to leave. She hastily bowed to him to show her etiquette, lifted the corner of her skirt, and stepped out of the door. When she reached the corridor outside the study, a servant came to greet her and led her out of the courtyard. After walking for a while to the west, the garden was in front of them. Yushu suddenly stopped and asked, Is Third Miss in the mansion now? The servant didn't understand, so he nodded honestly. However, he saw Yushu turn a corner and walk into the garden. He hurriedly followed to stop her. Miss, you're wrong. The gate should go this way. Yushu continued to walk forward and said with a smile, Since you're here, you can visit your young miss on the way. You should quickly go and inform her. The Xue family was very strict with rules. They had never encountered such a random guest. They couldn't stop her, so they could only run faster to inform her. On Xue Rui's birthday, Yushu had strolled in the garden of the Prime Minister's estate, so she knew how to get to younger sister Xue's courtyard. She didn't need anyone to lead the way and found the place after a few turns. This was the real reason why she came to the Xue family today. At this time, Xue Jinxuan was drawing needlework in the room. She had just heard a servant running to report that Miss Yu was coming to visit her. Before the chief maidservant in her room could ask carefully, she heard a hearty voice coming from outside the courtyard. Is younger sister Jinxuan here? I'm here to see you. When Xue Jinxuan heard that it was Yushu, she hurriedly put down the needle and thread in her hand. She swept away her usual gentle appearance and trotted out. Seeing the figure standing at the door of the courtyard, she was very surprised. Yushu called her again, and she hurriedly asked the old maid guarding the door to let her in. You, older sister Yui, why are you here? Xue Jinxuan stuttered when she was nervous. Yushu naturally held Chun-Shi's hand and sized her up. Yet when she saw Chun-Shi's expression was normal and didn't seem to be sad, she guessed that Chun-Shi hadn't heard of Shui Rui's disappearance. So she said with a smile, "I came to see you on the way. Come, let's go in and talk." She turned from guest to host and pulled her into the room. Shui Jinxuan lived in a corner of the Prime Minister's estate. Since the 10th princess died of illness 3 years ago, she had been neglected. No one came to see her all year round. Shui Ling and had probably given up on this granddaughter a long time ago. She heard that Shui Jinxuan's mother was suffering from mental illness and was sometimes good and sometimes bad. In this large Prime Minister's estate, she could only rely on Shui Rui to survive. Not long ago, the truth of the case of Prince Ning killing the 10th princess came to light. Although Shui Jinxuan's innocence was cleared, it couldn't make up for the harm she had suffered. Her intelligence might forever stay at the stage of a child. Shui Jinxuan was very happy to see Yushu, but she didn't know how to express it. She took out the pouches and handkerchiefs she had embroidered these days and showed them to her. Yushu didn't know how to do needlework, so she just picked up each one and looked at it. After praising her, Shui Jinxuan's face quickly turned red. She stuttered as she held up the best embroidered pouch and said, For Jie. Yushu thanked her and tied it around her waist on the spot. Seeing Shui Jinxuan's smiling face, she felt a little better. Sitting down next to her, she held her little hand and said in a soft voice, "Your brother hasn't come to see you these days. Do you miss him?" Shui Jinxuan nodded and said obediently, "Brother has business and doesn't have time to come see me." "I understand." Yushu's eyes darkened. She put an arm around her shoulder and pretended to be relaxed. "Yes, he has gone to do business and may not come back for a long time. If you miss him, you can't cry." Shui Jinxuan asked in confusion. "Then when will he come back?" "I don't know, but he will definitely come back. Let's wait for him together, okay?" "Okay then." Shui Jinxuan didn't realize that Shui Rui had left. She simply remembered the agreement between Yushu and her. In the future, if someone told her that Shui Rui was missing, she would stubbornly believe that he would come back. Before Yushu left, she avoided Shui Jinxuan and called the head maidservant in her room to one side. She warned her sternly, "Your eldest young master and I are sworn brothers and sisters. I treat your young miss as my own sister. You have to serve her well, and there will be benefits for you. If something happens to her later, you must send a letter to the Yu residence on Baochang Street." In order to prevent this maidservant from messing things up, she didn't mention Shui Rui. She gave her a banknote and coaxed her. Only then did she leave with peace of mind. She wasn't afraid that this maidservant would turn around and run back to Shui Lingnan to imitate her. Later, when the news of Yushu trespassing into the backyard to see Shui Jinxuan reached Shui Lingnan's ears, she had already disappeared. The great tutor acted quickly. A few days after Yushu agreed to the marriage, a noble madam of the imperial family came with a matchmaker to propose marriage. Jing Qin's birth mother, Princess Liue, was the beloved daughter of the late emperor. He himself was a relative of the emperor and was valued by the current emperor as an official. If Emperor Zhaoqing hadn't moved to Huajin Garden to recuperate, this marriage would have been arranged by the emperor himself. The noble madam of the imperial family was above the 3rd rank and couldn't be easily ordered around. The fact that she was willing to lower herself and come to the Yu residence to propose marriage was enough to give Yushu face. It could be seen that the great tutor didn't do it perfunctorily. When Zhao Hui heard that someone had come to propose marriage, she panicked and didn't know what to do. Yushu, who was sitting next to her, was calm and didn't seem surprised at all. She first ordered the maidservants to invite the guests to the inner courtyard, and then turned to Zhao Hui and said, "I agreed to this marriage. You also know that person, it's Jing Chen." Zhao Hui felt as if a muffled thunder had hit her. Dizzily, she grabbed her arm and said incoherently, "Why did you only tell me about such a big thing? I didn't even prepare for it, and you agreed, just like that? Have you thought it through? Do you really want to marry that young Master Jing?" Yushu supported her and faintly smiled. She avoided the topic and focused on the trivial. Men and women should get married when they're of age. After the new year, I'll be 18. If I don't get married, I'll be an old lady. Didn't you already prepare my dowry? But, Zhao Hui didn't know what she wanted to say. Looking at Yu Shu's smiling face, she felt that something was wrong. Before she could figure it out, she was urged by Yu Shu to go into the room to change her clothes. Since someone has come to propose marriage, it's not convenient for me to show myself. Mother, go see the matchmaker. You only need to agree to the marriage. Everything else will be handled according to the rules. Zhao Hui was forced to sit in front of the royal madam. She had long forgotten her previous doubts and only focused on dealing with the groom's family. The matchmaker had a glib tongue. He first praised Yu Shu and Jing Chun before mentioning the marriage. Although Yu Shu had agreed, Zhao Hui refused to be careless. She forced herself to ask all the questions she needed to ask. The royal madam didn't look down on her, a common woman, nor did she care that she was the groom's godmother. She spoke to her in a friendly manner, with an attitude that as long as Yu Shu was willing to marry, everything could be discussed. This made Zhao Hui feel more at ease. She took out Yu Shu's Gongxian 8 characters and exchanged it with the groom's family. This was considered as an official marriage. In the evening, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back. They heard from Zhao Hui about Yu Shu's marriage. They were very surprised. He Fangji was fine. After all, he knew Jing Chun, so it wasn't difficult for him to accept it. However, Yu Xiaoxiu looked defeated. He turned around and ran to the north to ask Yu Shu for confirmation. Sister, you want to marry Brother Jing? Yu Shu was in the study, flipping through the account books sent by Nanlin Lumber Company yesterday. She raised her head to look at Yu Xiaoxiu, who had rushed in, and expressionlessly said, I'm going to marry him. What's there to be surprised about? Yu Xiaoxiu closed the door tightly and walked to her. He put his upper body on the desk and tiptoed closer to her. He lowered his voice and said, If you marry Brother Jing, what about Brother Shui? Yu Shu was stunned. She didn't expect him to say this. Yu Xiaoxiu saw that she didn't say anything. He scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. Sister, don't you like Brother Shui? I can see that he also likes you. Does he know that you're going to marry Brother Jing? Did the two of you quarrel? The rumor that Shui Rui had been kidnapped by Ning Wang had spread through the court. A child like Yu Xiaoxiu who didn't know the affairs of the world knew nothing about it. He hadn't heard that something had happened to Shui Rui, so he had such naive thoughts. Yu Shu smiled bitterly. She thought that she and Shui Rui had concealed their relationship well, and everyone thought that they were siblings. However, Yu Xiaoxiu, who was only half an adult, had seen through it with a single glance. How old are you to know what it means to like someone? She poked his forehead with her index finger and pushed him away. She lowered her head and continued to study the account books. Although Nanlin Lumber Shop wasn't eye-catching in Jing City, it made tens of thousands of taels every season. This was mainly because Shui Zhao had bought and rented a large piece of forest in the south. He didn't lack raw materials. Later, he handed it over to Shui Rui to manage. He didn't hesitate to hire a group of skilled craftsmen. Whether it was furniture, making, or civil construction, they could take care of everything. Jia, Yu Xiaoxiu called out a few times. Yu Shu didn't pay attention to him and deflated like a deflated ball. He didn't have the courage to pester her and left dejectedly. Yu Shu heard the sound of the door closing and sighed softly. Aunt Shui was the last person in the family to know about Yu Shu's marriage. She found out from Zhao Hui about Jing Chen's family background and character. She was overjoyed and didn't complain about Yu Shu acting on her own. She was happy that her daughter had climbed up a high branch and was going to be the emperor's niece-in-law. That night, she impatiently went to find Yu Shu and said, My good daughter, Zhenzhen has worked hard to find such a good son-in-law for me. That third son of Assistant Minister Yin's Fu is nothing. He's not even fit to carry my son-in-law's shoes. You didn't agree to his family at the beginning, so you had intentions. Mother has wronged you. Quickly tell Mother that young Master Jing is the emperor's nephew. How much betrothal gift should he give his wife? Are you going to move to the princess mansion to live in? I have to remind you that you have to leave the residence we are living in to Xiaoxiu in the future. You can't let an outsider take advantage of it. They had only just begun, and she was already calling him son-in-law. It was clear that she was extremely satisfied with this marriage. After the joint trial of the three courts, Aunt Shui clearly saw the evil of her former master, Zhorong's family. She understood Father Yu's good intentions in the past. She suddenly repented and finally settled down. She no longer opposed Yushu. However, a leopard can change its spots, but a leopard can't. Deep down, she was still a bitter and petty woman. Chapter 773. The day after the engagement, Yushu returned to the Celestial Commissioner to cancel her leave. She had been absent from work for more than 10 days. It was just in time for the new year, so no one suspected her whereabouts. After the new year, Kuan-Ling Bureau suddenly became idle. Most of the official marriage documents had been sent out by Yushu before the new year. The Kuan register stopped again and again, so there was nothing to do. When Shaoan saved money and finally bought a small courtyard with 2 entrances in the south of the city. When he saw Yushu, he told her the good news of moving. He could not repay Yushu for her support and could only do his best to work under her, hoping that in the future, he would be able to take his suffering mother out of the Wenxin family and live out the rest of her life. After Yushu sat down, he placed the hot tea that he had just brewed in a position where she could reach it. He took 2 steps back and said in a small voice, "This subordinate has something that I do not know if I should say." Yushu lifted the lid of the tea and raised her chin at him. She listened to him talk about the 13th day of the first month, when Shui Lingnan had run to the Celestial Commissioner to ask for her. He had been in the prison at the time and knew more than Gade. Yushu immediately straightened and let him recount the events in detail. It turned out that after Shui Rue disappeared, Shui Lingnan had insisted that it was Ning Wang Fu who had kidnapped Shui Rue. Ning Wang had not been convicted for the 10th princess case and had been detained by the Imperial Commissioner. Shui Lingnan had confidently found the great Tiandao to argue. In order to appease him, the great Tiandao had taken him to the Imperial Commissioner to confront Ning Wang. I know someone in the Imperial Commissioner and heard privately that Ning Wang and Shui Darren had quarreled that day. Ning Wang not only did not admit that he had sent people to kidnap Shui Darren, he angrily called Shui Darren a traitor and said that he wanted to drag Shui Darren with him to Huajin Garden to see the Emperor. This was different from what Guade had said. The one who wanted to see the Emperor was not Shui Lingnan, but Ning Wang. Ning Wang had killed the 10th princess. The evidence of his crime was clear. How could he have the face to see his emperor? He probably knew that Emperor Zhao Qing was beyond cure. If he didn't fight with all his might, he wouldn't have another chance. Since Yushu knew about this, she decided to support a puppet emperor and wait for the Tai Bone of Destiny to appear. Prince Ning was the first to be abandoned. The 9th prince, Lu Tan, who was backed by the Shui family, was also not considered. The remaining candidates were the 8th prince, Lu Du, and the 12th prince, Lu Chan. These 2 were equally mediocre, and their mother's family was not prominent. Even if they became the emperor, in the future, the Book of Mystery Woman's 6 Rens would predict that the emperor would be someone else, and it would be easy to overthrow them. How would the big clue point choose? Yushu pondered for a while and gave up trying to figure out the big point. In any case, she would rather die than let anyone take her child as a destiny grandbone. She also believed that Shui Rue would definitely have a way to stop her marriage with Jing Chun. Before that, she had to find something for herself to do. Wen Xiao and saw Yushu suddenly stand up and walk out with her cloak. He quickly went forward to roll up the curtain for her and asked, "Where are you going at this time?" Yushu turned back and smiled at him. "Previously, the big clue point gave me a task. I have completed it and am now going to ask for a reward." Wen Xiao and was more perceptive now. How could he not hear the hidden meaning in her words? However, he did not ask more. After sending her to the door, he turned back to study the notes he had obtained from Taisher Library. He always remembered Yushu's advice and did not waste his time. When Yushu arrived at Taishi Lu, the big clue point saw that she was amiable. Needless to say, he knew clearly about the matchmaker's proposal yesterday. Taking advantage of his good mood, she begged him. "You were also present at the joint hearing between the 3 courts. My family's ancestors can be said to be the inheritors of the Book of Changes. My grandfather's grandfather's grandfather used to be an official in the Celestial Commissioner. This matter can be verified by the Imperial Commissioner. My family has had 2 Book of Changes in 7 generations. It has been 100 years, and I am the Deputy Chief of the First Bureau. Logically speaking, my Yu family is qualified to be called the Book of Changes aristocratic family, right? The Grand Preceptor listened to her spouting a bunch of nonsense, finally boasting shamelessly about calling it an aristocratic family. He could only treat it as a joke and teased, "This seat has never heard of anyone who dares to carry the title of an aristocratic family. Why not? I can afford it," Yushu said calmly. The Titian raised his eyebrows and asked her, "Do you know that in order to be called an aristocratic family, apart from those rules and regulations, you must first offer a unique skill to the Celestial Commissioner, and then pay 100,000 taels of tax before you can exchange for an aristocratic family plaque? In other words, if you are willing to teach your unique skill to outsiders, do you have that much money?" Yushu had already made up her mind. She didn't feel the pinch as she said straightforwardly, "I can't offer the death-severing mystic art, but I have more than one secret art that I can offer. As for the 100,000 taels of silver, I'll just pool it from various places. As long as you say a good word for me and don't let the Imperial Commissioner make things difficult for me." This time, the Titian finally knew that she wasn't joking. She really wanted to be called an aristocratic family. He thought about it and couldn't refuse. After all, if she obediently returned to the capital and got engaged to Jing Chun, he would give her a stick. If she wanted a name, he would give her a name. If she wanted benefits, he would give her benefits. If she didn't have any desires, he would be worried. "Since you are begging me, I will make things convenient for you. I will inform the Imperial Commissioner. When you collect the money, you just need to report it. No one will make things difficult for you." The Titian gave Yushu a guarantee. She was sure that she wanted to be called an aristocratic family. However, Yushu didn't just want the title of an aristocratic family. She wanted to use this title to open the Great Exchange Shop. Shui Rue had already paved the way for her, so how could she waste his efforts? As soon as Yushu got home, she was called over by Zhao Hui to discuss her marriage. In Zhao Hui's view, if Yushu married into the princess's residence, she would undoubtedly marry into a noble family. It was necessary to prepare a generous dowry so that she wouldn't be looked down upon by outsiders. However, the problem was that Yushu was the head of the family. If she married away, would the family be divided? How would they be divided? Zhao Hui told her concerns to Yushu. Yushu said without thinking, "If we don't separate, why should we separate? Even if I get married in the future, I will still be the head of the Yu family." In the whole Yu family, there were only her and Yu Xiaoxiu. If she wanted to be called an aristocratic family, she must shoulder the burden of being the head of the family. There were precedents of female families in Dawn. Her move wasn't shocking, but it would at most cause criticism. Sure enough, Zhao Hui wasn't surprised after hearing it. She only worried about her. "You are so strong. What if young Master Jing Chun doesn't like it?" Yushu said indifferently, "If he doesn't like it, I will just break off the engagement." Zhao Hui was stunned. Break off the engagement." Seeing that her expression wasn't right, Yushu quickly laughed. "I am just joking. He won't be unhappy." Zhao Hui became suspicious. "Are you serious with me? Do you like this marriage or not? Why do I feel that you don't care about it all? If you don't like it, you should make it clear as soon as possible. Don't wait until it is too late to regret it." "How could I?" Yushu laughed dryly and stood up guiltily. "I'll have to trouble Mother to help you with the dowry. I'll go back and ask Indo to send the key to my storeroom over. You can take it or use it." After saying that, she hurriedly slipped away. Zhao Hui couldn't even stop her. In the north wing, Yushu took out a foot-long red lacquer box from the secret compartment behind the bed and opened it on the bed. The box was divided into 2 layers. On the first layer, there was a stack of banknotes neatly stacked. The smallest denomination was 100 taels. On the other layer, there were house deeds, land deeds, warehouse keys, and so on. These were a family's assets. In addition, there were a lot of silver and copper coins, antiques, paintings, jades, and jewels in the warehouse. 1 month ago, She wouldn't even think about exchanging 100,000 taels for a nameplate of an aristocratic family. But Shui Rue handed over all his assets to her. With the 50,000 taels of gold hidden under the wine cellar of Wangji Building, she dared to talk big in front of the big suggestion. Yushu took out the stack of banknotes. Inside were the profits Pei Jing gave her after clearing the crystal business before the new year. Together with her previous savings, it was a total of 100,000 taels. She counted it twice and put the extra banknotes aside. Then, she took off the purple jade bat that she wore and put it in the bottom of the lacquer box. This was the token that Shui Rue left for her. After seeing it, Gue De handed over all of Shui Rue's assets to her without saying anything. She no longer needed it as a witness. She was afraid of accidentally losing it, so it was better to hide it. She put the lacquer box back into the secret compartment and took the extra banknotes to the outside room. She called Yindo and said, "There are 3,000 taels here. Send it to Madame along with the key to my warehouse and ask her to help me buy my dowry. If Madame asks, just tell her that I said half of the valuable things in the warehouse are for Xiao Xiao. The other half is up to her. I don't need you to do anything for now. Just help Madame." When Yindo heard this, tears fell from her eyes, and she suddenly knelt down in front of Yushu. This servant was originally Madame's maidservant. I was lucky to have the opportunity to serve you. This servant admits that I am not as smart as Sister Exine and Sister Lin and I am not as likable as Sister Xiao Kuei. However, this servant dares to swear that when it comes to loyalty, this servant does not lose to any of them. This servant is willing to not marry and serve you until you grow old. However, when Miss marries, please bring this servant along. Don't leave this servant behind. Yushu was a little surprised to hear this from her. One must know that Yindo was an honest person and had never been clever. Ever since she became rich, she bought many servants in the residence. There were many who were smarter and more diligent than Yindo. The reason why Yushu had always put her in an important position and let her manage the affairs of the North Palace was mostly because of Zhao Hui and old Madame He. Yindo had never expressed her loyalty in front of her. The other maidservants in Yushu's courtyard, who didn't rack their brains to get close to her. "Miss, I beg you." Yindo was afraid that she would not agree, so she knelt 2 steps forward and hugged her leg as she begged. Yushu laughed involuntarily and coughed lightly. She didn't hurry to let her get up and instead earnestly said, "I have the final say in the entire Yu residence. You don't have to suffer if you follow me here, but if you go to the princess residence, we will become outsiders. You will inevitably suffer with me. How can it be compared to staying in the residence? I've already told Godmother that you will be managing by her side for now. Later, she will choose a good family for you, return your slave status, and reward you with a dowry. Isn't it good for you to get married with a clean name?" Yindo shook her head without hesitation and wiped away her tears. She raised her head and resolutely said to Yushu, "This servant has been following a trafficker for as long as I can remember. In between, I was sold a few times before I went to Madame's side. Originally, this servant's life was meant to be a servant. Who would have thought that one day I would follow Miss and actually live a luxurious life? This servant only feels that this life has not been lived in vain. Although I'm a lowly person, this servant doesn't feel the slightest bit wronged. Instead, my heart feels extremely at ease. I don't have to worry about not having food to eat when I open my eyes, and I don't have to run around every day to make a living. Why should this servant get rid of my slave status and marry a man who I know but don't know his face? Who knows what kind of hard days I will have to live for the rest of my life?" She said so much, but in summary, there was only one sentence: "Following you will have meat to eat." After listening to this, Yushu smiled and reached out to pull her up from the ground. She took out the handkerchief pinned to her lapel and wiped her face while saying, "I said that you were honest. You are really honest. You dare to say such words. Aren't you afraid that I will misunderstand you as a greedy villain and hate you from then on? Forget it. Since you have such loyalty, in the future, follow me well." Yindo's tears turned into a smile. She stood obediently and waited for Yushu to wipe her tears before reaching out to take the handkerchief. She squatted down and said, "This servant will go to Madam's side to help." Yushu waved her hand and let her go. The princess residence, the matter of Jing Qin's marriage was not publicized or deliberately concealed. There were instructions from the higher-ups. The people from the Ministry of Rites came to the princess residence every 2 or 3 days to prepare betrothal gifts. This commotion naturally alarmed Shui Yun. She went to ask the chief steward and was told that Jing Qin's marriage was approaching. For a moment, she was at a loss of what to do. When she asked in detail that the person he was going to marry was actually Yushu, she felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck down from the clear sky, blasting her to pieces. In a panic, Shui Yun had someone push her to Shufeng Pavilion. She found Jing Chun, who was practicing his swordsmanship, and anxiously asked him with a pale face, "Shi Xiang, you want to marry that Yulian Fong?" Jing Chun did not pay attention to her. His clothes were thin, and his body was like the wind. The sword shadows in his hands intertwined and formed a hazy green light. She did not know why her heart palpitated. Every move merged with heaven and earth. It was actually a situation that could only be seen when swordsmanship had reached perfection. But Shui Yun did not pay attention to this. She thought that he had tacitly agreed. She put her hands on her knees and held back her scream. She asked him with a trembling voice, "Why? Why do you want to marry her? Did she force you? Did she use the matter of losing her life to threaten you and force you to marry her?" Jing Qin's wrist paused, and he fell from midair. The celestial being realm just now was like a flash in the pan, disappearing without a trace. He turned around and raised his sword. With a move of strong wind sweeping lotus, the sword chi went straight for Shui Yun's face. However, when the sword approached, it was deflected layer by layer and stopped right between her eyebrows. If it had gone forward half an inch, it would have chased after her soul and taken her life. "You are wrong. It is not her who forced me. I forced her." The blood drained from Shui Yun's face. Jing Chun moved the sword away and raised his arm to wipe the blade with his sleeve. Only then did she see clearly that the sword in his hand was not a sharp sword, but a rusty dagger. It was so blunt that she could not tell how old it was. What do you mean by this?" She was so smart that she could guess the truth in the blink of an eye. However, she was not willing to face it. Jing Chun glanced at her struggling expression and coldly said, "Haven't you always wanted to know the method to break her life? Let me tell you, the great calamity of peace must be husband and wife to the person who break her life in order to break her life." Shui Yun gasped for breath and clutched her chest. She stared at him in disbelief and said, "How could that be? Did you make a mistake somewhere? You don't have to marry her. There must be some other way, right?" "There is no other way." Jing Chun mercilessly pierced through her delusion. Looking at her, as if she had lost her parents, he did not say anything to comfort her or provoke her. He walked around her with his sword in hand. "Senior brother," Shui Yun suddenly called out to him and shouted at his back. "Now both of your wishes have come true. I know you admire her, and she also likes you. If it weren't for me getting in the way, you two would have already become a couple. I'm afraid this is what you think in your heart. That's why you always despise a cripple like me. You want to drive me back to Mount Longhu so that I won't ruin your happy occasion." Jealousy could drive a person crazy. In the end, she still had not given up on Jing Chun. She had dragged her crippled legs and refused to return to Mount Longhu to receive treatment in order to win his sympathy. She hoped that he would change his mind, but who would have thought that this would be the result of her enduring humiliation? Jing Chun stopped and turned around to say, "I don't hate you. On the contrary, I have to thank you. If it weren't for you stopping me, I'm afraid I would have already harmed her." In the beginning, he and Yushu were in love with each other. If it weren't for Shui Yun forcing him to cut off his feelings, he and Yushu wouldn't have fallen out, and there wouldn't have been any twists and turns later. Now he should be glad that Yushu didn't have him in her heart. She wouldn't be sad because of him, and she wouldn't have any regrets because of him. After saying this, he walked away. Even though Shui Yun cried her heart out, he never looked back. There was one thing to mention. When Yushu went to the Celestial Commissioner's office to declare her aristocratic family, she didn't encounter the slightest bit of trouble. The scribe had already checked the background of the Yu family's great-grandfather, who used to serve as a Celestial Commissioner, and matched it with Yushu's. Then, he made a copy of the residence card, genealogy, and other official seals that she brought with her. Then, he took it to Chao's willing to ask for the official seal. In the end, Yushu paid the 100,000 taels for the plaque and submitted the rule of clear and rain that she had researched herself. The official personally reviewed it. In less than 3 days, she successfully applied for the title of the Yishui aristocratic family. After that, the Celestial Commissioner sent a letter to the Secretariat to have someone create a brand new aristocratic family plaque for the Yu family. The day the plaque was changed and unveiled would be the day the Yu family would be officially recognized. For this reason, Yushu specially found a piece of purple mist fragrant nanmu from the Southern Woods lumber shop and sent it to the Secretariat to make a plaque. After the plaque was completed, it was hung on the courtyard. Every time one passed by the door, there would be a refreshing fragrance, which was very rare. The news that Yushu wanted to be called an aristocratic family wasn't a secret in the Celestial Commissioner. When it was spread out, some people laughed at her for being arrogant and conceited. A woman without any background dared to call herself an aristocratic family. Some people also praised her courage. After all, 100,000 taels was not a small amount, but she took it just like that. However, more people saw the Secretariat standing behind Yushu and supporting her. Therefore, although Yushu's move was criticized, no one jumped out to criticize her. Along with this news, her marriage with Jingchun was also spread. The marriage between Dozida and an female envoy Miao Ling, who was personally appointed by the emperor, was a good story in itself. Coupled with the Secretariat's deliberate embellishment, it quickly became known by everyone. That afternoon, Yushu left early and walked out of the Celestial Commissioner's door. When she was about to take the sedan chair to Wangji Tower to meet the group of workers, a fast horse rushed over on the street and blocked her way. Yushu opened the curtain and saw Feng Zhaomiao, who she hadn't seen for a long time, riding on the back of a horse. His eyes were burning with anger as he glared at her and shouted in a low voice, "Yu Lianfeng, I used to think highly of you, but I didn't expect you to be such a heartless woman." Yushu frowned as she guessed in her heart that he was feeling indignant for Shui Rui, and she couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Why is it that it isn't just Yu Xiaoxiu who's able to see through my relationship with Shui Rui? Even that idiot Feng Zhaomiao has noticed it. "Zhaomiao, if you have any grievances against me, let's go to a quiet place and talk, okay?" Fortunately, Feng Zhaomiao wasn't a person who would pester endlessly. Although he was angry, he knew that they were outside, and those words couldn't be said carelessly. Therefore, he angrily followed her sedan chair and went to Wangji Tower. Now, Wangji Tower was an empty building. The door facing the street had been closed for a few months. Many people wanted this piece of land and came to inquire about renting it. There were also people who were willing to pay a sky-high price to buy the entire restaurant, but they were all rejected. The shopkeeper, Lin Fu, and the others were still living in a backyard, so they became a group of idle people. Yushu just came a few days ago and brought the news that Shui Rui was safe. She comforted everyone and told them that she wanted to open a great exchange hall here. Because Shui Rui had mentioned this a long time ago, no one was against it. They all expressed that they were willing to work under Yushu and wait for Shui Rui to come back. Seeing that she brought him here, Feng Zhaomiao's expression softened a little. He knew that this was Shui Rui's property. If Yushu really did something that let Shui Rui down, she wouldn't have the face to come here. Yushu invited Feng Zhaomiao to the East Tea Room. After sitting down, she took the initiative to ask him, "Just now on the street, why did you say that I was heartless?" Feng Zhaomiao held back his anger and said, "We don't know whether Brother Rui is alive or dead. Not only are you not anxious to find him, but you are also engaged to someone else. I said that you were heartless. How did I wrongly accuse you?" Yushu said, "I am more anxious than anyone when something happened to Brother Rui, but my marriage was personally decided by the emperor before he left the capital. No one can interfere. Even if I don't want to get married, I can't disobey the emperor's order. Feng Zhaomiao was shocked. He never thought that the emperor arranged the marriage. He didn't doubt Yushu's sophistry and said blankly, "If you get married then what about Brother Rui?" Yushu couldn't show the pain in her heart. She pretended to be confused and asked him, "If I want to get married, what does it have to do with Brother Rui? What do you mean we're not related? Aren't the two of you?" Feng Zhaomiao suddenly became mute. He was slightly unable to make up his mind. Did I misunderstand the relationship between Shui Rui and Yushu? Aren't they a couple? But he clearly saw Shui Rui being gentle and careful towards Yushu several times. Could it be that King Xiang had a dream and the goddess had no heart? Not what? Yushu pretended to be puzzled. Aren't we sworn siblings? Feng Zhaomiao stiffly changed the topic. If you want to get married, how can I, Brother Rui, not be present? I don't know where Ning Wang hid the person. He wouldn't hand the person over no matter what. It is really hateful. Yushu sighed. Things are strange. It is useless for us to be anxious. It is better to quietly wait for news. Brother is a good person and will definitely turn misfortune into fortune. Chapter 774. On the first day of the second month, all the officials came to court. Ning Wang was relieved of his duties as regent. Prince Jing, Lu Tan, claimed to be ill and did not attend. The court meeting was jointly presided over by Prime Minister Shui and Prime Minister Yin, with the Grand Supervisor supervising from the side. This was a clear and sunny morning, without the slightest sign of an impending rain. However, just as the sun rose from the east and the first rays of the morning sun sprinkled into the palace, the Hall of Supreme Harmony splashed with a scarlet-red light. The imperial censor Wang Jiao had committed suicide on the matter of appointing the crown prince and died on the spot. An imperial censor had died, and he had committed suicide at court. This was a major event. The words appointing the crown prince were pushed to the surface by this wave and could no longer be suppressed. Wang Jiao's body was carried away. The officials mourned for a moment before exploding. Someone took the lead and the others followed suit. Half of the officials took off their hats and asked for the crown prince to be appointed. Emperor Zhao Qing was not present. Who were they acting for? The first to bear the brunt was the powerful Grand Supervisor. Zhu Muzhao knew that today would not be a good day. His gaze swept across the people in the hall, pausing only on Shui Lingnan and Yin Tianho. He nodded and said in a low voice, "Imperial Censor Wang is loyal, but he was too unyielding. I believe that if His Majesty knew of his ambition, he would be very grieved. If not for the fact that His Majesty is ill, we should have discussed the matter of appointing the crown prince long ago. As officials, we should be worried for the emperor. Why don't you all go back and think carefully before recommending a candidate for the crown prince? I will gather the memorials and head to Huajin Garden as soon as possible to ask His Majesty to make a decision." At this point, Zhu Muzhao finally relented. The officials all agreed and began to whisper to each other about the conduct of the princes under Emperor Zhao Qing and who was more suitable to be the crown prince. They completely forgot that someone had just died here. Yushu stood in a corner and watched all of this coldly, as if she was watching a joke. Shui Lingnan added fuel to the fire. Minister Yin looked on with folded arms, and the great Tiandao toyed with the civil and military officials in the palm of his hand. No one mentioned Prince Ning, who had killed his own brother. No one mentioned Shui Rui, whose whereabouts were unknown, and no one mentioned the long-delayed Dong-ing subjugation war. She looked up at the empty dragon throne on the jade steps, and, as she breathed, she could smell the decay of this court. After the court session ended, Yushu returned to the Kunling Bureau. She first gathered a few of her subordinates and told them what had happened in the morning court session. During the court session, a censor died during the appointment of the heir apparent. Even though His Majesty was not present, this was the first death remonstrance in the Zhaoqing era. I believe that it will spread soon. Let me say the ugly words first. No matter how noisy it is outside, the people of our Earth Feather Bureau are not allowed to get involved. If anyone dares to form a clique for personal gain for the sake of wealth and riches, Not only will they implicate their family and friends in the future, no one will be able to save them when they die. She looked at everyone's faces and saw one or two disapproving faces. She sneered and said, "That's all I have to say. Take care of yourselves." Then she left them behind and turned to enter the Eastern Pavilion, when Shaoan silently followed and closed the curtains. As usual, he first poured tea for Yushu. Then he stood by the window and quietly observed the situation outside for a while. He saw people pulling and hiding in the opposite room. He turned his head and said to Yushu, "I'm afraid that some people will not understand Aaron's good intentions." Yushu said, "Who cares about them? It's fine as long as my conscience is clear." Riches were found in danger. She had once been like the people in court today. She had the intention to help the ruler fight for the throne and had been greedy for the merit of her son ascending to the throne. But this kind of greed, after she discovered the abnormality of the entire court, completely disappeared. The great Titian did not have a single soldier in his hands, but he controlled the aristocratic families of the world. This was tantamount to controlling the hearts of the people. He was the spokesperson of the emperor. No one in court could shake his position. Even the emperor himself had to be restrained by him. Then what difference did it make who was the emperor? They were all puppets. Yushu's warning to her subordinates in public could not be hidden from the great Titian's ears. He felt that she had smoothed out her edges and corners and was a person with potential. Thus, he sent someone to find her and asked her face to face, "What do you think about today's court meeting?" Yushu did not know what his intention was. She lowered her head and looked at her feet. This lowly servant has only been in court for a few days. How could I dare to casually discuss the affairs of the country? You think too highly of me. Zhu Muzhao saw that she was pretending to be ignorant. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he said, "The imperial censor, Wang Jiao, was the one who proposed to impeach you last year. Do you think that he is the kind of person who would use his life to remonstrate?" Yushu thought for a moment and shook her head. She was quite good at reading people. Wang Jiao was just an idiot who was blinded by fame and fortune. This kind of person usually cherished his life the most. How could he run away to seek death? Why don't you use your death-breaking strange technique to see who is behind this? She finally understood. Other than her identity as the person who broke her life, the great Titian also valued her death-breaking strange technique. No wonder he told her so much inside information. It turned out that she had other uses for him. Yushu secretly sneered, but she had no choice but to pull herself together and feign civility with him. The death-breaking strange technique consumes a lot of energy. I just performed a divination the day before yesterday. I won't be able to perform it again within 30 days. In order to prevent the death-breaking strange technique from being coveted by others, she had already made it clear at the gentleman's hibiscus banquet that the death-breaking strange technique could not be abused. Otherwise, she would incur the wrath of heaven and cause endless disasters. "Oh!" Zhu Muzhao's eyes flickered. He smiled faintly and said, "I thought you used that to coax people." Yushu calmed her mind and raised her head to meet his eyes. She was not afraid that he would use the great insight technique to investigate her. She said concisely, "That's the truth." The 7 stars in Zhu Gutong's eyes were divided into 2. One was in Jing Chen's hand, and the other was in Yinhua's hand. The great Titian definitely did not know that she also had a ring made from the 7 stars on her body. She could deceive his eyes and ears. Zhu Muzhao did not notice anything strange about her, so he could see that she was not lying. He shook his head in disappointment and said, "That's a pity." Yushu quietly heaved a sigh of relief. She did not want to become a minion of the great Titian. "If you do not have any other instructions, I will take my leave first." Zhu Muzhao shook his head, but he did not intend to let her go so easily. Regarding the candidate for the crown prince, go back and draft a memorial to the throne. Submit it to me in 2 days. Yushu suddenly felt a headache coming on. She had never written a memorial to the throne before. Wasn't he deliberately making things difficult for her? She did not dare to play dumb with him anymore, so she had no choice but to agree to his request. "I will remember it. Go." Zhu Muzhao waved his hand and let her leave. He turned around and flipped open the document at the top of the jade table. There was a name list written in black and white on it. The 4th Prince Lu Si, the 7th Prince Lu Hao, the 8th Prince Lu Du, the 9th Prince Lu Tan, the 11th Prince Lu Yi, and the 12th Prince Lu Chan. He dipped his brush in cinnabar and first crossed out the names of Lu Si, Lu Hao, and Lu Yi. Lu Si and Lu Yi had been personally banished by Emperor Zhao Qing. The two of them had bad conduct and were not suitable to be the crown prince. Ning Wang Lu Hao had originally been the crown prince that Emperor Zhao Qing had favored the most. However, he had lost the initiative because of the 10th princess's case and could also be removed. As for the remaining three, Lu Du was stupid, Lu Tan was weak, and Lu Tan looked like the most suitable candidate. However, he had the Shui family behind him and would cause endless trouble in the future. Zhu Muzhao thought over and over. As he crossed out another name, he muttered to himself, "It is not easy to be the crown prince." After Yushu returned, she pondered over how to write the memorial. She was not sure if the great Tidian had a candidate in mind, so she did not dare to write carelessly. After thinking carefully, if she really had to recommend a crown prince, disregarding everything else, just based on the conduct and talent of the princes, there was no doubt that Lu Tan was the most suitable. However, the one who was the best might not be the one who had the last laugh. Didn't Yin Hua say that when the former emperor was still alive, although the prince of Xiong and Jinshang came from the same mother, his intelligence and talent were better than his older brothers? In the end, didn't the mediocre Emperor Zhao Qing become the emperor, and the capable prince of Xiong became an idle prince? Yushu could not think of a clue and was not in a hurry. She simply put it aside and waited for the great Tidian to ask her about it. After a night, the next morning, the Yu residents received an invitation from the prince of Xiong's estate. The heir of the prince of Xiong, Lu Jiong, was pregnant with Lin last month. On the 5th day of this month, there was a banquet at Dinghua Hall. Yushu remembered that Lu Jiong had not married yet. So how did he suddenly have a son? She asked Zhou Hu to go out and inquire about it. Only then did she find out that the newborn was born from one of Lu Jiong's concubines. However, this was the eldest grandson of the Prince of Xiong, so the significance was extraordinary. Usually, it was a scandal for large families to not have a wife and children, so they had to hide it. Only the descendants of the imperial family were born noble. For example, before the incident with the Prince of Ning, didn't he also have a concubine eldest son? For this reason, he held a banquet to announce to everyone. Originally, it was a very normal happy event, but Yushu became suspicious. She always felt that it was a bit unusual for the Prince of Xiong's estate to hold a banquet at this time. Until now, she still couldn't determine who the mastermind behind Jing Qin's dangerous encounter in the capital and the murder in the Imperial Historian's Library was. Before they parted, Shuirue had reminded her to pay attention when she returned to the capital. Whoever could monopolize the power was the traitor who obstructed the great and disaster from entering the capital and attempted to kill the person who destroyed his life. However, she watched coldly. The person who monopolized the power was actually the great Tidian. Could it be that he was the one who wanted to usurp the throne? How could that be possible? If the great Tidian wanted to kill her, he would have already done so. Why would he wait until now? Yushu wasn't smart enough, and she had no one to discuss it with, so she could only be careful and cautious. She didn't plan to attend the full moon banquet for the descendants of the Prince of Xiong, so she put away the invitation and asked Zhou Hu to prepare a congratulatory gift. She sent it to the Prince of Xiong's estate one day in advance and said that she was sick. On the 5th day of the new year, she didn't even go out. In the middle of the afternoon, Xian Lu came looking for her. Yushu was feeding the birds in the garden and asked someone to bring her over. "I heard that you're sick. Aren't you fine? Why didn't you go to the wedding banquet today?" Xian Lu was dressed delicately, with a flower hairpin on her head and a jade belt on her waist. Her face was powdered, and one could tell that she came straight from the banquet at Dinghua Hall. Yushu looked at her and shook her head. "Don't want to go." Xian Lu rolled her eyes and consoled. "Don't be too sad. Biaoga from the Shui family is such a smart person. Nothing will happen to him." She misunderstood that Yushu didn't attend the banquet because of Shuirue's disappearance. Yushu sighed and hung the birdcage back. She pulled her to sit in the corridor and changed the topic. I see that your face is rosy and happy. Did something good happen? Nothing is said. Don't talk about me. Talk about yourself. I just heard that you're going to marry academician Jing and was shocked. Xian Lu blinked and wanted to bluff her over. Yushu pinched her waist and threatened. Don't try this. I am asking you. You don't want to say? Xian Lu was ticklish and giggled. She dodged her hand and begged for mercy. I'll say, don't scratch me. So she told her that today, at Dinghua Hall, Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker and told her about the marriage in front of her grandmother. Which family's young master? Yushu asked curiously. Xian Lu shyly said, You should recognize him. He is the young master of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. Yushu was very surprised. Of course she knew about the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce. Pei Jing was one of the managers there. The big boss was surnamed Gu and was a fortune teller in the early years of the Diyin examination. That young master had also heard of his name. What surprised her was that the Gu family couldn't even be called an aristocratic family. Even if they were rich, they were much worse than the Xian family. How could Xianya, that old fox, betroth her precious granddaughter to such a family? There must be another reason. You said that Xiang Wang Fei is the matchmaker. What's going on? Xian Lu said, I forgot to say that Gu Qi is Xiang Wang's adopted son. That's why Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker. So that's how it is. Yushu instantly thought of other places. Shui Rui once said that the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce had a backer behind them. It seems like this backer was Xiang Wang. Other than the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce, the Ministry of Concubines was also under the Xiang Wang Fu. Although Xiang Wang had no real power, with such a way to accumulate wealth, would he be willing to be an idle king? She regained her senses and interrogated Xian Lu again. Only then did she find out that she and Gu Qi had met once at the House of Treasures. After that, they met a few times, and for some reason, they fell in love. Gu Qi was preparing to propose, and Xian Lu was afraid that her grandfather would not agree to this marriage. Gu Qi, on the other hand, had his own ideas. On one hand, he told Xian Lu not to spread the news, and on the other hand, he went to ask Xiang Wang to make the decision. Xiang Wang Fei was the matchmaker. Although old Tai Xian did not agree on the spot, it looked like she could not refuse. The Gu family was nothing, but Xiang Wang was not someone to be trifled with. Xian Lu acting on her own like this, the elders would not be happy. When she returned home today, she would definitely be scolded. You said you came to visit the sick. I think you just ran to my place to seek refuge. Yushu first glared at her and then smiled. If you don't dare to go back, then stay here with me. Later, I will send someone to your house to inform you. When Xian Ren's anger has subsided, then you can go back. Lotus Room. Xian Lu hugged one of her arms with a red face and shook it. I knew you are the best. Yushu narrowed her eyes and thought that later she would send someone to find Pei Jing and ask in detail what kind of character the young master of the Tai Hung Chamber of Commerce was. If he was a good person, then it was fine. If he was a bad person, then it would not be too late for her to send Xian Lu home. Xian was so angry that his beard was crooked. Old Tai Xian Foreign could only persuade her. This marriage is not very compatible, but Xiang Wang Fei personally asked, How can I refuse? Think on the bright side. The young master of the Gu family has recognized Xiang Wang as his Ifu. With such a backing, it is not bad. If Fei marries into their family, she will not be mistreated in the future. What do you know? Xianya slammed the table. Right now is the crucial time to choose the heir apparent. How can a daughter be randomly married off? Xiang Wang is clearly in the same boat as the Shui family. If you want me to betroth Fei to his adopted son, isn't that the same as telling outsiders that our Xian family supports Prince Jing as the crown prince? If in the end, Prince Jing does not succeed, have you thought about what will happen to our family? Then tomorrow I will go to Xiang Wang Fu to seek an audience with Wang Fei and reject this marriage. Xianya furrowed his brows and nodded. Just as he was about to warn his wife, he heard a report from outside. Xiang Wang Fu had sent someone to deliver a basket of red eggs, specifically for Lu Gunyan. There was a newborn at home. Using red eggs in return wasn't wrong, but why was it specifically for Xian Lu? Xian, you felt it was strange, and ordered someone to bring the basket of eggs over. He saw that at the top of the basket, there was a large and round red egg with the word she pasted on it. He picked it up to take a look and felt that the weight wasn't right. After a moment of hesitation, he smashed the egg on the table. The skin of the egg immediately broke, revealing a piece of paper. Xian opened it in bewilderment. His expression immediately changed, and his mouth was agape. It was as if his entire person had left his body. Lao Yi, what happened to you? Old Tai Tai, Xian Foreign saw that something was wrong and asked worriedly. Too late, too late. Xian sighed as he fell back onto the chair. In his hand, he clutched the note and said to his old wife, Don't be in a hurry to reject Fei Fei's marriage. Let me think about it. Chapter 775. Xian Lu stayed at Yushu's Fu for a night. The next day, he was taken back by Xian Tai Tai. Yushu could see that Xian had reluctantly agreed to the marriage between her and Gu Qi. Coincidentally, Pei Jing had sent her a letter early in the morning. It was a good thing that Gu Qi wasn't a second-generation rich kid. He had been traveling with his father's caravan since he was 10. Father Gu and Mother Gu had a harmonious relationship, and the Gu family was a simple family. Xian Lu definitely wouldn't be wronged if she married over. After Xian Lu left, there were people from the Ministry of Rites who brought freshly made wedding clothes for her to try on. Originally, the wedding clothes had to be prepared by the bride's family, but the Great Commissioner had the Ministry of Rites prepared according to the standards of the imperial family. So Yushu only needed to prepare a decent dowry and didn't need to worry about anything else. The official marriage document for Yushu and Jing Chun didn't go through Kunling Bureau. The Great Commissioner directly approved it and sent it to the Princess Fu. Yushu didn't even get to see it. The wedding date was set on the 6th of the 3rd month. She had to think of a way to drag it out for another 2 months. She couldn't let the Great Commissioner see that she was purposely stalling for time. This put her in a difficult position. Just as she was about to doze off, someone sent a pillow. A few days after the 1-month banquet for the descendants of Xiang Wang, Jing Wang Fu sent an invitation to Yushu. Jing Wang Fei invited her to the outskirts for a walk on the day of the flower festival. Yushu instantly had an idea. When she replied to the invitation, she wrote 2 long pages. In reality, it only had one meaning. Let's go on horseback. Xia Jiangmin very quickly sent someone to send a reply. It also wrote a bunch of nonsense, but the meaning was very simple. Okay. So on the 12th of the 2nd month, the weather was clear and the sun was warm. Yushu changed out of her winter clothes and wore a sturdy robe. Her hair was tied up high as she rode out the door in a heroic manner. Following behind her were her 2 armed bodyguards, Lu Hong and Su Qing. In the shadows, there were also the death guards that the Great Commissioner had sent to protect her. When they arrived at Jing Wang Fu, Yushu didn't enter. She had Lu Hong announce her arrival. A short while later, Xia Jiangmin came out with 2 maids. The Wang Fu had prepared comfortable carriages. There was also a coachman specially to lead the horses for Jing Wang Fei. There was also a team of bodyguards with spears on their backs. They were orderly and solemnly waiting outside the door, making Yushu and the rest look like outsiders. Xia Jiangmin lifted the curtain hat and smiled apologetically at Yushu. Yushu saw her dazzling beauty and Yushu Shu. Yushu had hurriedly left. She walked out, and Yu Lu. So Yushu had time. Yu Lu. Shu. Yushu. You didn't. You said. Yu Lu. Yushu Kamashu Yang. Xiaxu Xian. Wang Yi knows that I'm going out, so he sent so many people to follow. Don't be offended. She didn't want Yushu to think that she was purposely putting on a show in front of her. And Yushu heard that something wasn't right. She pulled her hand and asked in a small voice, Why are you like this? Xia Jiangmin mumbled. Jing Wang Fu is going to have a new person. Yushu frowned. The emperor is seriously ill. Jing Wang still has the mind to take a chia? Xia Jiangmin shook her head. Not a concubine, a proper Si Fei. Historically, the emperor had to personally choose a marriage partner for the princes, but the Sea Fae could freely choose. Xia Jiangmin and Lu Tan had only been married for half a year. There was already a Sea Fae entering the door to fight for favor. It really wasn't a good thing. Lu Tan's identity meant that he couldn't be a couple with Xia Jiangmin for the rest of his life. Yushu wanted to help but couldn't. She could only comfort her. I think that Jing Wang isn't a fickle person. Even if there's a new person, he wouldn't be able to distinguish which is more important. Xia Jiangmin bitterly smiled. Do you know who the Sea Fae that is about to enter the door is? Who? It's the daughter of the Count of Zhongyang's Fu. Yushu raised her eyebrows in surprise. According to what she knew, the Count of Zhongyang's Fu only had one young miss who was yet to be married. You're talking about Rue Zizhu? This Rue Zizhu. She had almost been betrothed to Shui Rue. If Jing Wang really wanted to take Rue Zizhu as a Sea Fae, then it must be that the Zhongyang Fu and the Shui family had reached a secret agreement, and Empress Rue had turned to support Lu Tan as the crown prince. That's her. Xia Jiangmin lightly bit her lips and asked her, even though I haven't seen this Rue Xiaojia, but I've heard that she has the countenance of a flower in the moon. She's a beauty that's 1 in 10,000, isn't that right? Hearing what she was worried about, Yushu laughed and patted her shoulder. If she's 1 in 10,000, then you're 1 in 10,000. In terms of appearance, Rue Zizhu was on par with Xia Jiangmin a year ago, but after Xia Jiangmin got married, she was like a blooming crabapple flower, growing more and more beautiful by the day. After seeing Xia Jiangmin's outstanding beauty, seeing other women, even if they were extremely beautiful, wouldn't be breathtaking. Really? Really, it's not like I haven't seen her before. Yushu smiled coldly. That Rue Zizhu looks soft and weak and easy to bully, but in reality, she's not easy to deal with. When she enters Jing Wang Fu, you just have to be careful. I know. You mentioned it to me in your letters before. Last year, at the Gentleman Hibiscus Banquet, she and Shiwen Junju's group failed to frame you and instead got a bad reputation for being a talkative person. Xia Jiangmin curled her lips, her face full of disdain. Last year, on the 6th day of the 6th month, in order to fight for the golden jade hibiscus lotus and obtain the right to decide their own marriage, all the scholars and beauties of marriageable age in Jing City were invited to the banquet to display their talents. Rue Zizhu took this opportunity to tell a story to frame Yushu. She accused her of causing the Ji family to be ruined and was an ungrateful person. Yushu waved her hand and said, "It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it." After Xia Jiangmin complained to Yushu, her mood became a lot more cheerful. In reality, she had only heard a few days ago that Lu Tan was going to take a Sea Fae. At the time, she was heartbroken and had a few words with Lu Tan. In a fit of anger, she didn't care about anything else and sent an invitation to Yushu to invite her to go on an outing. Later, under the persuasion of her wet nurse, she took the initiative to admit defeat to Lu Tan, and the two of them reconciled. In order to make her happy, Lu Tan didn't stop her from going out for a walk and only sent more people to protect her. When Yushu left in the morning, she was still fine. When she came back in the afternoon, she was limping on one leg. During the day, on the outskirts, when Yushu heard that Xia Jiangmin's horse was the Qianli colt that Prince Jing had gifted to her, her heart itched, and she suggested swapping with Yushu. Of course, Xia Jiangmin didn't refuse. Who would have thought that after the Qianli colt galloped for a while, it suddenly went crazy and threw Yushu off? Luckily, she fell into the bushes and only hurt her leg. She didn't hit her head. Zhao Hui was in the rear courtyard, checking Yushu's dowry list, when she heard a servant report that Yushu had been carried back. In a panic, she sent someone to the medical hall to bring He Fangji back. When she rushed to the North Xiang and entered the door, she saw Yushu lying on the Luohan couch in the living room. Beside her, there was an exquisitely dressed matron who was pulling Yushu's hand as she spoke in a low voice. She only saw half of the glistening face, and it made Zhao Hui stare in a daze. She then heard this beauty angrily say, "Don't worry, when I return, I will definitely investigate today's matter thoroughly and give you an explanation." to dare to drug the precious colt that Wang Yi gifted to me. Someone is deliberately trying to harm me." When Zhao Hui heard this, her heart jumped, and she guessed the identity of this beauty. She quickly came forward to pay her respects. "This commoner, he Zhao Shi, greets Wang Fei." Yu Shu and Xia Jiangmin turned their heads at the same time. Yu Shu had just called out Nyang when Xia Jiangmin got up to support Zhao Hui. She softly said, "Foreign, quickly dispense with the formalities." Zhao Hui complied and moved forward to take a look. Yu Shu was in a sorry state. One of her legs was stained with blood as it was stiffly placed on the soft pillow. It seemed that the fall wasn't light. Xia Jiangmin saw that her lips were trembling and repeatedly apologized. "It's all my fault, causing the lotus root to fall off the horse. The Tai will be here in a moment. Please don't be anxious." Zhao Hui reluctantly nodded her head. She stroked Yu Shu's hair and softly asked her, "Where did you fall? How could you be so careless?" Yu Shu endured the pain and smiled at her, as if nothing had happened. "It's just a sprained ankle, nothing serious." Zhao Hui couldn't ask too much in front of Xia Jiangmin. After waiting for a while, Fangji ran back with a head full of sweat. Yu Xiaoxiu followed closely behind. When the two of them reached the door, they were stopped by the maids of Jing Wang Fu. They announced their arrival before they were allowed in. Xia Jiangmin hid behind the screen. Fangji didn't have time to pay attention to her. He first examined Yu Shu. The good news was that other than her leg injury, there were only a few scratches on her body. The bad news was that her left calf was fractured. She would need at least 2 months to rest before she could walk. When Yu Shu heard his diagnosis, she was secretly delighted. Zhao Hui anxiously paced around, afraid that it would delay her marriage. She pretended to be regretful and said, "If I'm like this, I won't be able to leave the house next month. I can only delay the wedding." Sometimes, being unlucky wasn't necessarily a bad thing. For example, today, when she suggested swapping horses with Xia Jiangmin, it wasn't on a whim. It was premeditated. Yesterday, she had a Biki steal a bag of pepper powder and hid it in her sleeves to scatter it on the horse. When the horse got blinded, she would pretend to fall from the horse. This way, she could fool the eyes and ears of the great Tidian. Even if the whole thing reached his ears, he would only think that she was innocent and wouldn't suspect that she was deliberately playing tricks. Unexpectedly, before she could take out the pepper powder, the horse suddenly went crazy and rushed into the forest. She was quick-witted and fell off the horse's back with her hands on her head. She fell into a nearby haystack and happened to break her leg. Fangji went back to the room to get medicine for the bruises. Yu Xiaoxiu volunteered to clean Yu Shu's wounds. After she washed and changed, medicine was applied and a splint was put on. Seeing that it was getting late, the attendant that Xia Jiangmin had sent to Jing Wang Fu to find a Tai finally came back, but he didn't bring a Tai with him. Reporting to Wang Fei, Nubi returned to the Fu and couldn't find Tai Zhou anywhere. After asking around, Nubi found out that the Empress is ill in the palace. Early this morning, the people from the Imperial Hospital were summoned to the palace for a diagnosis. Our Wang Yi also brought Tai Zhou into the palace and hasn't returned yet. Hearing this, Xia Jiangmin's face darkened. She had a guess in her heart, but she didn't show it. She waved her hand to let them leave and then sat behind the screen in a daze. Yu Shu heard every word that was said. She thought about it and found an excuse to send Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu away. She had Bei stand guard at the door before calling Xia Jiangmin out to speak. "Clearly, today's matter is very strange. What are you thinking? Why don't you tell me? Don't go back to fight with Jing Wang and fall into someone else's trap." Xia Jiangmin gritted her teeth and said, "Do you think I'm stupid? What's there to think about? It's clear that someone dislikes me for blocking their path, so they thought a way to harm me. If it wasn't for you blocking the disaster for me, the one who fell off the horse today would be me. Breaking an arm or a leg would be a light punishment. It would be best if I fell to my death. That would be what they wanted." Just as it was said that Rui Zizhu was going to enter Jing Wang Fu as a Si Fei, there was someone who wanted to harm Xia Jiangmin, the officially married Wang Fei. Coincidentally, Empress Rui had summoned the Imperial Hospital for a diagnosis today. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Who wanted to harm Xia Jiangmin? The matter was clear. Yushu furrowed her brows, feeling worried for Xia Jiangmin's situation. Even though the Xia Jiang family was a noble family in the south, it was beyond their reach. They didn't have as solid a foundation as the Zhongyong Counts Fu, and they had an empress to keep watch. With that Rui Ziju's background, she could be a proper Wang Fei. But now, she had to be a Si Fei and be under someone else. How could the Zhongyong Counts Fu be satisfied? Their Rui family was probably hoping for another empress. Calm down and listen to me first. Yushu's fingers tapped on her numb knees as she slowly said, "Today's matter, Jing Wang definitely doesn't know about it. Don't dislike what I'm saying. Jing Wang's shrewdness is very deep. Even if it was for that position, he would be in cahoots with the Rui family. He wouldn't let the Rui family step on his head and act like a tyrant. You're the Wang Fei that the emperor personally chose for him. Just based on this point, no matter what, he has to ensure your safety." Xia Jiangying quietly let out a breath, some color returning to her face. Yushu's words hit the bottom of her heart. She wasn't afraid of anything else. She was only afraid that Lu Tan, for the sake of the crown prince position, would allow others to harm her. So after you go back, you don't need to swallow your anger in front of Jing Wang. Just tell him everything that happened today in full detail and let him make the decision for you. Think about it. That horse of yours was given to you by Jing Wang, and the horse driver is also someone from your Wang Fu. From the time we left in the morning until the incident happened, there were no outsiders that came close to the horse. But something happened. This means that someone has already stretched their hands into your Wang Fu. Such a taboo, Jing Wang wouldn't tolerate it. Even if he doesn't fall out with the Rui family because of this, he would still remember it in his heart. You have to be smarter. Don't try to be strong in front of Jing Wang and only complain about your grievances. That way, he will feel guilty and be more considerate towards you. I know, Xia Jiangmin nodded her head. Coming back to herself, she looked at her injured leg. Her eyes flashed and seemed to be brimming with tears. She swallowed a breath and held it back. She grasped Yushu's hand and said, "Ashu, it's a good thing that you helped me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know who to discuss it with." Yushu looked at her pretending to be strong and didn't feel good. She had always been loyal, and Xia Jiangmin was no different from a sister at her heart. She could only blame herself for not being able to stand up for her. Xia Jiangmin sat for a while more before leaving to return to the Wang Fu. At night, Lu Tam left the palace. Once he returned to the Wang Fu, he heard the steward report that Wang Fei had met with danger today. Regardless of whether he was shocked or angry, he hurried to the Hoyuan. Xia Jiangmin's yard was quiet. He had originally thought that she had fallen asleep, but after entering the door, he detected that something was wrong. The room was cold and cheerless, the bed empty. He turned his head and saw a lonely figure curled up in the moonlight by the window. "Min Min?" Xia Jiangmin heard the voice and turned her head. Seeing Lu Tan, she hurriedly lowered her head and used her sleeve to cover her face. But she was still a step too late, and he saw the tears in her eyes. He strode forward and lifted her chin without any explanation. "Why are you crying?" Xia Jiangmin shook her head. She wrapped a hand around his waist and buried her face in his chest. She said in a muffled voice, "I'm not crying. You saw wrong. I'm just a little scared." Feeling that she was trembling, Lu Tan patted her shoulder with some heartache. He comforted, "I know what happened today. Min Min, don't be scared." Xia Jiangmin whimpered in a low voice. "Mingyu is the horse you gave me. I don't bear to ride it. Today was the first time I took it out to play, and something happened. Wang Yi, who really want to harm me. I'm scared to death just thinking about it. You didn't see how badly Lian Fong fell. One of her legs was broken, and there was blood everywhere. The doctor still hasn't arrived, so I don't know if she will be handicapped or not. I really don't dare think about it. If it wasn't for her, would I have broken my arms and legs today? Would I never be able to see you again? Wang Yi, let's not ride horses in the future, all right?" Hearing this, Lu Tan's heart turned cold and hot. The arm holding her couldn't help tightening. After a moment of silence, he said, "It was my poor arrangements that made you feel wronged. Don't worry, an accident like today will not happen again in the future. Xia Jiangmin bit her lips and stopped crying. Even if she had already expected that he would not pursue this matter, she still couldn't help feeling her heart turn cold for his fickleness. In order to fight for the position of crown prince, he would not have a falling out with Count Zhongyong's Fu. He needed the support of the empress. The Rue family must have been certain of this, so they dared to make a move against her. She lied. She wasn't afraid of breaking her arms and legs. She wasn't afraid of not being able to see him again. She was afraid that if she died today, he would marry someone else with a smile on his face. Without her, he would still be the high and mighty Prince Jing, but without him, she would be nothing. It doesn't matter if I feel wronged, but you have to be well, Xia Jiangmin whispered. Lu Tan could not see the ridicule in her eyes. He only felt that the little woman in his arms was too sensible, making him feel guilty and pitiful. He bent down to carry her back to the bed and wrapped a blanket around her cold body. In a soft voice, he said, "Don't think too much. You'll be fine once you sleep." "I can't sleep. Lian Fang's injury is so serious, I can't feel at ease." "Your Highness, can you send the doctor over to take a look at her tomorrow?" "All right. I won't dare ride a horse in the future. It's a pity about the 1,000-mile colt you gave me. It would be better to send it to the Lotus Room. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have the face to see her. It's up to you, go to sleep." Only then did Xia Jiangmin obediently close her eyes. Lu Tan waited for her breathing to stabilize and fall asleep before he quietly left. Once he left the yard, his face became cold. He called for a personal guard and ordered, "Poison all the servants in the stables. Break their limbs, and throw them into the northern mountain unmarked burial mounds." Good Rue family, good empress. He hadn't even become the crown prince, and they were already scheming for the position of the crown princess. They didn't put him in their eyes at all. So hateful. He had to endure this first. There would be a long time in the future. On the second day after Yu Shu fell off the horse, two Tai came to the Fu for a consultation. One was Zhou Tai of Jingwang Fu, and the other was a rare guest. When the great Tidian heard that she had met with an accident, he specially sent his son to visit her. Zhu Qingjue didn't exchange greetings when he saw her. After sitting down, he removed the wooden plank that held her leg in place and threw it to the side. Ignoring Yu Shu's objections, he insisted that she wash off the medicine that Fangji had applied. He took out a box of black ointment that he had brought and applied a thick layer of it. Then he wrapped it in a thin gauze. Finally, he warned her, "Don't touch water, don't go to the ground, and don't eat anything that smells like meat. I'll come every 7 days to change your medicine. At most, after 49 days, you'll be alive and kicking." Yu Shu had hoped to lie in bed for a few more days. Hearing him promise like this, she wasn't happy. Her mouth wasn't serious as she said, "Then I really have to thank you." Zhu Qingjue's eyelids moved up as he said, "I heard that you're about to get married. Why aren't you celebrating at all? If you broke your leg before getting married, would you be happy?" Yu Shu had helped him before, so the two of them could be considered to be friends. Thus, she didn't speak politely to him. Zhu Qingjue shook his head. "I'm afraid it's more than that. Xueqingbi's whereabouts are still unknown. Do you still have a mood to get married?" Yu Shu was too lazy to answer this question. She closed her eyes and waved at him to send him off. "Where did this gossipy woman come from? You're so noisy that my head hurts. Go, go." Zhu Qingjue snorted coldly and stood up to leave. When he reached the door, he stopped and turned to her. "In fact, your injury is not serious. My father wants me to cure you as soon as possible. If I use the secret bone-breaking ointment of my sect to set your bones, you can walk in half a month. But I can see that you are unwilling. This time, I'll treat it as returning the favor. When I go back, I will cover for you in front of my father. He has never used his great insight technique on me. You take care." Yu Shu's lips moved. A soft, "many thanks," was much more sincere than before. So when Zhu Qingjue replied, the wedding date of Yu Shu and Jing Chun could only be postponed. Because the 4th month was the Yin moon, the yang did not exist alone, affecting the two's 8 characters of the 8 trigrams. So it was changed to the first day of the 5th month before the day of sacrifice of the divine ancestor. While Yushu was on leave to recuperate, several major events happened in court. The first was the recommendation of the crown prince by the officials. Among the princes, Prince Jing Lu Tan had the highest support. Of course, the 8th prince and the 12th prince also had a few supporters, but they couldn't compare to the sinful Ning Wang. On the 3rd day of the 3rd month, the Shaanxi festival, hundreds of scholars and guests gathered outside the office of the imperial household. Among them were many commoners who came to watch the commotion. A few of the leaders shouted for Ning Wang, blocking the entire street. The crowd was so excited that they almost smashed the door of the office of the imperial household. The commotion here was too big and alerted the patrolling Jinwu guards. Without a word, they tied up and gagged the loudest people and took them away on the spot. The rest of the people scattered and left. Later, after an investigation by the Jinwu guards, they found out that the leaders of the troublemakers were the retainers of Ning Wangfu. The commander of the Jinwu guards, Zhou Yeda, threw them into jail without a word. He didn't beat or scold them. They would be locked up for a few months first. From the beginning to the end, Prime Minister Yin, as Ning Wang's maternal grandfather, didn't show up to support Ning Wang to be the crown prince, nor did he have the intention to clear Ning Wang's name. Instead, he closed the door and refused to see any visitors. In the middle of the 3rd month, the Grand Advisor brought a carriage full of memorials to Huazhen Garden to see the emperor. Accompanying him was only the Empress Phoenix carriage. A few days later, the Grand Advisor accompanied Empress Rui back to Jing. At the same time, he brought back an edict from Emperor Zhao Qing to appoint the 9th Prince Lu Tan as the crown prince of the Easter Palace. His mother, Xue Shi, will be promoted to Imperial Gui Fei. In addition, Left Prime Minister Yin Tianho would be appointed as the crown prince's grand tutor. Chapter 776. In the 3rd month, the crown prince's coronation ceremony had not yet been held, but the official's Jade Archive had already been completed. Lu Tan was now the rightful ruler of the East Palace and took on the responsibility of regent. Unlike Prince Ning, who did not do much after gaining power, on the first day Lu Tan sat in court, he dealt with several important matters that had been delayed after Emperor Zhao Qing fell ill. The first matter was Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict, delaying the war against Dongying. In court, Minister Yin took the lead to protest against Prince Dongjing's victory. It had been 4 months since the imperial edict was issued in December last year, but the Northeast Army had no intention of going to war. In these few months, the Wokou pirates along the coast of the East Sea wreaked havoc everywhere, robbing ships and killing fishermen. Because they were elusive and difficult to capture, the people along the coast were in a state of panic. They all reported to the capital and described the bandits. Just as Minister Yin said, the Wokou pirates are so arrogant that we cannot ignore them. Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict must be punished. After the court discussion, Lu Tan appointed Zheng Minji, the Assistant Minister of War, to go to Ningdong to investigate the reason for Prince Dongjing's defiance of the imperial edict. He was escorted to the capital. As for the bandits, Xue Lingnan proposed to set up guard stations in Jianing, Ganzhou, and other places. Each station would incorporate 3,000 sailors to patrol the sea and eliminate the bandits. The last matter was the case of Prince Ning killing the 10th princess. In the name of Emperor Zhao Qing, Lu Tan ruled that Prince Ning, Lu Hao, was stripped of his title and sealed off his mansion. The 7th prince, Lu Hao, and his family were sent to Pei County to be imprisoned. As for concubine Yin and the Yin family, they were not implicated. Yushu stayed at home to recuperate from her injuries. She didn't step out of the house and couldn't move her legs, but her ears weren't idle. She sent Su Qing to the imperial astronomer's office every few days so that when he came back, he would know what major events were happening in the court. When she heard that Lu Tan had been crowned the crown prince a month ago, she was really surprised. But after thinking about it carefully, she realized that it was reasonable for Lu Tan to win in this game. Lu Tan had been back in Jing for 2 years. His reputation at court wasn't bad, and he had some reputation in the countryside. Once Ning Wang fell, he would stand out. with the support of Shui Ling Nan and Rue Empress. If he wasn't made crown prince, it would be hard to convince the masses. However, Emperor Zhaoqing was already suspicious of the Shui family. Moreover, he was not on good terms with Shui Ling Nan. How could he allow the Shui family to grow? Therefore, the Grand Advisor and Rue Empress went to Huazhong Garden to ask for a decree in exchange for Lu Tan to become the crown prince. Prime Minister Yin made him the Grand Tutor. This was to suppress Shui Ling Nan and also to warn Lu Tan. The only thing that puzzled her was Prime Minister Yin's indifferent attitude towards Prince Ning. Was Prime Minister Yin not worried that after Lu Tan succeeded the throne, the Yin family would not have a foothold in the court? Miss, someone from the Eastern Palace has come. Ex-Iner reported from outside the door. Yushu gathered her thoughts and changed her sitting position. And Biki went into the room and took out a blanket to cover her legs. She still looked as though she couldn't walk. A short while later, Ex-Iner came in with a palace maid wearing a yellow dress. This was Xia Jiangmin's dowry maid, Dan Gui. Half a month ago, when Lu Tan had entered the Eastern Palace, Xia Jiangmin had moved from Jing Wangfu to the palace. Nubi greets official Yu. Dan Gui wasn't surprised by Yushu's better-than appearance and sweetly bowed to her. She then stood up and said with a smile, "The magnolia blossoms in the imperial garden have bloomed, and the imperial kitchen has made a white jade crisp. Nyang Nyang found it delicious and had this servant bring a box over for you to try." Lu Tan had become the crown prince, and Xia Jiangmin's status had risen with him. Even though she hadn't been officially titled as the crown princess, there was already a group of people in the palace trying to curry favor with her. It was said that people were in high spirits when faced with happy events. Even the palace maids by Xia Jiangmin's side were a bit more reserved when they spoke. "Many thanks, Nyang Nyang, for thinking of me," Yushu readily said Nyang Nyang, and had Biki take the box of pastries. She didn't taste it on the spot, but put it next to her hand. She turned her head to Dan Gui and said, "The doctor said that I will be able to walk in another half a month. At that time, I will go to the palace to visit the crown princess." Dan Gui had a regretful expression and said, "The 9th of next month is an auspicious day. The imperial secretary has chosen that day as the crown prince's coronation ceremony. All the civil and military officials have to go to the palace for an audience. It's a pity that official Yu can't go." Yushu also pretended to sigh. She asked her a few more questions and then had Ex-Iner take her to the garden of play. At this time, she opened a food box and smelled a fragrant aroma. She saw a plate of snow-white pastries. She casually picked up a pastry and put it in her mouth. Then she skillfully pried open the bottom of the box and took out a letter. She tore it open to read. In the letter, Xia Jiangmin said that a few days ago, the Empress had brought her niece, Rue Zizhu, into the palace to keep her company. So Lu Tan had accidentally met Miss Rue in the imperial garden. Coincidentally, Xia Jiangmin was also there, and she finally saw the other's true appearance. What made her secretly happy was that Lu Tan didn't have any interest in the beautiful Miss Rue. Even after he returned to the palace, he took the initiative to mention the Empress's arrangements to Xia Jiangmin. After the coronation ceremony, Rue Zizhu would enter the Eastern Palace as a Liandi. Although her status was only second to her, the crown princess, she would never be able to surpass her. AI. This time, Yushu really sighed. She seemed to see Xia Jiangmin stepping into the harem in a storm of blood, never to return on the road of fighting for favor. "Go get some water." She lifted the blanket and moved her legs off the soft couch. Stepping steadily on the ground, she held in Biki's hand and slowly walked into the inner room. With Zhu Qingjue, the heir of the king of medicine, treating her, she could walk a few days ago. It was just that her legs were a bit weak. Yushu cleaned her hands and burned incense. She first divined for Xia Jiangmin. As expected, after she entered the palace, her future became dangerous and unpredictable. There were many villains causing trouble, and she would not have peace. But because of this, her fate shot up to the sky and became indescribably noble. If her life was not in danger, she had the sign of being the mother of the world. When the incense burned out, Yushu used the time of calamity to calculate the time of the crowning ceremony. She even calculated the day when Rue Ziju would enter the Eastern Palace. Then, she recorded the 2 minor tribulations on a piece of paper. She sealed it in an envelope and put it back in a box of snacks that Xia Jiangmin had sent. She had a Biki take it to the garden to find some sweet osmanthus and have her bring it back to the palace. In a situation where she could not even protect herself, Yushu could only do this much for Xia Jiangmin. The registrar's office finished making the plaque and sent it to the Yu residence. As the chief official of the registrar's office, Xian sent someone to pass a message to Yushu, saying, "On the day that the plaque is unveiled, this old man will definitely be there to congratulate you." This was clearly a favor to Yushu. Yushu was an illustrious teacher. However, many people did not approve of her claiming to be an aristocratic family. At this time, Xian, as the head of one of the 12 aristocratic families in Anling, was able to stand up for her. Even on the day that she officially hung the plaque, at least she would not be a joke. Although Xian's character was not good, there was nothing to say about his way of doing things. Yushu had to accept his favor and sent someone to thank him. She was still pretending that her legs were inconvenient, so the day of hanging the plaque had to be postponed. The invitations were all prepared, and once the crowning ceremony of the crown prince was over, she would announce to the public that they were an aristocratic family. The interior of the forgotten aircraft building had been transformed into a Grady shop. Gue had transferred a sum of money from the Southern Forest Timber shop to her. Everything was ready, and the only thing left was to open the door to receive guests. In the blink of an eye, it was April. The deadline that Shui Rue had agreed on with her was approaching, but there was no news from him. She could only calculate whether he was safe or not from the divination. On the 6th day, people from the Ministry of Rites and the princess residence came to send the betrothal gifts. He Fangji and Zhao Hui came out to receive them. Looking at the continuous flow of betrothal gifts, they once again realized that Yushu was not marrying into an ordinary family. Yushu received the list of betrothal gifts, glanced at it briefly, and threw it aside. She did not let anyone put the things on the list into her private collection. Instead, she opened another 2 storerooms at the side of Yongchun Yuan and locked all the betrothal gifts from the princess residence in them, so that they could be returned in the future. On the 9th day of the 4th month, the crowning ceremony was held in the palace. Lu Tan sat firmly on the throne of the crown prince. The next day, the imperial Gue Fei gave birth to a little princess who was 19 years old. Yushu recuperated for a full 2 months. When spring came, she returned to the Celestial Commissioner office. When she was not there, Wen Xiao, and would send the official business of the Kunling Bureau to her residence if she needed to personally review it. Sometimes, Xiaolan and Rin Jiao would go with her to visit their superior and report on their work. The 2nd floor was always empty. When Yushu heard from Wen Xiao, and that Jing Chun did not appear much in the past 2 months, she suddenly realized that ever since she and Jing Chun were engaged, the 2 of them had not seen each other. Even when she was injured, he did not come to see her. Yushu felt it was a bit strange, but she did not think too much about it. After staying in the Kunling Bureau for a while, she took the initiative to see the head supervisor. When she arrived outside Taishi Pavilion, there was a rare guard who stopped her at the end of the bridge and did not let her go over. The head supervisor is currently receiving guests. Official Yu, please wait here. Yushu waited at the end of the Juka Bridge. Looking at the colorful lake, she could not help but be in a daze. In another half a month, the date of her and Jing Chen's wedding would arrive, but there was no news from Shui Rue at all. She guessed that he must have gone to Tranquil Winter City and joined the Prince of Dongjing's side. She wondered what kind of brilliant plan he had up his sleeves that could make Grand Tidian give up on forcing her and Jing Chun to conceive the grand bone of destiny. Official Yu. The guard called her softly. She looked up and saw 2 people walking over from the other end of the bridge. The elegant one in a purple robe was naturally the head supervisor, and the one next to him was an old man who was half a head shorter than him. She could recognize who he was just by looking at his clothes. There were only 2 people in the court who could be personally escorted out by the head supervisor. If it was not Shuo Lingnan, then it must be Yin Tianho. As expected, as the two approached, Yushu saw Prime Minister Yin's amiable face clearly. No, it should be called Grand Tutoring now. Yushu pulled her sleeves and bowed to the ground. Your humble servant pays her respects to Grand Tutor. The Crown Prince's Grand Tutor was the future teacher of the Emperor, so he should be respected by the world. Even the Crown Prince had to greet him when he saw him. Yin Tianho was the curse that Emperor Zhaoqing put on Lu Tan's head. Yin Tianho stopped and looked at her with a smile. He nodded and said, "Oh, it's Messenger you. I heard that you hurt your leg some time ago. Is it better now?" Yushu was flattered and said, "It's all thanks to Imperial Physician Zhu's miraculous medicine. Your humble servant is fine now." Yin Tianho seemed to be asking casually and did not care about her. He turned to Zhu Muzhao and said, "As the weather warms up, my knee begins to hurt again. Let Xingjue come and take a look at me another day. Let my old bones endure a few more springs and summers." Zhu Muzhao said, "Let that boy go tomorrow." Yushu saw how casual the two were. It was not difficult to guess that they had a good relationship. After Yin Tianho left, Zhu Muzhao called Yushu into the building. "Have you recovered from your injury?" "Yes." "Have you heard about the recent events in the court?" "I know a little." Zhu Muzhao led her to sit by the window facing the lake. There was a palm-sized purple clay teapot on the tea table. At first glance, it looked no different from an ordinary official kiln. But if one looked at it for a while, they would find something special. The round and small body of the teapot was carved with a pair of yin and yang fish. There was a shallow layer of tea at the base. The two small fish seemed to suddenly come alive when they got the water. One of them was in the light, and the other was in the dark. It was really a wonderful work. Zhu Muzhao saw that she was secretly looking at the yin and yang teapot on the tea table as she answered, like a child who saw something rare. His face softened a little and said to her with a smile, "This yin and yang teapot was the proud work of old academician Xe. When the tea is poured into the teapot, you could drink it after a while. It has a magical effect of improving the mind. You might as well try it." The old academician Exine he mentioned was not Exania, the left magistrate of the Secretariat, but Exinia's father, old Master Exine, who used to teach in the Taisher Shiyuan. Yushu had originally come here to show off her cleverness, so she followed his words and poured herself a cup of tea. She didn't feel anything at first, just a little less bitter than ordinary tea. But after a short while, she clearly felt a wisp of cool air rushing to the top of her head, and she also became clear-headed. This feeling made her think of the imitation Tai Ching cauldron and Tihu incense, which were both from the Xian family. Both of them had the same effect through different means. She had a small book of wonderful and rare objects given by the Xian family. There was no record of this yin and yang teapot in it, so it must be a secret of the Xian family. The first day of next month is the wedding day for you and Jingchun. Be careful and don't make any mistakes. Zhu Muzhao urged her like this, not mentioning the changes in the court. Yushu put the teacup back in its original place. She looked at his confident expression and pretended to be curious as she asked, "I heard that the Crown Prince sent someone to Ningdong City to denounce him and wanted to escort Prince Dongjing back to the capital?" Zhu Muzhao said, "Jiang Huaying disobeyed the imperial edict and should be punished severely." Yushu looked hesitant. Since Prince of Dongjing has the intention to rebel, how can he be arrested without putting up a fight? What if he refuses to return to the capital? Everyone has the right to punish rebels and traitors. It was an understatement, but Yushu felt a chill down her spine. The Crown Prince was just a puppet, and the Great Suggestion was the decision-maker of the court. Before Prince of Dongjing rebelled, the Great Suggestion identified him as a rebel. It seemed that he had expected this day. Did he also know that Shui Rue took Yinhua to seek refuge with Prince of Dongjing? Why did she feel that the Great Suggestion meant something else? "What are you worried about?" Zhu Muzhao asked suddenly. Yushu coughed to cover up her uneasiness. She said hesitantly, "It is said that Prince of Dongjing has 200,000 soldiers and horses under his command. The Northeast Army is brave and good at fighting. They can often fight 3 enemies on the battlefield. It will not be easy for the court to subdue him. However, Zhu Muzhao smiled at her, as if he had a plan in mind, and said nothing more. Yu Shu was afraid that he could see that she was trying to get information from him, so she did not dare to ask anymore. She sat quietly for a while, and then got up to leave. Ningdong City was backed by 2 rivers and on one side by a mountain. It was a place where the military always won. Since it was built 200 years ago, it guarded the border of Da'an, repelling the Tartars in the north and threatening the sea in the east. It could be said that Da'an's nearly 100 years of peace and prosperity were due to the northeast army of the Jiang family. After the Qingming festival, the north gradually warmed up. The barracks stationed outside Ningdong City all year round began to drill early in the morning. The wide drill ground was densely packed with heads, but under the command of the instructor, they raised their shields and brandished their swords in unison. It was an impressive sight. Ja. A group of people stood on a high platform in the distance and looked at the scene. The man in the lead was 8 feet tall, with broad shoulders and a majestic figure. He wore a soft armor made of pure gold and wore an eagle feather crown on his head. He looked handsome and extraordinary, but there was a scar at the end of his eyebrow that added some killing intent to him. This man was Prince of Dongjing, Jiang Huaying. Second brother, look. The Saber and Shield Battalion has been trained according to your requirements. In another month, they will be able to fight the enemy. Jiang Huaying pointed at the soldiers below the platform and said in a loud voice. Beside him stood a handsome young man. He wore a green Confucian robe, and his black hair was tied up casually. He looked like a defenseless scholar, but there was an awe-inspiring aura between his eyebrows that was different from ordinary people. This young man, who Jiang Huaying called second brother, was Shui Rui, who had escaped the imperial court's pursuit 2 months ago and came to seek shelter. The Northeast Army has a lot of cavalry. If the imperial court sends troops to suppress us, there will definitely be a large number of archers targeting our cavalry. Big Brother doesn't want to be afraid of the slightest thing, so you need this Saber and Shield Battalion to attack and defend. Jiang Huaying nodded in agreement and turned to look at him. He asked with bright eyes, "When can the cannons you showed me last time be used in large quantities?" Shui Rui smiled and said soon. "My foster father is in the Divine Arms Battalion all day long. Once there is any progress, he will inform Big Brother." Jiang Huaying patted his shoulder happily and said with affection, "Come, let's go to the Golden Spear Battalion to take a look. You can exchange a few moves with me. Who knows, I might need you to lead the troops in a battle in the future. Don't slack off." As the 2 of them spoke, they went down the high platform. While they were discussing the matter regarding the stockpiling of provisions, a fiery red steed suddenly charged over from the opposite side and stopped abruptly in front of them. Jiang Mia wore a beautiful riding attire and sat on the back of the steed. She carried a curved bow on her back and held a long whip in her hand. She glared at Shui Rui fiercely with an expression as if she was going to denounce him. "We agreed to go hunting with me today. I've been waiting here and there, so why didn't you come?" Shui Rui raised his head and glanced at her. He said with a faint smile, "When did I agree to go hunting with you? It was all your own decision." Seeing that he didn't know what was good for him, Jiang Mia angrily waved her hand and was about to lash him with her whip. However, Jiang Huaying reacted quickly and snatched the whip from her hand. He reprimanded her sternly. "This is a restricted area of the barracks, not a place for you to flaunt your prowess. Shining is also your elder brother. How did I teach you?" When Shui Rui came to seek shelter, he naturally changed his appearance. He no longer used his original name, nor did he use the alias Chao Zixin. Instead, he used the name of his birth mother, Madame Han, to call himself Lu Shining. Having her whip snatched away by her elder brother, Jiang Mia angrily glared at Shui Rui a few times before pulling the horse's head and galloping away. Jiang Huaying sighed at her retreating figure. He turned back to look at Shui Rui's expression and said hesitantly, "It's all my fault for spoiling her. Don't be fooled by her fierce attitude towards you. In fact, she likes you in her heart. That's why she doesn't know how to treat you. Are you really not going to reconsider what I said to you last time?" "Elder brother," Shui interrupted him and bluntly said with a frown, Don't mention this matter again. I bear the grudge of my father's death. If I don't break and ling, I will never marry. Chapter 777. At midnight, the entire U residence fell into silence. Two pairs of lanterns hung high in front of the gate, illuminating a blurry figure. He stepped on the steps that were dyed red by the firecrackers and looked at the brand-new aristocratic family plaque above his head, scattering a faint fragrance. Jean rubbed his nose and stood in front of the U residence for a moment. He hesitated and finally turned to leave. Shui had asked him to return to the capital to stop the marriage between Jing Chun and Yu Shu, but he was not allowed to meet with Yu Shu in private. He wanted to come to the last to tell her that he was safe, but he was afraid that his good intentions would cause trouble. He came and went like a ghost, and no one noticed him. An hour later, he found the back door of the princess's mansion. He had been here during the day to scout the place. He carefully avoided the hidden guards and entered the mansion. He found a small, beautifully built building by the lake. As soon as he approached it, he sensed that there was an ambush nearby. Jean cleverly went around to the side of the lake and climbed up to the second floor. He listened to the breathing sounds in the room by the window and quickly found Jing Chen's bedroom. He used a dagger to pry open the window and leaned in. The room was so dark that he couldn't see his fingers, but he could see the person lying on the bed with his night vision. Jean quietly walked to the bed and was about to seal his acupoints before waking him up. Suddenly, his eyelids twitched, and he didn't have time to withdraw his hand before it was caught. Jing Chun suddenly opened his eyes, but he didn't make a fuss. The wariness in his eyes was replaced by surprise when he saw who it was. "How come it's you?" Jean smiled awkwardly at him and whispered, "Third brother, it's me. Don't make a noise. There are a few masters hiding outside." Jing Chen nodded and released him. He sat up on the bed and asked in surprise, "Didn't you escape? Why did you come back?" Jean explained, "I'm the only one who came back. Foster father and the others are in a safe place." Without waiting for Jing Chun to ask again, he took the initiative to explain the purpose of his visit. "I came back this time to take you away from the capital to reunite with foster father. Third brother, quickly pack up and come with me." Jing Chen's eyes flickered in the darkness. After a while, he shook his head and said in a low voice, "I can't leave. If he could leave, he would have done so long ago. If you don't leave, are you really going to stay and marry Miss You?" Jean probed, "But she doesn't really want to marry you." He didn't dare to tell him that Yu Shu and Shui had already promised to marry each other. He was afraid that it would arouse resentment in his heart, and he would be even more unwilling to go with him. Unexpectedly, Jing Chun said calmly, "I know. The person she likes is Shui." Jean was stunned. He seemed to hear Jing Chun sigh softly, "But if I leave and leave her alone, the Tidian will definitely not let her go." That night at Ascending Cloud Monastery made Jing Chun completely understand that his tie was no longer with his sect, but Yu Shu. The Tidian could use Yu Shu's family to tie her down, but he could also use her to tie him down. Jean understood now, and he couldn't help but look at Jing Chun with pity in his eyes. These two brothers had fallen in love with the same girl, yet they both couldn't get what they wanted. Shui was slightly better, as at least he and the girl were in love with each other. But Jing Chun, he had wronged himself like this, and he didn't know if the girl would appreciate it. Let me put it this way. Even if you leave, that old thief surnamed Zhu will definitely not make things difficult for Miss You. On the contrary, she will only truly be free if you leave. Jean wasn't good at persuading people. These words were all taught to him by Shui. "Listen, old thief Zhu forced you to marry Miss You because he wanted to obtain the Destiny Grand Bone. But even if he obtained the Destiny Grand Bone, he still wouldn't be able to open the 6 Ren Book of the Fairy Maiden, because," he moved closer to Jing Chen's ear and lowered his voice to say, "because the 6 Ren Book of the Fairy Maiden he obtained is fake." Jing Chen's heart skipped a beat as he looked at Jean in disbelief. What did he just say? The Tidian's painstaking efforts to get the 6 Ren Book of the Fairy Maiden was fake? "I didn't lie to you. What happened that day in Rising Cloud Temple was all arranged by my foster father. He deduced it many times in advance. In order to make that guy surnamed Zhu believe that what he obtained was the real book of the Fairy Maiden, he even lied to my younger brother and miss you. The real book of the Fairy Maiden isn't on my foster father at all. He has long hidden it in a very hidden place. Other than him, no one knows where the real book of the Fairy Maiden is hidden. The mysterious crystal book that he carries with him is forged from Nanyang diamond. My foster father traveled outside for 10 years before he discovered it. He then searched for famous craftsmen in Jianghu to make an exact copy of the book of the Fairy Maiden. But no matter how much it resembles the real one, it is still a fake. It doesn't have the magical effect of knowing everything in the world. Jin Ke finished speaking in one breath. He was afraid that Jingchen wouldn't believe him. So he imitated Shui Rui's tone and said, "If it really is the 6 Rin book of the Fairy Maiden, not to mention my younger brother's life. Even if the dead Princess Liue and my foster mother were to come back to life, my foster father would definitely not hand it over to others." Jing Chan was silent for a long time before he suddenly asked, "Did my father go through so much trouble just to take away Shui Rui? Why did he do that?" Hearing this, Jin Ke couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of his foster father's flesh and blood, these 2 brothers were both extraordinarily intelligent. It was just that one's schemes were hard to fathom, while the other's great wisdom seemed stupid. When you see my foster father, you can ask him yourself. If Jin Ke had to say it himself, he only knew that Don's fate had come to an end. When the dynasty changed, his foster father would be the pair of hands that added fuel to the fire. Jing Chen's eyes flickered. He stared closely at Jin Ke as if he was trying to determine how credible his words were. Jin Ke didn't even dare to blink, for fear that Jing Chun would refuse him in the next moment. "If I go with you, how can you guarantee that Xiaoyu won't be in danger after I leave?" Seeing that he finally relent, Jin Ke was overjoyed. He quickly took out something from his bosom and showed it to him. "Isn't that easy to say? I have a brocade pouch that my foster father personally gave me. Inside, it is the secret method to distinguish between the real and fake 6 Rin book of the Fairy Maiden. As long as you agree to leave with me, I will give it to Miss You." At that time, when the man surnamed Zhu makes things difficult for her, she only needs to point out the fake book of the Fairy Maiden in his hands. The man surnamed Zhu will definitely not do anything to her. Jingchen thought for a while and was a bit hesitant. He wanted to leave like this to free Yu Shu, but he was also afraid that she wouldn't be able to handle it alone after he left. Moreover, there was a bit of selfishness that he couldn't say out loud. He secretly hoped that one day she would change her mind and get back on good terms with him. "Third younger brother, just believe me this once." Jin Ke's lips were torn from all the talking. He said with a bitter expression, "Even if you don't believe me, you should believe your second older brother. He has deep feelings for Miss You, so why would he harm her? I'll tell you the truth. He was the one who told me to go back to the capital to persuade you to leave." Hearing this, Jing Chen's expression was obviously dazed for a moment. "Is that so? He told you to come find me?" "That's right. He told me to come. He also said that you have a sincere heart for Miss You. If it's for her good, you will be willing to leave." Jin Ke himself felt that these words were a bit despicable. There was a fair chance to marry the beauty in front of Jing Chun, but he wanted him to give up and leave. How many men in this world could do that? Jing Chun stood up with his hands on his knees and walked off the bed. Jin Ke couldn't see the bitterness and struggle in his eyes. "Third younger brother, you let me think about it." Seeing that the 4th month was about to end, there was a happy atmosphere inside and outside of the Yu estate. The eldest daughter of the estate was going to get married tomorrow, and the servants had received new clothes and shoes. Tomorrow, not only could they join in the fun, but they could also receive rewards. How could they not look forward to it? At this moment, Zhao Hui was a bit angry. This morning, when she went to the north courtyard to check the items, she happened to see Yu Xiaoxiu's little mouse coming out of a pile of wedding clothes. When she checked again, she found that the neckline and cuffs of the wedding clothes were loose. She was so angry that she stomped her feet. Yushu was in the room, so Zhao Hui asked the head maidservant in her courtyard and hurried to Yongchun Court. When she entered the garden, she saw Yushu sitting by the pond and basking in the sun. She was so angry that she almost laughed. Look at your face. It's as red as a monkey's face. Get up and go back to the room. Yushu was in a daze. When she was pulled up from the rocking chair by Zhao Hui, she came back to her senses. Seeing her angry face, she asked slowly, "What did you say?" Zhao Hui only thought that she was dizzy from the sun and didn't notice her abnormality. She gritted her teeth and said, "I told you many times not to keep that mouse. You don't know how hateful it is. It bit your new wedding clothes. Quickly go back with me and see how to repair it." Yushu made an "oh" sound and casually said, "If it's bad, then it's bad. Why do you need to repair it?" Zhao Hui glared at her and said, "You're talking nonsense again. If you don't repair it, what will you wear tomorrow?" Then she pulled her away without any explanation. This torment lasted the entire morning. Fortunately, Pei Jing's foreign, Qin Shi, was also in the Fu to help. Her needlework was very good. She thought a way to stitch back the loose threads with red thread. If one didn't look carefully, one wouldn't be able to see the damage. Yushu looked at them with a lack of interest. When the clothes were repaired, Zhao Hui let out a sigh of relief. Yushu lazily got up and said, "I'm going back to my room to sleep. Mother and Jioma should also rest." Seeing that Yushu had left, Qin Shi turned her head and whispered to Zhao Hui, "Why is she so listless? Did she quarrel with the new son-in-law?" Zhao Hui was busy hanging up the wedding clothes and replied, "It can't be. Yesterday, the Princess Fu sent a few pots of flowers for her. I think it's fine. Aren't all girls like this? When they're getting married, there will always be some fear in their heart. Didn't sister-in-law go through the same thing?" Qin Shi thought that it was right, so she changed the topic and talked to Zhao Hui about the time when they became new daughters-in-law. Yushu returned to the bedroom like a ghost. She put on her shoes and lay down on the soft couch. Abe Kiko silently followed behind her. After she lay down, he went forward to take off her shoes and kneeled on the footstool to massage her legs. Yushu looked at the beam and said softly, "Well, you go out and guard the door. Don't let anyone come in." Abe Kiko obediently went out. When there was only Yushu in the room, her calm face was instantly filled with bitterness. No one knew how she survived these days. There was still no news of Shui Rue. Seeing that her marriage with Jing Chun was a foregone conclusion, she was powerless to stop it. She sat motionless in the garden all morning, with hundreds of ideas running through her mind. Finally, she found that there was only one way to go, and that was to sit in the bridal sedan chair the next morning and be taken to the bridal chamber. With a big family behind her, she had no choice at all. She didn't have the right to be selfish. She had to tell herself this over and over again to endure the unwillingness in her heart. Yushu raised her arm to cover her face. There was a trace of a bitter smile on her lips. She muttered to herself, "If the person in my heart is not you, but him, it would be good." Chapter 778. Recently, there was a rare incident in the capital. It was said that on the day that the emperor personally appointed Messenger Miao Ling to be married, the groom disappeared. The bride's bridal sedan chair went out of the main gate. The bridal sedan chair, along with the dozens of heaps of dowry, returned untouched. Some people said that this female envoy was extremely ugly. Although she had the ability to call the wind and summon the rain, she was not liked by men. Moreover, the man she was going to marry seemed to be a relative of the imperial family. Some people said that the bride accidentally broke her leg before getting married and became a cripple. The groom was not willing to marry her, so he ran away. Some people said that the groom who ran away already had a lover, and the two eloped the night before the wedding. Although there were different opinions, one thing was certain. The bride became a joke in everyone's mouth. However, at this moment, Yushu, who was in the center of all kinds of rumors and slanders, was not as worried as people imagined. On the contrary, she never felt so relaxed again. It had been 3 days since Jing Chun escaped the marriage. The entire Yu residence was shrouded in dark clouds. She did not shed tears of sadness, nor did she fly into a rage out of humiliation. On the day of the marriage, she opened her eyes in a daze and found a brocade pouch in her hand. When she saw the letter inside, she was so happy that she almost cried. What happened next was logical. She sat in the sedan chair and went out. After waiting for a long time, the groom didn't come. News came from the princess's mansion that Jingchun was missing. She ordered the wedding procession to turn around and go home. Jingchun left without saying goodbye. Yushu only had gratitude in her heart. All the things in the past were drowned by him when he turned around. This time, he let go of his feelings, and she also let go of her resentment. Yushu waited at home for 3 days. The Great Commissioner probably couldn't find Jingchun's whereabouts, so they finally found her, the victim. When the Great Tipping Point sent someone to summon her, Yushu was in the stable brushing Little Red's back with her sleeves rolled up. When she heard the news, she calmly returned to her room and changed into a set of clean clothes. She took off the ring on her left hand and placed it under her pillow. Then, she followed the person to the Imperial Astronomer. In Taishi Restaurant, Zhu Muzhao rarely had a serious face. When he saw Yushu coming in, he didn't comfort her, but asked, "Where did Jingchun go?" Yushu already had a plan, so she was not afraid of his cold face. She told him the truth. He went to find his father. As soon as she finished her words, Zhu Muzhai raised his hand and threw the paperweight on the table at her. Yushu didn't have time to dodge it. The hard jade stone hit her head, making a muffled sound, and then fell to the ground. There was a sharp pain on Yushu's forehead, and then she felt dizzy. Her body swayed, and she barely stood still. She covered her head and looked at the angry man with a mocking smile. "Do you think that you can rest easy if he runs away?" Zhu Muzhao said coldly. "You are courting death." Yushu retorted, "Even if he doesn't run away, do you think that everything will be fine after you get the destiny bone?" Hearing the hidden meaning in her words, Zhu Muzhao suddenly narrowed his eyes. "What are you trying to say?" Yushu didn't fear death and told him, "The Book of Mystery Women's 6 Rens that you got from Yinhua is fake." Zhu Muzhao was stunned, and his face slowly became ugly. He looked at Yushu with a sharp gaze and said in disbelief, "Impossible. You are lying to me. Don't tell me you still can't tell if it's the truth or a lie." Yushu met his pressing gaze and repeated, "The Book of Fairy Maiden that you obtained is fake." Zhu Muzhao's face was completely pale. If he had a second paperweight in his hand, he would have thrown it at Yushu's face again without hesitation. Seeing his expression change, Yushu felt an indescribable sense of joy in her heart. She added fuel to the fire and said, "If you still don't believe me, you can take out the Book of Mystery Women. Yunhua left a secret mark on it. I can point it out to you." Zhu Muzhao closed his eyes and thought for a long time. When he first got the Book of Mystery Women, he was also worried that it was fake. He had repeatedly appraised it, cut it with a knife, grilled it with fire, and even compared it with the handwritten notes left by the former great teacher, but he didn't find anything wrong. He calmed down, tapped his fingers on the table, and said, "Gu Hong, bring me the Book of Mystery Women." It wasn't that he didn't believe in his great insight technique, but he didn't want to believe that he would fall into Yunhua's trap. Yunhua was full of tricks. Since he could deceive him once, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do it again. "Master, please wait a moment." Yushu heard someone responding to him in a low voice. Although she didn't see the person, the voice was slightly familiar. It must be his loyal servant, or else how would he know where the Book of Mystery Women was kept? Zhu Muzhao looked at Yushu's calm performance, and the anger in his heart couldn't be extinguished. So he sneered and said, "Later, if you can't prove that the Book of Mystery Women's 6 Rens in my hand is fake, I will let you taste the feeling of begging for death." Yushu shut her mouth and didn't try to provoke him again. She frowned tightly, and her head hurt badly, but she didn't dare to slack off. She waited quietly for the time it took for a joss stick to burn, and the person returned. He walked in from the back door with a wooden box in his hands. Only then did she see the person's appearance clearly, and she immediately recognized that he was the person holding the sword who followed Zhu Muzhao that night in Rising Cloud Temple. It seemed that this person's kung fu was unfathomable, and even a peerless master like Jin Ku was afraid to fight with him recklessly. Master. Gu Hong put the wooden box on the table in front of Zhu Mu Zhao, but he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he stood to the side and stared at Yu Shu expressionlessly. Zhu Mu Zhao opened the box and beckoned Yu Shu to come forward. Come here and point it out for me. Yu Shu gently rubbed the protruding lump on her forehead, gritted her teeth, and strode forward. She took the glazed crystal treasure book from his hands, lowered her head, and flipped to the back. She pursed her lips and carefully explored the uneven diagram with her fingers. After a while, her eyes suddenly brightened, and her fingers stopped on the Destiny Grand Bone diagram. She said to Zhu Mu Zhao, "Touch here. Is there anything different?" Zhu Mu Zhao reached out and touched it, but he didn't find anything unusual. Yu Shu didn't reveal it for the time being. She pointed out a few other bones on the diagram and asked him to touch them one by one. Zhu Mu Zhao frowned, but he still couldn't figure it out. Yu Shu sighed in admiration at Yunhua's ingenuity in her heart as she revealed the answer to the riddle. There are a total of 81 human bones drawn on this diagram. Most of them are indented, and only a few are protruding. You can change the strokes on these protruding bones and see what kind of character it is. As she spoke, she took a brush from the table, dipped it in cinnabar, and wrote the character stroke by stroke on the table. The characters on the Book of Xiannu were all in seal script. Yu Shu couldn't recognize a few of them, but she had seen this character in the brocade pouch that Yunhua had written in her own handwriting, and she remembered it clearly. This character was pronounced as fake. Fake meant fake. Yunhua used this character to mock Zhu Mu Zhao's incompetence. Zhu Mu Zhao stared at the bright red character, fake, on the table. His fingers trembled slightly, and he clenched his fists tightly. However, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He let out a muffled cough from his throat, and a trail of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Yu Shu was so frightened that she took 2 steps back. She didn't expect him to be so angry that he would vomit blood. When Gu Hong saw this, he hurriedly stepped forward and pressed on Zhu Mu Zhao's shoulder. He stretched out a palm and massaged his back to help him suppress the surging blood in his chest. Zhu Mu Zhao closed his eyes tightly and slowed down his breathing. He tried his best to control the anger and hatred that filled his heart. It was just like 20 years ago when his father, Zhu Chong, drank poison to apologize for losing the Book of Xiannu. It was also the day he took over the position of the Celestial Commissioner. He secretly swore that he would recover the Book of Xiannu in his lifetime and replace his father to protect the peace and prosperity of Da, and I won't kill you. He opened his eyes and looked at the rebellious girl in front of him. His eyes flickered, and his blood-stained lips opened and closed. Killing you is exactly what he wants. I will let you live well and live better than anyone else. He would let her slowly sink into the swamp of power and desire, until the day she could not extricate herself. Yu Shu did not understand what Zhu Mu Zhao was saying, but she knew that her little life was saved. She quietly sighed in relief. After relaxing, she felt her whole body go soft, as if there was a big stone on her head. It was so heavy that she could not lift her head, and her vision became blurry. She opened her mouth and fell backwards. When Yu Shu woke up again, she was already home and lying on her bed. Zhao Hui and Yu Xiaoxiu were around the bed. Seeing her open her eyes, one quickly turned her head to wipe away her tears while the other moved in front of her face. "Sister, how are you? Does your head hurt? Are you still dizzy?" Yu Shu subconsciously touched her forehead and touched a layer of cotton. She gasped and blurted out, "Ouch, it hurts so much." Zhao Hui wiped away her tears and turned her head to scold her. "Since you know pain, why do you want to suffer? I know you have been feeling bad these days, but you can't hurt yourself like this. We can't afford to be friends with the royal family, but we can't do that. Where did your intelligence go? You're seeking death for such a small matter. Have you ever thought about our family?" Yu Shu was dumbfounded. Who was seeking death? Who? Yu Xiaoxiu also said with red eyes, "Sister, Jingchen did not marry you because he is not lucky. If he ran away, then he ran away. Don't take it too hard." After a long time, they misunderstood that she wanted to die. Yu Shu felt a pain in her head. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She waved her hand at them, and said weakly, "Don't worry. I haven't lived enough. Why would I want to die?" Hearing this, Zhao Hui was doubtful. She wanted to say something more, but she was interrupted by He Fangji, who came in with a bowl of medicine. "Okay, don't talk too much. Let the child drink the medicine first." Yushu escaped a disaster. After drinking a bowl of bitter medicine, she listened to He Fangji and closed her eyes to rest. She slept for the whole afternoon. After a while, Aunt Shui heard news and ran over, but she didn't dare to wake her up. She silently sat by her bed and squeezed out a few tears. Then, she was coaxed away by Yu Xiaoxiu. In the evening, Yushu woke up. The room was dark. She vaguely heard Zhao Hui talking to someone outside. "Why hasn't that person left yet?" "That's right, madam. She has been waiting for the whole afternoon." Steward Zhou didn't listen to her no matter how I persuaded her. She insisted on seeing our Mississippi. If it wasn't for her weak legs, I really want to drive her out with a broom. I'm afraid that she will hit something and blame us again. Chapter 779. Yushu was not surprised that Shui Yun would come to her door. Even she only learned that Jing Chun left on the morning of her wedding. She didn't even see him for the last time, let alone Shui Yun. She didn't let anyone drive Shui Yun out. Jing Chen left without saying goodbye because of her. She had to give Shui Yun an explanation. "Go and tell her that I asked her to go back first and come back tomorrow morning." Yushu let Lin persuade Shui Yun to return to the Princess Fu first. It was too late today. In addition, she had a headache and couldn't control her temper. She was afraid that Shui Yun would quarrel with her. If she insists on not leaving, take her to the guest room in the West Wing to rest for the night. After Lin conveyed the message, Shui Yun really didn't want to leave. She brought along a maidservant and stayed in the guest room. She looked as if she wouldn't leave until she saw Yushu. She looked just like a debt collector. Lin came back and told Yushu. Yushu was helpless and let her go. After a night, Yushu's headache eased a lot. However, there was a fist-sized swelling on her forehead. The black and red bruise was very scary. She had to wear a hat, otherwise she wouldn't be able to see people. After she got up, she asked Lin "Did you send someone to send breakfast to Miss Shui?" Lin pouted and said, "Yes, but she refused to eat. She clamored to see you early in the morning." At that time, her daughter was not awake yet. Who would help that debt collector pass the message? Yushu looked at the porridge, side dishes, and steaming hot flour rolls on the table. She sighed and said, "Go and invite her over." After that, she picked up the bowl and chopsticks and ate first. She felt dizzy and nauseous yesterday. She didn't eat much at night. Now, she was so hungry. Zhao, we must have specially ordered the kitchen. The table was full of light and refreshing food. Just looking at it made people have an appetite. She had just finished a small bowl of porridge when Shui Yun arrived. She was pushed to the door in her wheelchair. The maidservant behind her was quite strong. She carried Shui Yun and her heavy wheelchair over the threshold by herself. Xin, and Lin, who were prepared to help, were dumbfounded. Yushu put down her chopsticks and looked at Shui Yun. Her face was sallow and her eyes were dark. It seemed that she had been suffering for the past few days. She didn't even have a good night's sleep. This made Yushu think of herself from 3 days ago. She felt more sympathy for Shui Yun. Contrary to her usual cold attitude, she calmly said, "Come and eat something, then we'll talk about something else." Shui Yun stared at her motionlessly. Her pair of bloodshot eyes seemed to be stained with poison, wishing to pierce a few holes in her body. Seeing this, Yushu had to pull a long face to scare her. A guest should follow the host's wishes. Don't force me to kick you out. Shui Yun bit the dried skin on her lips and coldly snorted. Then, she ordered the maidservants to push her to the table. "All of you go out. Xiao Kuei, stay outside." At Yushu's order, Xin and Lin obediently went out. This time, Shui Yun didn't need Yushu to say anything. She also drove her maidservants out. Only the two of them were left in the room. "Where's my senior fellow apprentice?" Yushu stood up and filled a bowl of porridge for her. Then, she took a flour roll and put it in front of her. Finish it. Shui Yun grabbed the flour roll and threw it at her. Where's my senior fellow apprentice? Yu Shu frowned and resisted the urge to press her head into the bowl. She bent down to pick up the flour roll and blew on it. Then she peeled off the dirty outer layer. She broke off a piece and put it in her mouth. After chewing it, she forced the remaining half into Shui Yun's hand. After you finish eating, I'll tell you where Jing Chun is. She pressed on Shui Yun's weak point. Shui Yun ate the flour roll she picked up from the ground with a humiliated expression. Then, she was forced to drink a bowl of porridge. Finally, her face had some color. Where's my senior fellow apprentice? Shui Yun slammed the bowl on the table. Jing Chun went to find his biological father. You lied to me. Shui Yun widened her eyes. She didn't believe her words at all. Yin Hua Ezi had been dead for 20 years. Where could Jing Chun go to find him? Was he going to seek death? Why would I lie to you? Yin Hua is not dead. He's still alive. Yu Shu crossed her arms and looked down at Shui Yun's surprised face. She said, Jing Chun should have told you that I'm the one who broke his life. Then, did he tell you that the story about him committing a crime against Kata Star, and that if he didn't break his life in time, he would kill the elders of his sect who saved his life back, then was a lie made up by the old Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Their purpose was to make him obedient and become a saint without selfish intentions. Then, it would be convenient for them to manipulate him. Although she didn't know what agreement the Taoists of Dragon Tiger Mountain had with the imperial court, she was sure that Jing Chen's so-called crime against Kata Star was a lie made up by them. The union of the Great Calamity and the Life Breaker was only to give birth to the Destiny Grandbone. This was the truth. You're lying. Shui Yun stretched her neck and shouted at Yu Shu. She glared at Yu Shu as if she was a demon. You must have forced my senior fellow apprentice away. You hate me for framing you, and you blame my senior fellow apprentice for cutting off all ties with you. So, you didn't want to break your life for him, so you thought a way to force him away. Yu Shu shook her head and laughed. I was right. You evil woman with a heart of snakes and scorpions. My senior fellow apprentice missed you, but you caused him to be heartless and unjust. I curse you to die a horrible death. Shui Yun's malicious words made her so angry that her breathing became hurried. Her eyes slightly bulged out, looking somewhat frightening. Yu Shu coldly looked at her. You should really look in the mirror and see what kind of face you have right now. Let me ask you, in your heart, is Jing Chun a heartless person? If the matter of Life Breaker really threatened the lives of the elders of your sect, how could he just leave? You keep saying that you and Jing Chun grew up together, so you should know better than anyone what kind of life he lived in Dragon Tiger Mountain. Which one of you cares about what he thinks? You talk about kindness and morality all day long, afraid that he will be ungrateful. It's as if he was born to suffer and lives to repay kindness, to save the common people of the world. Which one of you treats him as a person? Humans had 7 emotions and 6 desires. They could cry and laugh, be sad and happy, but Jing Chun had been taught to be neither happy nor sad since he was young. He endured everyone's strange gazes and carefully lived for more than 10 years. If it was her, even if she didn't go crazy, she would become a fool. He has been deceived for more than 10 years. Now that he has woken up, does he want to stay and be used by others? Yu Shu sneered. In my opinion, it's good that he left, too good. He left this foul, Anling city and became a free mortal from then on. Otherwise, he would have lived his life in vain. There was a saying, every man for himself. It was also a good thing that Jing Chun could let go of his obsession and let go of her. Being sneered at by Yu Shu, Shui Yun forgot about her anger and suddenly lost herself. 2 voices appeared in her mind. One told her not to listen to Yu Shu's nonsense, and the other questioned herself. Did she really think for senior brother? She wanted to defend herself and expose Yu Shu's lies, but she was horrified to find that she couldn't refute Yu Shu's words. She didn't want to believe Yu Shu's nonsense, but she also didn't believe that Jing Chun was a heartless person. Then why did he leave? Shui Yun's anger completely dissipated. She thought about how she had criticized Jing Chun in the past, and how she had been pressuring him all this time. She slowly shrunk her shoulders. It was already May, but she felt a chill. It was a chill in her heart. If what Yushu said was true, then senior brother must be disheartened and left without saying a word. Will he come back? She couldn't help but ask. He won't come back. Yushu's tone was sad. Shui Yun's nose became sour, and suddenly tears fell. She sniffled and sobbed. The more she cried, the sadder she became. Soon, she cried until she was out of breath. Yushu was instantly speechless. Seeing that she was about to pass out, she had no choice but to call for her to stop. All right, what are you crying for? It's not like Jingchen is dead. He's alive and well. Don't you feel unlucky? Shui Yun hiccuped and choked with sobs. Senior brother must hate me. Yes, he must hate you. I can't see him anymore. Woo-woo. Yes, you can't see him in this life. Shui Yun's crying stopped abruptly. A pair of fish eyes fiercely stared at Yushu. I can't see him, and you can't see him either. What are you so proud of? Yushu rolled her eyes. Which eye of yours saw me proud? I was clearly comforting you. Shui Yun was ashamed and angry. Who needs your comfort? How was this comforting? This was simply pouring salt on her wound. If you don't need it, then don't. Yushu said somewhat impatiently. Have you cried enough? If you have, then go back. I have already said what needs to be said. Don't come here to make trouble again. If you do, I won't be polite to you next time. Shui Yun's little face tightened, and she held back her tears. She said to Yushu in a threatening manner, It's fine if my senior brother is safe and sound, but if one day I find out that you lied to me, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yushu sneered and didn't call out her bluff. For Jingchen's face, she was too lazy to argue. Come, see the guest out. And Beiku Wei and Shui Yun's maidservant walked in one after the other. Shui Yun carelessly wiped the tears on her face and had someone push her to the door. She looked back at Yushu and said in a muffled voice, Before senior brother left, he left a note saying that you left something with him and wanted me to return it on his behalf. When you have time, come to the Princess Fu to get it. Yushu raised her eyelids and asked suspiciously, What thing? Shui Yun snorted angrily. It's just a broken sword. What good thing can it be? She originally didn't intend to tell her. Even if it was a broken sword, it was something that her senior brother had used. She could benefit anyone but her. But because this was the last thing her senior brother entrusted to her, she had to do it no matter how unwilling she was. It wasn't because she felt guilty in front of this bad woman. After Shui Yun disappeared, Yushu slowly realized what the broken sword was. It was an ancient sword that she first obtained from a group of evil Taoists in Yang. Later, she gave it to Jingchen. She still remembered that the sword was very old. The body of the sword was covered in green rust. She couldn't tell its age. But once, she met old academician Xian at the Xian family's great exchange hall. When she asked about the ancient sword, the old man seemed to know its origin, but he refused to tell her. Chapter 780. The next day, Yushu went to the princess residence to retrieve the ancient sword. Jingchun had made a scabbard out of some unknown leather, but it still looked old and shabby when she pulled it out. After getting the sword, she can't wait to find Xian Lu. Old Master Xian has retired for a long time and usually doesn't see outsiders. He occasionally appears in Xian Riguang Day exchange house. Yushu can't go there every day, so she has to find another way. As soon as Xian Lu sees her, he notices the leather hat on her head. It's so warm. Why are you wearing a hat? I accidentally fell down and hit my head. I'm wearing it to cover my face. Yushu lifts a corner of the hat to show him the bruise on her forehead. Xian Lu is shocked and quickly asks her how she hid it. But Yushu makes up a story to fool her. Xian Lu is relieved and says, I thought you were sad because of academician Jing's escape. That's good. On the day of Yushu's marriage, Xian Lu is in the wedding procession. He witnesses the scene of the sedan chair going out and coming back. Although Yushu doesn't cry after that, everyone thinks she is pretending to be strong. Yushu thinks that she wears a hat because she is afraid of being misunderstood. Now, anyone who sees the bruise on her forehead will think that she wants to die. It's really unlucky. Let me tell you something. I have something to ask Academician Xin. Do you have any way to let me see him? Hearing as she wants to see her great-grandfather, Xin Lu agrees at once. He pats his chest and promises, "You have found the right person this time. My great-grandfather loves me very much. Usually, it depends on my grandfather's mood if he wants to see me. I am different. No matter when I go to Donglai Pavilion to play, my great-grandfather never refuses to see me. Next time I go to visit him, I will take you with me." Yu Shu asks worriedly, "If you take me with you, will Academician Xin be unhappy and blame you later?" Xin Lu carelessly says, "No, my great-grandfather has a good temper. Last time I dropped his precious Bodhi bead into the brazier and burned it, but he didn't get angry at me. I'm just taking a friend to see him. Why would he be unhappy?" Sometimes, Yushu really felt that it was good to be like Xin Lu, who was so carefree. At least, he wouldn't worry about things for no reason and would do everything confidently. "Are you free tomorrow?" she asks. "Tomorrow?" "Not tomorrow." Xin Lu waves his hand and says shyly, "I didn't have time to tell you that I have been chosen to be the bearer of this ancestral worship ceremony this year. I will leave for Huajin Garden tomorrow morning. The 9th day of the 5th month is the Holy Ancestor Worship Day. Every year, on that day, the ancestral worship ceremony is held at the Imperial Mausoleum. This is the biggest event of the year and is presided over by the Celestial Commissioner. There is a segment that requires 6 young boys and girls to be the bearers, to worship the 6 vessels of the founding nation. These 6 people have always been followers. This is a special honor. In last year's ancestral worship ceremony, Yushu was the leading bearer. What's more, last year was the year when the new students entered the Imperial Mausoleum after the triennial examination. She became the one that attracted the most attention. Yushu can't help but feel happy for her. This is a good thing. Then I will wait for you to return from Huajin Garden. Xin Lu pouts. What is good about it? You don't even know what kind of people are chosen this year. Even I was chosen because of my family background. There is no one who can do anything. Like that one Xiao. And didn't he follow you into the Celestial Commissioner? He was also last year's top 3. He was also chosen because 3 academicians recommended him, who knew that in the end, he was inexplicably removed. He didn't even have an explanation and was replaced by an ignorant and incompetent young man. Many people in the library are gossiping behind our backs and laughing at us. I'd rather not be chosen than make a fool of myself. Yushu slightly frowns. She thought that the Taisher library was becoming more and more unreasonable. When Xiao and didn't mention this to her, he was probably afraid of causing trouble for her. Xin Lu was still complaining. 2 more academicians are retiring this year, and the new academicians are putting on airs. What they teach is all old stuff, and all they teach is old stuff. They are not willing to show any of their true abilities. There are gangs everywhere in the library. Not many people are dedicated to learning. Last month, there was a female student who was ostracized. She couldn't bear the humiliation and took the initiative to quit school. Academician Sima was so angry that he severely punished those troublemakers. But in the end, nothing was done. I don't want to go to school every day. It is better to get married earlier. Yushu heard the first half of her words and sighed. When she heard the last sentence, she couldn't help but laugh. She poked her forehead and said, "This is what you really mean." Xin Lu was surprised that she said what was on her mind. She shyly held her face. I didn't say anything. Her and Gu Qi's marriage had been decided. With Xiang Wang Fei as a guarantor, the elders of the 2 families exchanged their children's birthdays. The next step was to go to Kunling Bureau to apply for an official marriage certificate. With Yushu around, this was a small matter. Yushu met with Xin Lu in the morning and went to Wang Ji Lu to take a look. She found Xin Lishan and discussed the opening date with him. Last month, when her leg injury recovered, she invited Xin Lishan to come out of retirement and persuaded him to come to her to Yilu. Of course, Xin Laowu, as a profiteer, would never be at a disadvantage. He opened his mouth and asked for half her shares. In the end, Yushu cut him down to 30% of the dividends. In addition, she promised him that the money he received for fortune-telling would belong to him. The two of them discussed the terms and conditions before she coaxed him to sign the contract. The next day, Xian Lishan shamelessly moved into Wang Jilu and lived a good life without having to worry about food and drink again. However, this 30% of the dividends was not undeserved. Xian Lishan was good at doing business, and the strange gadgets he invented could all be used for profit. Most importantly, he was born in the aristocratic families of the 12 prefectures. He was once the famous Great E-Master of 2 rankings and was recognized as the next head of the Xian family. Although he and Xian had a falling out and were expelled from the family, his many years of connections were still there. As long as he was willing to come out of retirement and recruit a few talented E-Masters to come to Wang Jilu, there was no need to worry that their Yi-Lu would not prosper. Yushu had a vague idea in her heart. She did not want to build Wang Jilu into a money-making tool for the aristocratic families. Instead, she wanted to build a place that could really solve the problems of those who needed to ask for fortune-telling. The so-called E-Masters could not only help people seek fortune and avoid calamity. It should bring people hope, not fear of the unknown. When Yushu walked out of Wang Jilu, the sun had just set. The bodyguard behind her was carrying a few kinds of cakes that the cook had specially steamed for her. They were all the signature tea snacks of Wang Jilu, which could not be sold outside. When she walked to the entrance of the alley, she was stopped by a man who looked familiar. "Official Yu, the Tiandao invites you to come this way." She immediately recognized that he was the guard of Taishi Lu, one of the people around the Tiandao. As soon as she went out, she was blocked. It was obvious that there had been spies around her. The Tiandao knew her every move like the back of his hand. She did not make a fuss. She nodded and let the man lead the way. It did not take long for her to come to the tea house on the same street as Wang Jilu. Shu had been here several times. The storytellers on the first floor were all dignified and knowledgeable scholars. Even when they occasionally told romantic stories, they were not conventional. Therefore, the business of this tea house had always been very good. During the day, there were no empty seats. On the second floor, there were a few private rooms with open windows that could see downstairs. They could also order people to tell stories alone. However, the price of tea and snacks had increased tenfold. Ordinary people might not even go there once in half a year. Yushu followed the guide to the second floor and entered the best private room. She saw the Tiandao sitting by the window and listening to the story. The guard left, and Lu Hong and Su Qing were waiting outside. Zhu Muzhao did not look at her. He pointed to the chair opposite and said, "Sit down." Yushu sat down without saying a word. She was somewhat angry in her heart. She was hit on the head by him yesterday. How could she sit down and drink tea with him calmly? At this time, the voice of the storyteller came from downstairs. That female ambassador, Miao Ling, happily covered her head with a veil and was helped onto the bridal sedan chair by the matron of honor. Then, she was carried out of the mansion. Behind her, there was a long street of dowry boxes, waiting to be sent to the princess mansion. Normally, a bride would cry when she got married, because she was reluctant to part with her parents and brothers and sisters. However, she didn't. She was so happy that she had married a Mr. Right. She was so happy that her face was like a blooming flower. However, she didn't know that the groom had already disappeared. As the protagonist of the story, Yushu was speechless. She secretly scolded the storyteller for making up stories. She obviously got onto the bridal sedan with a gloomy face. How could she smile like a flower? Where did this rumor come from? On the other side, Zhu Muzhao laughed. He lifted his teacup and blew on it lightly. Glancing at her, he said, "Don't be unhappy. Now that Jingxun has left, your reputation as a lady will be ruined. In the future, don't even think about marrying again." Yushu lowered her head and did not speak. Zhu Muzhao said again, "I know who you're thinking about in your heart, but I really don't know if you're smart or stupid. Let me ask you, when did you know that the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Wrens I got was fake?" Yushu still did not speak. "Even if you don't say it, I know that you only found out about this after Jing Chen left." Hee hee. Then why don't you take a guess? When did Yunhua tell this to his precious son? Yushu suddenly raised her head and said coldly, "Just say what you want to say." Zhu Muzhao's eyes flickered as he said, "Yunhua set up a trap that day for the sake of taking Shui Rue away. There must be another reason why he values this son of his so much. Even though I can't figure out the reason, there's one thing I can be sure of, and that's that he wants to rebel. They even deceived you in order to make me relax my vigilance. I thought that after I obtained the Book of Mystic Fairies, 6 Rens, and firmly grasped you and Jingchun in the palm of my hand, I would be able to rest easy. That was why I persuaded His Majesty to disregard the Shui family's evil intentions and choose Lu Tan as the crown prince. If he had known that the Book of Fantasy Fairies 6 Rens was fake, he would not have let Lu Tan take the throne. Yunhua, and perhaps Shui Rue would be included as well. This father and son pair should have expected this a long time ago, which was why they excluded Yu Shu, who was one of them, and included them in their calculations. He explained the reason so clearly that it was impossible for Yu Shu not to understand. Her expression changed again and again. She clenched her fists under the table, but she could not refute his words. Zhu Muzhao looked at her forbearing expression with satisfaction and changed the topic. Women, since ancient times, have always been victims of the desire for power. A man's promise is just a whim, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes smoke. You are a rare, intelligent woman in this world. Don't lose your mind because of love, and you will waste the opportunity given to you by God. He turned his head and pointed to the crowd downstairs, saying, "This tea house is a property under my name. There are many places like this in Anling City. It's the same in the world. I can make you the respected messenger Miaoling, or make you a laughingstock with just a thought. If one day you have such an ability, who will be able to make use of you?" Yu Shu's breathing stopped for a moment and then became heavy. Zhu Muzhao turned around and gave her a smile. He said like an elder who cared about her, "Ming Luo, come with me to Huajin Garden to meet His Majesty and explain everything clearly. I will exonerate you. You must work hard. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, it depends on how you choose." After that, he asked someone to send Yu Shu out. Yu Shu walked out of the tea house with a gloomy expression and sat on the palanquin. The moment she pulled down the curtains, she slowly spat out a mouthful of foul air, and then she curled her lips and sneered. How could the relationship between her and Shui Rue be instigated by others? Chapter 781. On the 6th of May, Yu Shu blended into the large team of worshipping ancestors and set off from the capital to Huajin Garden. In order to deceive people, the prefect gave her the position of a ceremonial supervisor, which meant that she didn't have to do anything serious, but was in charge of nitpicking. They arrived in the evening, but there was some trouble in arranging accommodation. Normally, Yu Shu was an official of the Celestial Commissioner, so she should stay with several colleagues. However, all the Celestial Commissioner's team were men, and she was the only female official. They stayed together in pairs, so she was ignored. When everyone packed up for dinner, no one found a place for her to stay. There were so many nobles in the garden who needed to flatter and serve them, so no one cared about her. Yu Shu knew that it was not a solution to wait like this, so she could only go to the prefect. He brought her here, so he couldn't let her sleep on the floor. However, she didn't go far in the garden and unexpectedly met Lu Tan. Oh yes, she should call him Crown Prince now. At the corner of the corridor, the Crown Prince was surrounded by people and came over. A row of lanterns under the eaves shone brightly. Yu Shu saw a yellow robe in front of her and quickly stepped back to the side of the aisle. After hesitating for a moment, she bowed to him. At first, the Crown Prince did not notice her. He only glanced at her inattentively and saw that she was wearing a gray leather hat. After walking over, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look. The group of people behind him also stopped. "Yu Shu?" Yu Shu pursed her lips and looked up. "Your Highness, it's me." In the past, when Lu Tin hadn't become the Crown Prince, he would always call her Lianfang. He was very amiable and approachable. But after a lapse of only 3 months, he had changed to calling her by her name. It was because he was not the same as before, and also because Shui Rue had disappeared, so he didn't need to draw her to his side anymore. The Crown Prince's eyes fell on her plain face. He smiled slightly. "I almost didn't recognize you. Why are you here?" Yushu figured out his current state of mind and replied respectfully, "I am the supervisor of ceremonies for this year's ancestral worship ceremony." The Crown Prince nodded. He looked down and saw the bundle hanging on her arm. The corner of his mouth raised again. "Is there not enough room?" Yushu could only awkwardly admit it. He turned his head and ordered a steward behind him. "Take official Yu to a more spacious place to stay." The eunuch nodded his head and bowed as he walked out to show her the way. "Thank you, Your Highness." The Crown Prince waved his hand, turned around, and hurriedly left with his men. This year, the Qing Emperor could not make an appearance at the ancestral worship ceremony, so he would host it instead. How could he not take advantage of such a rare opportunity? With so many things to do, him stopping to say a few words to Yushu was already giving her a lot of face. Yushu watched as he was escorted away. Her expression did not change at all. She turned her head and cupped her hands at the unknown eunuch. "Thank you, eunuch." "No problem, no problem." "Official Yu, let me carry your things for you." In the end, this eunuch led her around the garden for an hour, but still couldn't find a suitable place to put her. In the end, it was Yushu who thought of the small courtyard she had stayed in last year when she was a vessel bearer. She looked all the way there. It was a courtyard with a front courtyard and a back courtyard. There were 6 rooms in total. When Yushu came over, the vessel bearers had already chosen their rooms to stay in. Xian Lu was very surprised to see her here and was about to jump over in joy. He was pinned to the spot by Yushu's gaze. With a fierce expression, he said to the group of boys and girls, "I am this year's supervisor of ceremonies. I will live with you all these days and supervise your etiquette. You better not cause trouble under my eyes. If I kick you out, I don't care which family you are from." Yushu's reputation was well known. The people in Taisher's study all knew who she was. In addition, there was a chief eunuch carrying a bag behind her. With just a few words, they were all subdued. Then, she naturally let the 2 girls stay in the same room and gave her a room to herself. Don't ask why she didn't just stay with Xian Lu. What dignity would there be? Zhu Muzhao walked out of Emperor Zhao Qing's bedroom with his hands behind his back. He walked down the steps alone. The palace maids and eunuchs who were guarding along the way bowed to him to send him off. He walked away without looking sideways. When he reached the long door, Ren Qiming was already waiting there. "Taishu." Ren Qiming lowered his head and followed behind him. He asked softly, "Has the emperor woken up?" Zhu Muzhao shook his head and gave a short sigh. The emperor's health was deteriorating day by day and had already reached the point where his illness was beyond cure. A while ago, he was still clear-headed for a moment and a half every day and was able to say a few words to other people, but these 2 days, it was difficult for him to even wake up. He could only surround the temporary imperial residence tightly and temporarily prevent the news from leaking. He had to at least get through the ancestral worship ceremony. Lu Tan had gotten a great bargain this time. If he hadn't been tricked by Yun Hua, he wouldn't have had the chance to become the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince came just now, but I sent him away. Zhu Muzhao was worried and warned him, "Keep a close eye on him these 2 days. Find more things for him to do. Don't let him come here." Ren Qiming nodded and said, "The imperial envoy that was sent to Ningdong City to denounce the crime has not sent back any news. I did a divination last night, and it was all ominous. What I want is an ominous omen," Zhu Muzhao said to himself. "Shui Lingnan will never think that Tsang Mingji is one of us." The assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tsang Mingji, was the imperial envoy personally appointed by the Crown Prince. As they spoke, the 2 of them returned to Mingyu Tower by the lake. This was where the great advisor stayed. It was also the best place to view the entire Huajian Garden. In comparison, although the Crown Prince's Mianxiu Garden was the most spacious and grand, it was not as comfortable and pleasant as this place. After dinner, Zhu Muzhao remembered Yushu. He asked Dai Chong, the black robe guard who was in charge of watching them, "Where is she?" Dai Chong reported Yushu's every move after she entered the garden. When Zhu Muzhao heard that she had actually shamelessly ran to fight for the room with the person holding the instrument, he couldn't help but laugh. She is very adaptable. Although he sent someone to watch her, he didn't let anyone make things convenient for her. He wanted her to suffer. He didn't expect that she didn't suffer at all. This wouldn't do. He had to find another opportunity to grind her temper. He had to make her beg him. During the day, people from a Ministry of Rites came to teach the 6 people holding the instrument basic etiquette. Yushu had someone bring a reclining chair from the reception hall to a shady spot under the corridor. She brewed a pot of tea and compared it to the others who were holding heavy bronze instruments and basking in the sun. She felt very comfortable. Xian Lu's resentful eyes floated over from time to time, but Yushu pretended not to see it. The air in Huajian Garden was very good, especially in the morning. The sun was bright and the air was fresh. After taking a few breaths, one would feel refreshed and refreshed. No wonder the emperor moved here to recuperate. Official Yu. Official Wang of the Ministry of Rites wandered over to Yushu's side and greeted her with a smile. At this time last year, he was also in charge of teaching the people holding the instrument. He and Yushu had some friendship, so she stood up and offered her seat. Official Wang waved his hand and sat down on the stone slab to the side. He looked at the people with her. Time passes so quickly. In the blink of an eye, another year has passed. Yushu nodded and also felt a bit emotional. At that time, I was the same as them and suffered a lot. Official Wang looked at the young people who began to stagger after standing for a while and shook his head. They don't have your steadiness. AI, the descendants of the Yishui family, are getting worse with each generation. Yushu deeply agreed. The two chatted, and the morning passed by without them noticing. The young people from the aristocratic families were so tired that they were sweating profusely and couldn't even lift their hands. During lunch, everyone sat at the same table. A bold youth complained to Yushu, "I really don't understand. Isn't it just holding something? Do they need to practice so hard?" Official Wang is clearly deliberately making things difficult for us. Help us talk to them and don't make us stand stupidly in the afternoon. Yes, help us talk to them. The others all agreed. Only Xian Lu buried his head in eating and didn't join in. Yushu swept her gaze across them and put down her bowl and chopsticks. She said to them, "Okay, I'll help you talk to them. Is there anyone who doesn't want to practice because of the suffering?" Me, and me. For people stood up at once, 2 men and 2 women. Only Xian Lu and a boy who was hesitating and not moving was left. They saw Yushu smile at them. She suddenly pulled a long face and pointed at the door of the dining hall. She said in a low voice, "The 4 of you get out. There's no need to eat. All of you stand in the yard. When Official Wang comes, I will help you ask for mercy and let you all go home and not suffer." The 4 were all dumbfounded. Xian Lu lowered his head and laughed. He thought to himself, this group of idiots, did they think that the Lotus Room was easy to talk to? What are you standing there for? Get out. Yushu frowned and scolded them, scaring them. They pushed and shoved out the door and obediently went to stand under the sun as punishment. They couldn't be blamed for being timid. In reality, Yushu's words were the law in Kuan Ling Agency. With the prestige she had accumulated over the past year, who wouldn't be afraid when she put on a stern face? When everyone had gone out, Xian Lu snorted. An opportunity that others yearn for but can't get, and they snatched it effortlessly. They deserve it. The remaining man luckily escaped and didn't dare to argue. He copied Xian Lu's behavior just now and buried his head in his food, trying to pretend that he didn't exist. The 4 people stood outside for the entire afternoon and finally waited for Official Wang to come. In turn, they wanted Official Wang to help them plead with Yushu. Official Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He found Yushu, who was taking an afternoon nap at her room. After asking about the situation, he scolded them with a stern face. He first let them go back to their rooms to drink water and rest for an hour. When it was cooler in the afternoon, he let them come out to practice the formation. None of them were sloppy or disobedient. Like this, 2 days passed. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Official Wang seemed to suddenly remember that there was a person called Yushu and sent someone to find her. Yushu straightened her clothes and was brought to Ming Yu. Lu Zhu Muzhao saw that she was wearing casual clothes and slightly frowned. Why didn't you say to change your clothes? Forget it, it's too late. Let's go. Yushu followed him in a daze. Halfway there, she suddenly realized that he was taking her to see the emperor. She quickly made a draft in her mind, thinking about what to say when she saw the emperor. How to explain that the fairy woman's Lu Rin book was fake. Official Wang didn't specifically warn her, so he wanted her to speak the truth. But if she spoke the truth, wouldn't the emperor take his anger out on her? Or would he slap her on the head again? Zhu Muzhao turned his head to look at her. Feeling her nervousness, he said, "Don't be afraid. When you see the emperor, just answer whatever he asks you." Yushu nodded, and the uneasiness in her heart disappeared a bit. From the southern courtyard to the northern courtyard, they arrived outside the temporary imperial residence. There were imperial guards on both sides of the road. The palace maids and eunuchs, standing side by side in the corridor, were like statues. The surroundings were gloomy. Yushu felt depressed and unconsciously lightened her footsteps. She followed behind Zhu Muzhao and entered the bedchamber unimpeded. She smelled a pungent scent. She furrowed her brows and quietly raised her head to look at the layers of curtains not far away. She knew that Emperor Zhao Qing was behind them. Wait. Zhu Muzhao turned his head and spoke to her. He walked forward alone. The expressionless palace maid lifted the curtains to let him in. Without waiting for Yushu's gaze to look inside, she lowered the curtains again. "Emperor, it's this subject." She heard Zhu Muzhao speak in a low voice, and then there was a rustling sound. She pricked up her ears and could tell that it was Emperor Zhao Qing's voice, but she couldn't clearly hear what he was saying. "Yes, this subject knows. You don't have to worry. Everything has been arranged. Yes, this subject has brought her here." Zhu Muzhao replied softly, and then there was another rustling sound. This time, he was silent for a while before he spoke to the outside of the curtains. "Unit of His Majesty is asking you if the death judgment technique can calculate the date of his death." Yushu's heart skipped a beat. She knelt down without thinking. The emperor didn't mention this to her on the way here. How was she supposed to answer? Separated by a few curtains, she couldn't see the expression of the person behind the curtains. Should she say yes or no? "You, His Majesty is asking you a question," Zhu Muzhao urged. Yushu gritted her teeth and bowed to answer. "This subject is incompetent. Please forgive me, His Majesty." There was a dead silence behind the curtains. Just when Yushu thought that Emperor Zhao Qing would ask someone to drag her out if she answered wrongly, Zhu Muzhao spoke. "His Majesty, you are the Son of Heaven. You bear the mandate of heaven. She is just a mortal. How would she dare to recklessly calculate your lifespan? Please don't make things difficult for her." After he finished speaking, Yushu seemed to hear a weak sigh. Emperor Zhao Qing didn't say anything else. Zhu Muzhao stayed inside for a while longer before he quietly retreated out. When he turned around, he saw her kneeling on the ground and staring at him. He raised his hand and signaled for her to follow him out. Yushu secretly patted her chest to calm down. She was secretly puzzled. She originally had a stomach full of words, but she couldn't express them. She didn't know if Emperor Zhao Qing was muddle-headed from his illness or if the emperor had pleaded on her behalf before, but he actually didn't ask her about the whereabouts of Yun Hua and the Book of Mystery Women. "You were quite clever just now." Zhu Muzhao suddenly praised her when he left the temporary imperial residence. Without waiting for Yushu to say a few words of modesty, he suddenly stopped and turned around to look at her. He said faintly, "His Majesty's death will be in a few days. Do you know what this means?" She was stunned. She opened her mouth, but what she heard was his voice. When the former emperor dies, the new emperor succeeds. Chapter 782. On the day of the ancestral worship ceremony, early in the morning, 6 people carrying the ritual implements set off with the personnel of the Ministry of Rites, leaving Yushu alone. She thought that there was nothing left for her to do. Who knew that not long after, A black-robed guard was sent to pick her up and send her to the imperial mausoleum on a fast horse. This was the second time that Yushu had entered the imperial mausoleum, but she did not take the same path. The black-robed guard wrapped her tightly from head to toe with a long cloak, carried her through the cemetery, and put her down in front of the entrance of a tomb. Yushu was so dizzy that she did not see clearly that he pressed back and forth on the stone door a few times. With a gentle push, the door of the tomb was pushed open. Under her surprised gaze, he carried her on his shoulder again, covered her mouth with one hand, and jumped down into the dark tomb. Yushu was completely defenseless. She only felt her body continuously falling, the wind rushing into her ears, and her heart beating in her throat. If her mouth had not been covered, she would have screamed her throat out. When her feet landed on the ground, both of her legs were weak. She pulled off her cloak and retched a few times. Then, she was pushed by the black-robed guard by the shoulder and stumbled forward. This was a narrow, secret passage, and she did not know where it led. The walls were embedded with glowing green stones, and she could barely see the path under her feet. It was eerie and a little scary. Yushu silently counted to 120 steps, and finally, a small door that was half the height of a person appeared in front of her. The black-robed guard who led the way passed her and opened the door. Then, he leaned sideways against the wall and signaled for her to go in alone. She shook her head as she stepped back. She felt a little creeped out. She always felt that once she went in, she would not be able to come out. The two of them stared at each other for a while. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the black-robed guard coming from inside. "It's the Lotus House, right? Come in." Yushu had nowhere to retreat, so she could only bite the bullet and enter through the small door. When she raised her head and saw the scene in front of her, she was instantly dazzled. This was a natural cave, and there were countless holes in the sky. Rays of sunlight shone down from the outside of the cave, and the densely packed golden halos were extremely dazzling. The uneven stone walls flickered with colorful rays of light, and there were countless gems embedded in the stones. A purple figure stood under the tall stone wall, bathed in the light, and looked like a dream or fantasy. Zhu Muzhao was dressed in a royal robe with a purple robe and golden shoes. He wore a flawless white cloud crown on his neck. He looked like a celestial being. He gestured for her to come to his side. "Come forward." Today, I will tell you a few secrets of the dynasty. When Yushu heard this, she immediately became suspicious. Why would he tell her the secrets of Da and out of nowhere? Although it was strange, she was not stupid enough to refuse to listen. She looked around and asked him, "What is this place?" Zhu Muzhao spread out his hands and showed her this mysterious place. "This place is the origin of the Da and dragon vein." Yushu was suddenly shocked. She turned to look at him and stammered, Dragon vein?" Those who learned the Book of Changes knew that the dragon vein of a country was the fate of the country. Whether it was the prosperity or the decline of the country, it was closely related to the dragon vein. In other words, the origin of the dragon vein was the lifeline of a country. The origin of the Da and dynasty's dragon vein was actually buried at the foot of the imperial tombs. Zhu Muzhao had a smile on his face, as if he was very satisfied with her shocked expression. He raised his hand and pointed to the wall of gems opposite him. He said to her, "Separated by this wall is the tomb where divine ancestor and Empress Ningzhen were buried together. More than 200 years ago, Empress Ningzhen passed away. Divine ancestor followed her wishes and buried the 6 founding instruments with her." Yushu's heart could not help but race. She stared at the high wall and said hesitantly, "Since the 6 instruments were buried with her, why was the Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 wrens preserved? Oh, and the 7 stars on the 7-star ruler. How could it be dug out by someone?" Zhu Muzhao glanced at her and said, "Didn't Yinhua tell you? The Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 wrens was taken out by an emperor after he opened the coffin." Yushu was speechless. It turned out that Yinhua was telling the truth. The descendants of Emperor Anwu and Empress Ningzhen dug up their ancestors' graves in order to use the Book of Mystery Maiden's 6 wrens to control the world. "Isn't this treason?" she muttered softly but it did not escape his ears. "What is treason? Tell me." She curled her lips and said, Empress Ningzhen knew that using the Tai bone of destiny was against the harmony of heaven. That was why she begged the sacred ancestor to bury the 6 instruments with her. The descendants were unfilial, so they obeyed on the surface but disobeyed in secret. I guess the emperor who ordered to open the coffin and take out the book must be a muddle-headed and incompetent person. He could not govern the country well, so he set his eyes on the book of mystery Maiden's 6 Wrens. Zhu Muzhao shook his head and said, "You are exactly wrong. The late emperor who opened the coffin and took out the book was a famous virtuous ruler in the history of our dynasty. Under his rule for more than 10 years, the people did not close their doors at night and did not pick up their belongings on the road. Even during the 3-year drought in Lu, there was not a single person who starved to death. Can you say that he was muddle-headed?" Yu Shu was speechless. Then why did he still use the book of Mystery Maiden's 6 Wrens? With a book in hand, the world can be at peace, the country can be prosperous, and the people can be at peace. Why did he abandon it? Was it because he was afraid of the infamy of treason? Zhu Muzhao said firmly. It was such a simple and crude logic, but it was hard for her to refute. That's right. Using a baby skeleton as a divination tool is against the harmony of the heavens. But have you ever thought about it? Sacrificing one person to save the world, what kind of merit is this? It's not like you're killing your own flesh and blood. Of course you're willing to do it. Zhu Muzhao said in a deep voice, "If you want to take my son's life to ensure the world's peace, I will gladly endure it." Yushu was really speechless this time. She finally understood that the main point was that he was a rational madman. Wasn't it crazy for her to talk about feelings and human nature with him? Zhu Muzhao could see that she was somewhat disapproving, so he did not try to brainwash her again. Instead, he brought her to the other side of the painting. At the corner of the wall, there was a small pool made of round stones. The pool was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. This is the Netherworld pool. The pool contains the water of the underworld. Every 9th of May, on the death anniversary of the Shengzhu, the dragon vein will be triggered. The great calamity can take the opportunity to see the person who broke his life in the water mirror. Last year at this time, Jing Chen knew that you were the person who broke his life here. Yushu looked down curiously and reached out to grab the water. She heard Zhu Muzhao saying coldly, "The water of the underworld is highly toxic. Do not play with it." She quickly retracted her hand and took 2 steps back. She pointed at the pool with lingering fear and said, "How can there be water of the underworld in the human world? Isn't that something that only exists in the stories of gods and ghosts?" Zhu Muzhao said, "The origin of Empress Ningzhen is a mystery. The dragon vein here was created by her, along with the 6 weapons that founded the country. There is no record of where she came from in history." Yushu's eyes sparkled. She was very interested in the topic of Empress Ningzhen. She just pricked up her ears, but he didn't continue. Instead, he told her another story. 100 years ago, when Emperor Shizong was still on the throne, the previous Destiny Grand Bone had already lost its effectiveness after 100 years. This generation's great calamity was born, and it just so happened that it was one of his princes. In the end, the person that this prince found to destroy his destiny was actually a female general with many military achievements. The female general was the only daughter of a general. When the prince was young, he was apprenticed to the general to learn martial arts. He and the female general were childhood sweethearts. It was not until the prince turned 20 that he learned that he was the great calamity and saw the person who broke his life in the water mirror of the underworld. At that time, the female general had already followed her father to battle and became famous on the battlefield. Emperor Shizong arranged a marriage between them, and they became husband and wife. When Yushu heard the beginning, she guessed that this was definitely a tragedy. Sure enough, he continued to say, after their marriage, they gave birth to a son. At that time, the great diviner who was in office used the excuse that he predicted that the child would be unlucky and took him away. He claimed that he would send the child to the Taoist temple in Mount Longhu to be raised, but the couple opposed it. The prince somehow learned about the secret of the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6th run and wanted to escape the capital with the female general and the child. However, they were discovered by the great diviner and were captured in advance. The female general was put in the prison of the Ministry of Justice, and the prince was imprisoned in the imperial court. Unexpectedly, the prince faked his death and escaped. He gathered a group of men of sacrifice and went to the Ministry of Justice to break the prison and rescue the female general. Yu Shu asked nervously, "Did they escape in the end?" Zhu Muzhao shook his head and sighed. Emperor Shizong sent troops to chase after them and killed dozens of men of sacrifice along the way. Blood flowed everywhere. The couple panicked and ran into the imperial mausoleum in the eastern suburbs. Fortunately, they fell into a tunnel and found this place. At that time, the 6 weapons of the founding dynasty were enshrined here. Except for the Book of Mystery Fairy's 6th run, which was in the hands of the great diviner, the Chunjun sword was invincible. The female general was so skilled in martial arts that she broke the secret chamber with her sword and escaped with the prince. However, she mistakenly drank the yellow spring water from the Netherworld Pond and was poisoned on the way. When the troops caught up with them, they only found the female general's corpse, and the prince was missing with the Chunjun sword. After listening to this true story, Yu Shu felt very depressed. She had heard Jing Chen mention this prince who stole the Chunjun sword before. At that time, they didn't know that he was the previous generation's great calamity. As for the female general, Shui Rui also told her about her legend. She didn't expect that the people in the 2 stories would be a complete tragedy. That prince went to Mount Longhu to live in seclusion, she murmured. Later, before he died, he entrusted the Chunjun sword to the Taoist faction, which is also Jing Chen's faction, and asked them to send the sword back after his death, right? She faintly felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell what it was. If only it was that simple. Zhu Muzhao looked at her with a mocking expression. If you were the one who lost your wife and son because of the imperial court, would you let go of your hatred and repent? You wouldn't. He wouldn't. And there's also Yinhua. All of you have a common characteristic, which is that you are used to being emotional. Yushu didn't deny what he said. In fact, when I found out that Yunhua had a treasure called Zhugetong, I should have guessed his origin. Zhu Muzhao said something that made her shudder. He must have a close relationship with the missing prince. They might be master and disciple, or they might be father and son. Yushu's breathing stopped. She tried her best not to show a shocked expression, but she made herself look a little surprised. How could that be? Wasn't that prince 100 years ago? If he was still alive, he would be more than 100 years old now. I can't be sure if he's still alive. Zhu Muzhao's expression was cold, but I can be sure that Yunhua has something to do with him. Yunhua's Zhuge pupils and the 7 star stones worn by the emperor can also prevent teacher Yi from spying on them. In fact, they're the 7 star stones that were stripped from the 7-star ruler that the prince who betrayed him brought away from this place. Chapter 783. Alliance Master, please add more chapters. Which word do you owe this? Please add more chapters. Taoist Qingzheng was the great disaster of the previous generation. It took Yushu a lot of effort to digest this incredible fact, and then she found the problem in it. She stole a glance at Zhu Muzhao's expression and said doubtfully, "Then I don't understand. By right, Yinhua's purpose is to destroy the Book of Fantasy Women's 6 Rens. You mean that this is all instigated by the old prince, right? But the Chunjun sword was clearly in his hands. Why did he return it to the sect, instead of simply leaving it to Yinhua? In that case, after Yinhua stole the Book of Mystery Fairy, he could have destroyed it directly, right?" Zhu Muzhao's eyes flashed, and he looked at her sideways, hesitating whether to say it or not. In fact, I suspect that the Chunjun sword returned by Dragon Tiger Mountain is also fake, and he is likely to use the same trick again, faking his death to escape, and using a fake sword to return to the imperial court, so that those who know about it will think that he is really dead. There are too many surprises, and Yushu was already numb. But his suspicion was very reasonable. This seemed like something that old man Qingzheng would do. She turned her head and thought for a while, and roughly guessed the whole story. About 100 years ago, Qingzheng and the female general had narrowly escaped from an imperial mausoleum. One had been poisoned to death, while the other had fled in a sorry state. Their child had been made into a set of Tai bone of destiny, and had unfortunately died. Qingzheng carried a blood feud and escaped to Dragon Tiger Mountain to seek Taoism. After he succeeded, he faked his death to escape and started his path of revenge. It was very likely that the female general made him swear before she died that he would never step into Enling Mountain again. So he adopted Yunhua, taught him all his skills, and created a genius. Then he sent Yunhua to the capital to find the Book of Mystery Fairy. For some unknown reason, Qingzheng did not hand over the Chunjun sword to Yunhua, who knew that Yunhua would end up stealing the Book of Mystic Fairy Lu Run and end up being separated from his family and disappeared from then on. In order to cover up the truth, the imperial court spread rumors about Yunhua and Princess Liyue. Because Yunhua had brought Zhuge Tong with him, Qingzheng could not divine his whereabouts, let alone know that the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens was in his hands. Yunhua, on the other hand, did not know how to face Qingzheng, who was like a father to him because he had caused the deaths of his 2 wives. He did not take the initiative to go back to him. After 20 years, Qingzheng calculated that the Life Destroyer was about to be born, so he waited in Yiyang City. He found her at the first moment and took her as his disciple. After teaching her some life-saving skills, he let her go to the capital to find the Book of Mystic Nyu Lurin. However, because he couldn't trust her completely, he didn't tell her about the Chunjun sword. That was the whole story. Yushu felt that she was very close to the truth. Now, perhaps even to T was not as clear as she was. You can't tell whether the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens is real or fake. Can't you tell whether the Chunjun sword is real or fake? Zhu Muzhao heard a hint of sarcasm in her words, but his expression did not change. He said, as early as when the 6 vessels were buried, their secrets were brought into Empress Ningxin's coffin. The Celestial Commissioner did keep some records, but it was not complete. Then, Yunhua said that the teachings of the Holy Ancestors and the Taigu deity's lesson on the back of the Book of Mystic Fairy were added by the later emperor without authorization. Is that true? Yes, the contents on the back of the Book of Mystic Fairy were all engraved with the Chunjun sword. Zhu Muzhao admitted it openly. Yushu said with a strange expression, then when Yunhua questioned you in the Ascending Cloud Temple, you still pretended not to know. These old guys were really good at acting. They deceived her until she was dizzy, and it was difficult to tell the truth from the lies. My path is different from his, so I naturally oppose him. Zhu Muzhao flicked his sleeves and took a few steps to the side. He pointed at the long groove of the stone tablet on the ground and said to her, do you know what this is? Yushu shook her head, pretending that she did not know. Zhu Muzhao smiled mysteriously and tempted her. Do you want to know how to activate the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens? Yushu heard her heartbeat slow down for half a beat, and then suddenly accelerated. Come here, let me tell you. Zhu Muzhao waved at her, and he did not even consider that she would reject him. He pointed at the groove of the stone tablet and continued to explain. This stone tablet is engraved with 10 heavenly stems and 12 earthly branches. The first sentence on the Taigu deity's lesson is Wuji gives birth to Tai Chi. Place the destiny Tai Chi in this groove, and it corresponds to the heavenly stems and earthly branches, which is the birth of Wuji. Then, place it and take the number. To put it simply, it is to use the Taigu deity's lesson to decipher the destiny Tai Chi, and then use the number obtained from the destiny Tai Chi to interpret the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens. The entire 6 Rens Heaven Book has a total of 2,916 words, and every word hides a mystery with endless changes. There was no teacher in this world who could resist the charm of the Book of Mystic Fairy's 6 Rens. If there was, then he was definitely not standing in this magical place where she was now. In the afternoon, Yushu returned to Huajin Garden. She still felt like she was in a dream, and her feet were floating. She finally understood why all the major advancements in the past were inseparable from the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens. It was because mastering it was tantamount to mastering one's destiny. Master Yi's highest realm was knowing fortune and misfortune, determining life and death. On the other hand, the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens could make even the most untalented master omniscient. From when and where floods and droughts would occur, to how many puppies the female dog of the Wong family next door would give birth to, there was nothing in the world that could not be calculated. Its only shortcoming was that it could only be opened on the 9th day of the 5th month, and every time it opened, it could only be counted as an epoch. An epoch was 12 years. As for the Heavenswell Grandbone, it would slowly lose its effect over time and would disappear in at most 100 years. This explained why it was often impossible to predict the candidates for the next crown prince after the first crown prince. Zhu Muzhao encountered the change of 100 years and also lost the Book of Mystic Maiden's 6 Rens. He could be said to be the most unlucky major advancements in history. Yushu was lying on the bed, meditating, when she heard a knock on the door. Xian Lu and the others had returned. She got up and opened the door. Xian Lu entered the room and fell on her bed, looking exhausted. Phew, I thought I was going to die. Lotus Room, come massage my shoulders. Yushu smiled and followed her. She reached out and pressed her shoulders. Before she could rub twice, she heard her moaning, it hurts so much. Be gentle. I went through this last year too. Just bear with it. She pressed her shoulders again and did not reduce her strength at all. Ouch! Xian Lu suddenly turned over to avoid her evil claws and shrank to the corner of the bed. Forget it. Spare me. She hugged the pillow and looked at her pitifully. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have come. Today, in the Imperial Mausoleum, I almost fainted from the heat. Smell it. Don't you smell sweaty? Yushu thought. How would you know that I also went to the Imperial Mausoleum today? I was so scared that I broke out in a sweat. The two talked for a while. Yushu went to pour water for Xian Lu. When she came back, she lay on her bed and snored. She did not wake her up again. She took off her shoes and covered her with a thin quilt. She shook her head and went out. When Yushu came to the courtyard, she found that the atmosphere was not right. There were 2 guards standing outside the moon gate. When they saw her coming to the door, they reached out and stopped her. They said with a stern face, Miss, please go back. The Crown Prince has ordered the whole garden to be sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave without permission. Yushu thought, oh no. Did Emperor Zhao Qing kick the bucket? So she asked in a good voice what happened, but she could not get a word out. She could only return to the courtyard. First, she called the students of Taisher Library together and told them not to run out. Everyone knew that something had happened, so they were very nervous. They did not complain about being tired or sleepy. They all gathered in Yushu's room and anxiously waited for news. Although these children of aristocratic families looked good, but were useless, they must have been taught by their elders before they came. That was why they were so nervous when something happened in the garden. They waited like this until midnight. The guards at the gate left without saying a word. The curfew in the garden was lifted. Yushu thought for a while and decided not to let them go out. She stayed in the yard until the eunuch from the kitchen brought food. She stuffed some silver into his mouth and took the opportunity to inquire about some things. She only knew that, during the day, an assassin had sneaked into the temporary imperial residence of the emperor and killed a palace maid. When the crown prince heard about this after returning from the ancestral worship, he ordered the garden to be sealed. She did not know if the assassin had been caught. In short, that night, everyone in Huajin Garden was in danger and many people did not sleep. After the ancestral worship ceremony, the emperor's temporary imperial residence was first attacked by an assassin. Then, the crown prince rushed back to protect the emperor. After one night, the rumor that Emperor Zhao Qing was critically ill appeared out of nowhere. At dawn, more than a dozen officials knelt outside the temporary imperial residence. Zhu Muzhao knew that he could not hide it anymore. He looked at the solemn crown prince beside him and told everyone that the emperor had been in a coma for a long time. Everyone could understand that Emperor Zhao Qing clearly did not have much time left. The officials mourned and many people immediately cried. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed in the direction of the sleeping palace. Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, the crown prince stood up and said, "I can empathize with your heartache, but Father Emperor is still unconscious and should not be disturbed. All of you can leave first. I will stay here in your place until Father Emperor recovers." Only then did everyone leave under the crown prince's persuasion. Zhu Muzhao looked at this scene coldly and did not intervene. When everyone had left, the crown prince turned to him and said seriously, "Father is critically ill. I should stay by his bedside to show my filial piety. As the person most trusted by Father, why don't you stay with me in Huazhen Garden and wait for Father to wake up?" Zhu Muzhao nodded. "Your Highness is right." So that day, more than half of the people in Huazhen Garden left, but the crown prince and the crown prince stayed and waited by Emperor Zhao Qing's bedside. On the way back, Yushu sat in the same carriage with Xin Lu. The other boys and girls in the carriage were not as excited as they were when they came. They were still immersed in the tense and depressing atmosphere of Huazhen Garden and could not calm down. Back in the capital, Yushu changed to a carriage and returned to the Celestial Commissioner. She sat in her own sedan in front of the door and went home. The family knew that she would come back today and were waiting for her to eat dinner. The maids of the Northxiang Palace prepared hot water. As soon as she returned to the courtyard, several people surrounded her to help her change and bathe. After a quick bath, Yushu fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. She forgot to ask if anything happened while she was away. Early in the morning, she was woken up by the noise outside. She covered her forehead and sat up. She was angry when she woke up. She lowered her voice and shouted, "Who is making noise outside?" The response was a loud shout. "Lotus Room, come out quickly." Yushu frowned. Why did she hear a man's voice? She put on her clothes and walked out. When she opened the door, she saw a group of people standing in her courtyard. The one trapped in the middle was Feng Zhaomiao, who had just shouted. Yindo angrily came forward to complain, "Miss, this person is so bold. He actually injured the guards in the front yard and broke in." When Feng Zhaomiao saw Yushu, he pushed away the guard who was pulling him and shouted at her anxiously, "Why are you still sleeping? I'm worried to death." In order to win over Zhou Yeda, Prime Minister Shui secretly arranged a marriage for Jin Xuan's younger sister. He wants her to marry Zhou Nia, that beast with a human face. Today is the day she will marry into the family. You quickly follow me to rob the bridal sedan chair. We must not let her jump into the fire pit, otherwise, how can we face Brother Rue? When Yushu heard this, she instantly woke up. She turned around and went back to her room. After a while, she changed into light clothes and came out. She didn't have time to comb her hair. She just tied a round bun at the back of her head with a hairpin. She wore a pair of boots and followed Feng Zhaomiao outside. At the same time, she ordered Zhou Hu, who heard the news and ran to the backyard. Chapter 784. Yushu had heard Shui Rue mention Shui Jinxuan's marriage once. As early as last year, Shui Lingnan had intended to betroth little sister Shui to Zhou Nia, the youngest son of Zhou Yeda, the commander-in-chief of the Jinwu Guards. The two families sent a marriage card to the Kunling Bureau, but she rejected it. She had also heard a little about this Zhou Nia. It was said that he and Yin Yuanbua were jackals of the same tribe. They bullied men and women, and were lustful and even worse. They relied on his father to do a lot of evil. Little sister Shui also looked like a fool. The rest of her life would be ruined if she married such a scourge. Before Yushu and Shui Rue parted, he didn't mention that he wanted her to help him take care of his mother and sister. But how could she not know that he was worried about her? He didn't want to burden her anymore, so he didn't mention it, but she couldn't ignore it. When Yu Shu and Feng Zhaomiao arrived at Prime Minister Shui's mansion, the wedding procession had already left. The red flowers on the ground smelled of gunpowder, and the red silk wedding knot hanging in front of the door was bright and dazzling. There were only a few passers-by on the street. Oh no, they sent the bride away. Feng Zhaomiao slapped his thigh. If the bride really entered her husband's house, it would be too late to break off the marriage. Chase. Yu Shu turned around and rode the horse. She didn't need him to lead the way. The red flowers scattered along the way showed her the direction. Feng Zhaomiao followed closely, followed by Lu Hong and Su Qing, leaving the guards of the Yu residence far behind. The Zhou residence was in the north of the city, not too far from the Prime Minister's mansion. The wedding procession didn't circle around the street to show off the dowry, but directly carried the sedan chair to the gate of the Zhou residence. The fat and strong groom dismounted from the horse with a grin and kicked the sedan chair door. The matchmaker quickly opened the curtain and said a series of auspicious words. She stretched out her hand and half dragged the trembling little bride off the sedan chair. She handed the other end of the red silk in her hand to the groom. Zhou grabbed the wedding silk and looked down at his thin bride. He suddenly frowned and became suspicious. The eldest son of a Shui family was incomparably handsome. How could his sister, who came from the same mother, not be a big beauty with long breasts and thighs? Why are they so dry? They don't even look like the chicks in the restaurant. When his father coaxed him to get married, he told him that the third daughter of the Shui family was as beautiful as a flower. Only then did he agree. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. His face quickly darkened. He felt that he had been deceived. He looked at Shui Jinshuan, who was wearing a wedding handkerchief on her head, and his eyes became unkind. Regardless of the fact that they were still outside the door, he reached out to lift the wedding handkerchief to see what her face looked like. Wait! An angry roar rang out. Zhonya's hand slipped, and he did not manage to pull off the wedding handkerchief. Hearing the voice, he turned his head and saw a person riding a horse charging through the bridal procession and charging straight to the bridal sedan. The person on the horse was dressed sloppily and did not look like a man or a woman. There was a bruise on his forehead, and his entire person was filled with killing intent. Without waiting for Zhou to fly into a rage, a slender long horsewhip was pointed at his face, and he opened his mouth to scold. What audacity! You dare to marry without an official marriage certificate? Zhou was scared out of his wits by her voice. He took a step back and was tripped by the wedding silk on the ground. He sat on the ground and let out a cry like a pig being slaughtered. The servants of his Zhou family who were at the door hurried forward to help him, squeezing the matchmaker and Shui Jinshu into the side. Seeing this, Yu Shu turned over and jumped off the horse. She pushed away a servant who was in the way and grabbed the trembling little sister Shui. She held her cold little hand tightly and whispered in her ear, Jinshuan, don't be afraid. I'm here. Hearing the familiar voice, Shui Jinshuan's pale face under the wedding handkerchief was instantly dyed with a touch of excitement. Her eyes that were red and swollen from crying suddenly brightened. She subconsciously hugged Yu Shu's arm and tightly leaned against her for fear that she would be caught by those bad people if she let go. Yu Shu felt her terror, and the rage in her heart grew even greater. Not only did Shui Lingnan raise Shui Rue like a dog, he was actually ruthless towards his own granddaughter, and he was simply cold-blooded and merciless to the extreme. Where are Lu Hong and Su Qing? She raised her voice and shouted. At this moment, Feng Zhaomiao arrived with her 2 guards and stepped forward. My lord, your subordinate is here. Yu Shu waved her hand and said, capture this perverted person and send him to the Celestial Commissioner. Lu Hong and Su Qing did not say anything else and went forward to capture Zhou. What are you doing? Zhou could not move his arm as he struggled and scolded angrily. Where did you bunch of bandits come from? Do you know who my father is? Do you believe that I won't throw all of you in prison? This commotion quickly alerted the Zhou Yeda couple who were waiting for the bride and groom to kowtow in the wedding hall, as well as the guests who came to drink the wedding wine. When the group of people came to the main entrance, they saw that the groom was tied up and the bride was kidnapped. Zhou Yeda was shocked and angry at the same time. He felt like he had lost all face. Trembling, he pointed at Yushu and the others. How dare you kidnap the bride in front of my Zhou family's gate? You have no respect for the law. Stop right now. Yushu pulled Xue Jinshu in behind her and released her aura. She cracked open the horse whip and cracked it loudly on the ground. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and she said coldly, "As a member of the aristocratic family, you did not report to the authorities but married in private. Who is the one who has no respect for the law?" She was wearing casual robe and did not look good. Zhou Yeda did not seem to recognize her and glared at her. "Who are you? Why are you meddling in my family's business?" Yushu narrowed her eyes and said, "I am the imperial concubine of the Kunling Bureau, and I am in charge of marriage matters. Your two families married without an official marriage certificate and violated the laws of this court. I will now bring the criminal back for interrogation, and this marriage will be annulled." As she spoke, she was about to lead the bride and groom away, not giving Zhou Yeda any face. Zhou Yeda's recent life had been smooth sailing. He had originally been an old subordinate of Xue Lingnan and had climbed all the way to the position of the commander of the Jinwu Guards. He controlled 5,000 troops and horses inside and outside Jing. Several princes had wanted to rope him in, but after Ning Wang fell from the throne, he had secretly submitted to Lu Tan. As a result, Lu Tan had become the crown prince. Coincidentally, Ning Wang's people had gathered to cause trouble, and he had taken the lead to wipe them out. Therefore, he had naturally become the number one person beside the crown prince other than the Xue family. It could be imagined what kind of wealth and glory would be waiting for him after the crown prince ascended the throne. He was in high spirits, and someone dared to oppose him. He would not swallow the insult. Furthermore, the other was only a fifth-grade female official. Not to mention that she was the messenger of rain. The old emperor was about to ascend to the heavens. What did he have to worry about? "All of you stop." He roared angrily and walked down the steps towards Yushu. Unlike Zhou Nye, who was bloated, Zhou Yeda was tall and mighty. When he stood forward, he was a head taller than Yushu. Seeing this, Feng Zhaomiao did not say anything else and blocked in front of Yushu. He braced himself and said, "What do you want?" As the young master of the generals Fu, he had seen many unreasonable generals since he was young. He was afraid that he would slap Yushu away in anger. Zhou Yeda glanced at him and recognized that he was General Feng's precious son. He ignored him and warned Yushu, "Official Yu, food can be eaten indiscriminately, but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. Who said that my family did not have an official marriage certificate and married privately?" Yushu said with a cold face, "The official marriage certificate was issued by me. Do you think I don't remember if I have approved the marriage between your two families?" Zhou Yeda did not argue with her. He turned to Madame Zhou, who was not far away, and said, "Go and take out the official marriage certificate for our son and the young lady of the Xue family. Let this imperial official have a look." Yushu frowned. Her first thought was that the Xue family and the Zhou family had forged the official marriage certificate, because in the entire Kunling Bureau, only she and Jing Chun could stamp the official marriage certificate. Jing Chun had never cared about this matter. It was all her responsibility. It was impossible for the two families to get the official marriage certificate without her. The wedding procession blocked the entire street. There was a group of people in front of the Zhou residence's gate. More than a dozen guards from the Yu residence rushed over. Zhou Hu led them and silently stood behind Yushu. Just as the crowd was discussing, a maidservant that Madame Zhou had sent trotted back. Panting, she handed a red booklet to Zhou Yeda. Zhou Yeda turned his hand and handed it to Yushu. He sneered, "Look carefully. Is this the official marriage certificate issued by the Kunling Bureau?" Yushu took it and opened it. Her face immediately darkened. Although this official marriage certificate was not personally written by her, the seal that was signed was actually Jing Chen's right commander, Zhu Jian. And the date it was issued was in December of last year, when Jing Chen was still in the capital. "Did you see it clearly?" Zhou Yeda suddenly took back the official marriage certificate and fearlessly questioned her. When did a woman like you become the sole leader of the Kunling Bureau? What kind of position do you place the right commander in? Do you know what the punishment is for abusing your power to create rumors and create trouble? Yushu was not afraid of his threat and calmly asked him, then do you know what the punishment is for forging an official marriage certificate? She was sure that this official marriage certificate was not approved by Jing Chun, but it was indeed stamped with his seal. Then it could only be that there was a traitor in the Kunling Bureau who had been bribed by the Shui family or the Zhou family to steal Jing Chen's seal when she wasn't paying attention. Seeing that she refused to admit defeat, Zhou Yeda angrily flicked his sleeves and glared at her. You're pestering endlessly. You don't know what you're talking about. Today is my son's wedding day. I can't allow you to behave atrociously here. Men, take down this group of people and send the bride into the wedding hall. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 squads of the Golden Insignia guards appeared out of nowhere and surrounded Yu Shu's group and the Yu residence's guards at lightning speed. Yu Shu suddenly realized that something was wrong. These guards were hiding in the dark and had obviously set up an ambush. She was afraid that she had fallen into a trap that someone else had dug. The enemy was outnumbered. Her expression was solemn. She knew in her heart that she would not be able to escape unscathed today. Thus, before the 2 sides fought, she pushed Shui Jinshuan onto Feng Xiaomiao's body. Her voice floated into his ears. You go first. You must send her to Wangji Lu. Before Feng Xiaomiao could react, Yu Shu stepped forward and snatched the official marriage certificate from Zhou Yeda's hand. She threw it on his face and shouted, I want to arrest people today. Try and fight with me. Zhou Yeda trembled with anger at her savage appearance. He took a big step back and pointed at her while shouting, Take her, take her, take them all. The Jin Wu guards swarmed forward. The guards of the Yu residence were all martial artists that Yu Shu had carefully selected from the supply house. Under Zhou Hu's daily training, they were not vegetarians. They rushed forward with knives and sticks. Lu Hong and Su Qing protected Yu Shu in the middle. The scene suddenly became a mess. People were thrown off their feet, and in the blink of an eye, someone was slashed. Blood splashed onto Feng Xiaomiao's face, and he suddenly woke up. He looked at the cold face of Yu Shu, gritted his teeth, and pulled Shui Jinshuan to escape in the chaos. When Zhou Yeda came back to his senses, he found that his future daughter-in-law had disappeared. He angrily shouted to the fighting crowd, The bride has been kidnapped. Quickly chase after her. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.